No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matikin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hill. That full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content.
Experience the lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website.
And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
This is day 2 of Retribution Rumble. TNC Pro Team, RSG Philippines, Smart Omega, and Fnatic Onic Philippines will close the regular season today. So get ready for a fight we'll remember. Don't blink, because you might just miss the action. Huwag natin palagpasan ang makambakbakan ngayong araw. Ako po si Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 14. Casters, pasok!
And welcome here to day number 2. It's week 8, last week of the regular season. And we're here to find out, again, still, we have 1 spot left for the playoffs. Teams fighting for that. I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Ingan to bring you our triple header today. Ingan, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. Yesterday was a huge blow for FCAP because they got swept by Fnatic Onic in a dominating fashion.
And we already know, Fnatic Onic they're close to making even more history, basically, for the rest of the regular season. But also, before we talk about everything, what's happening today, we have to give a shout out to our sponsors, of course. You can level up your game anytime, anywhere with Smart's Power All 99. For just 99 pesos, you get 8 gigabytes for all your favorite apps, plus unlimited TikTok and unlimited text to all networks.
You can stay connected, improve your MLBB skills, and keep the fun going with your friends no matter where you are. So load up now and enjoy our non-stop gaming with Smart.
Make sure you guys go ahead and grab those, of course. Again, thank you to Smart. Now, the first matchup in our triple header, and I know we'll take a look at the standings and everything else as we get through this, but the main thing here, obviously, right off the bat, TNC didn't have the season they were looking for. I would say, you know, all the Phoenix Army felt like that, and they're up against a team like TLPH here. And really what this comes down to is just ending on a high note, because it is, you know, their last match here, of course, for the regular season. And then with that, as they go through things, it's really just going out on a high note. And that would be, you know, if they can get a victory here, of course.
Yeah, and for outside of TLPH, of course, as much as possible, you want to win this game because of the standings. You want to secure at least an upper bracket spot coming into the playoffs. And there you have it. The standings so far, again, one more playoff spot left. It's between Blacklist and RSG.
Yep, one left to go. Really, it's, I don't know, at this point, I'm going to let the numbers people handle all the stipulations there later on. But yeah, that's the main thing. Again, even the teams that are locked in there, they're still fighting for, you know, the position that they go into the playoffs of course, which does have, we've seen it before, it does have a play in the part of where things end up throughout the playoffs, those 5 days once we get there. But again, this is our lineup for today, TLPH versus TNC. To start us off, match 2, we have RSG Philippines and Aurora MLBB, and then our last match, it's Smart Omega versus FNOP. That's going to be great too, because again, we've seen some interesting things from just overall from Smart Omega, but also I think a lot of people now are at this point where they just want to see how far FNOP can continue to go. That's been the story the whole season.
Yeah, Omega can actually be the streak breakers for today. Again, who could forget, they are the last on the poison of our tournament. And at the same time, they're coming off a huge win over RSG Philippines. And shout out also to Borinok, having his debut game alongside his brother Chaknu yesterday.
And you know, the thing is here, guys, is they could be making a new achievement in our league. It's just a team that hasn't lost a series, basically, just going completely undefeated. And that's a huge feat in itself. They've done amazing things so far, but we have to focus on our first matchup today, TLPH and TNC. And we're going to let the guys on the panel break this one down for you guys. Let's head over there.
And we are live here in the Infinix Game Time Bayan, aka The Panel, with me, Rockhart, and your boy Leo. It's going to be a pretty fun matchup today because so many things actually could happen here. And again, this tournament, of course, is brought to you by the Infinix GT20 Pro. It's the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14.
Fun is what I would describe, what I would use to describe this first match. The following ones, I don't know. I'm glad that this is what we're starting with. Again, the Cavalry versus the Phoenix Army.
Yeah.
Confirmed that the Phoenix Army will not be making it through the playoffs. We knew that much going into last week. But here today, as we build up to the playoffs, again, just in a couple of weeks, will the defending champions find that championship form?
That's right. This is the defending champions versus TNC Pro Team. Of course, TLPH have had their own share of ups and downs, especially in this latter part of the season, who seem to be trying to find that championship form that we all know and love. From all the way from Echo, all the way here to TLPH, we're looking forward to that one. And right now, of course, this is the champions in peril, the Cavalry's Retribution. These are their second half stats.
Yep, so they've played 5 games so far leading up to today, and it's getting better. Look at that, 80% game win rate, KDA on the rise as well. Dealt a little less damage, but you could chalk that up to the meta actually adjusting. And talking about the meta, talking about the champions' heart and what they're bringing in, they're not afraid to experiment. Again, Zyda is a key part to their success as well. Zyda's won his fair share, Carl TZ has won his fair share, and that makes him such a full package, such a great championship squad to look out for with their ups and downs.
And that's why there's a saying, right? Never underestimate the heart of a champion. And of course, Zyda stepping up was huge for TLPH when Carl TZ needed it the most. He got the dubs, and he gave him momentum. And maybe that momentum is something that TLPH can use and ride in this matchup.
And you see how their retribution is less about what their opponent does or who their opponent is. It doesn't matter because in their conflict, it's less about man versus man. It's more about man versus self. They have to figure out what's going on, how far we have to go, what do we have to do to be able to reach the peak of what it means to be the defending champions of MPL Philippines. This is, again, the strongest MLBB region in the world. If you're looking for the best of the best, you go to MPL Philippines, where even the defending champion suffers the way they did.
100%. 100%. The champions here are not safe from anything, from any danger, from any team. So far, at least for now, TLPH, you're right. I actually love that you brought that up. They don't really care who they're up against. A lot of times, you know what? Us in the panel, even the casters would say usually, who are they facing against? How is this team going to do against this guy? No, we're talking about TLPH here as their own, on their own, trying to find that groove. Even in their interviews, even when they go up on the stage, they rarely talk about their opponents.
Exactly.
They're usually focused on more on how they're developing overall through the season.
Yeah, it's more about the cavalry and the cavaliers
There
going
you
into
go.
the bout less than their opponents.
And of course, we have a bit of a message here from Innocent Cram. Let's see what they have to say.
Sa TNC, lalo na last game nyo, ibigay nyo lang lahat tapos enjoy nyo kasi ayun yung magiging momentum nyo sa susunod na season na lalaroin nyo pa. Kaya galingan nyo lang.
Laruin nyo lang, sabay enjoy nyo lang yung laro nang walang pressure para mabigay nyo yung laro nyo. Pakita nyo yung laro nyo na hindi nyo nagawa nung unang mga laro.
There you go. Of course, if you guys don't know who those are SRG. They're just MSC champs. Just refreshing. MSC champions right there. And again, former teammates of TNC trying to tell TNC, you know what, just play what you're known to play and give them your best.
Those two gentlemen knows what it's like to be down under.
Down under.
Not in Australia, but like down in the dumps, in the ruts, and then crawl out to eventually become world champions earlier this year in the EWC. So looking back, the first time that they met, it was a sweep in favor of Liquid, and it was Carl TZ variant.
That's right.
Got the MVPs on Sanji and Benny Cutie, and Raka, this was a very different metagame. This was a Roger metagame.
That was week 2. People were picking Roger first pick and trying to flex on gold and, of course, on the jungle. Again, it's a completely different beast right now, not to mention a completely different TNC. You know what they say, after TNC goes into this mode, in the later parts of the season, they are a completely different beast.
That's true in a figurative sense. But literally, Rockhart, it went full circle. This is the same squad that
Exact
played
same
yesterday.
squad.
It's the Heads, Escalera, Kozen, SDZYZ, and Hatred variant. After this week, if I'm not mistaken, they went to play with the Kaizen Lancy variant more often.
That's right.
And
So
then now here, this might actually be the answer.
I'm actually wondering, is this going to be the case? Is this going to be the... I didn't actually see them walk out. Are they getting into position? I didn't see them, but I'm not sure about the lineup. And I think, you know what? It works. Either way, it can work here for TNC, right? And they've made it work several times, at least for, in the mid to early to mid.
Work is a relative term.
It's a relative term. They didn't get the dub.
They got a few game wins.
They got game wins,
That's
exactly.
true, but a series win. This
Yes.
is their final match in Season 14. A win against the defending champions, a win against the M4 World Champions, a win against the Cavalry will go a long way towards TNC's rebuilding phase,
Yeah.
which already, by the way, has been a hot topic in the community for the past month.
That's right. So I think in the earlier message as well, we're talking about, you know what? Guys, this might be TNC's, this is the start. This is their actual start for next season.
Yeah.
Right? This feels like the perfect stepping off point for Season 14.
They've made moves to prepare for Season 15 about a month ago. Already, they've seen it coming, and I'm sure it's coming from a very good place. We're in the community asking, how would we rebuild TNC? How will we help TNC?
What do they do?
What should they change? It starts here. You see their play style changing. You see the main members changing, right? Assuming that we see the same TNC that played yesterday, it's going to be Heads and, rather, Hatred and SDZYZ. Heads is there too, for sure. But regardless, against Liquid, who by the way, is still in the running for second. They can still make it to the upper bracket if they play their cards right.
There are actually like 3 teams trying to gun for upper bracket right now, I believe. And it is just starting to get locked in. I think we'll know later on, especially right now, especially with the standings.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it in a bit. But for now, guys, we got some stuff for you. Big surprises. You know, you can never be too early. You know, my granddaddy used to say. So go ahead and check out the M6 World Championship tickets going on sale starting October 5, which is today, until 7. So you get 20% off on tickets and exclusive 20% off discount on merch starting for M6 pre-orders. So if you have any plans of going to Malaysia, you want to get those swag, you do it now.
Much like how TNC has already started doing their adjustments, their moves to be better next season, you can also prepare for the pilgrimage to M6, to Malaysia. That's where it all started, M1. How amazing would it be if you got your early bird right now?
And you're going to be part of history because the M6 returns, M-Series returns to Malaysia again. For the meantime, though, in this match, who do you think is coming out on top here? Are you a TLPH Fnatic?
Okay.
I said that in a weird way. Or are you a TNC Army?
That's a different team.
You're a TNC fan or a TNC Army? TLPH, let us know. We're going to predict, for this one, I'm going to predict TLPH.
I said Liquid. You know what? I feel like a hypocrite saying, oh, TNC should do this, TNC should do this to rebuild, help, da 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 da. But in the forecast, I said Liquid.
Yeah.
It sucks that TNC did not, well, according to the predictions and according to the vibe check, couldn't win in Season 14, not a single series. But it's Liquid, brother. It's Liquid.
It's so... That's actual sound. I was actually the sound guy.
Yeah. If you let it go home, if you let it go, he goes. He actually laughs.
That's you. So the first part was me. Second part was you. So I don't know. Do you have the recall already? Please flex it right now. Are you flexing it?
Do it.
You're doing it? All right. Send it to me on TikTok. Send it to Leo on TikTok, and we'll do it too.
What? We will?
No, we won't. We're working here. Right now, obviously, we want to know what you guys' thoughts are. Why you think TLPH is going to win. Why you think TNC might go with a blaze of glory.
They could, though.
In this series.
They really could. Suddenly, because okay, let me show you the other side of the coin. Liquid has their down days. Liquid has their down days. So TNC, the Phoenix Army, could put them to a boil. Fire.
Fire.
Fire, fire. It's time to fire up.
And if it boils, it'll start to rain because the steam will rise up.
It's time to win.
It's time to win. It's time to fire up.
It's time to fire it up.
As whoever, a wise man once said, right? A wise man once said. So either way, we're going to see who's playing here today. And again, TLPH, Heart of the Champion, and of course, Path to Retribution here for TNC Pro Team. They're walking up on stage right now. Let's see.
First up, our marshals to officiate this match. Sent, Pat, Jeff, and Chico. First up, the reigning champions of MPL Philippines are looking to secure their dubs in the remaining matches for the regular season. This is their debut in Retribution Rumble Weekend. It's Team Liquid Philippines. And their opponents, making their way on stage, rising up for their final match of Season 14. This is their moment to end the season in a fiery blaze of glory. Let's fire up for TNC Pro Team! And their coaches, Team Liquid Philippines, Coach CJ. And TNC Pro Team's Coach Poof!
It's time for the face-off. JP Escalera, step forward. Escalera, paano ka makakabawi kontra sa Team Liquid? Ano ang palag mo?
Papakitaan namin kayo ng grabe.
Ikaw naman, JP, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang katapat mo? Ano ang palag mo?
Hindi sila makakaisa sa amin.
Palag kung palag. Fist bump. It's the Phoenix versus the Cavalry. Will one ride their way to victory? Or will the other rise up? Break it down for us. Panel, paso.
A very confident-sounding Escalera coming in on the stage. Against, of course, none other than JP himself. A very fiery-looking Team Liquid PH.
It's refreshing to hear Escalera, given, you know, what happened to them in Season 14, and every day, every match, he's able to step up and put his chin up and say, you know what, guys, we're going to give our best. We're going to do it, and to step up against JP. JP is a multi-time MPL champion, a world champion, whom he also won in the MDL. How do you do that? Right? you got to have some sort of fire underneath you to be able to do that. That's Escalera, Foria, hats off.
The JP World Tour, by the way. And by the way, but on the other side, talking about fire, they know how to play with it. It's TNC Pro Team. And I'm thinking, you know what? All bets are off for TNC Pro Team right now. Who knows what they can bring out?
I'm actually excited to see how far the SD and Hatred variant has gone, given how suddenly, all right, I don't know if you agree with me, folks watching at home, you can look at the stats. The aggression that TNC shows with the Kaizen and Lancy variant, it took a backseat to the more methodical jungling and rotations that the SD Hatred combo does, right? Look at this. Still their KP close to it, but not to the level of Liquid, because Liquid is also pretty aggressive, right? Let's just not skirt around the fact. But something tells me maybe a little more controlled aggression, maybe a little more discipline goes a long way against the, formerly Echo Express.
Then again, this is a team that has been playing for a long time. Maybe they just need that experience to ride onto that, because the stats are kind of getting there, and TLPH are still definitely far ahead. And you know what? Who knows what one more season can do for TNC Pro Team, especially these players, and especially this variant I'm talking about here. We got Hatred and SDZYZ. I feel like SDZYZ just needs to kind of just get out of the shell, you know? I feel like he has been just warming up back in MPL PH, and you know what? Who knows what's going to happen here. Infinix keys to victory, though, for TLPH. Charge! Up momentum for the rematch of the Titans.
We're focused on talking about their matchup against TNC. That's what they're facing off against today. But tomorrow, it's the Grand Finals rematch from Season 13. So Liquid can definitely use this match to perfect and polish their style against their upcoming opponents. And for TNC, listen to Kramen, Innocent. That's how it should be. They know what's up. They've been there. And lastly, these two teams, maybe they can leverage the metagame.
That's right.
SD, Carl, hey, you know what? I'll say it now. They're cut from the same cloth. They're very instinctual players. They're very high game IQ, very, let's be honest. Like, mechanically speaking, they've done great things. But we've seen crazier things from other athletes.
That's right.
But when you say innovation, when you say longevity, Carl, TZ, and SD, they're on the same path, in my eyes, in my opinion.
Of course. And you would know for SD, you worked with the guy for a while. So I feel like SD, I've been waiting for him all season long to really tear it up, because it's his meta technically as well.
Yeah, it's a controlled assassin meta. Sure, if you're ridiculous with your mechanics, with your Fanny, with your Haya, with your Ling, you could do great things. But if you know the game inside and out and you have an understanding alongside your teammates, you can really take it to the next level. That's what Carl TZ brings to the table as well.
And you know both these jungles have that in spades. Let's see if that's going to reflect here as we head into the draft for game number 1.
All right.
So yesterday we got some pretty spicy picks. Fanny first picks for days here.
Oh, yeah.
And, FNOP tore that game up. Literally one-shot combo to Grok. That's King Kong for you.
Even broke a record. Even made the fastest game even faster.
9:51.
Yep.
Woo. Let's see if that can happen here as well. Again, both of these players no slouches as well in terms of assassinations. But we're talking about, if we're talking about the head-to-head, we're talking about the jungle, the roam. We gotta watch out for these picks. Hayabusa probably gonna make an appearance here today for either one of them.
Still left open. Nolan as well. Nolan still one of the top, actually take that back, the top jungler of Season 14 based on the stats so far. And there's the Khalid. I'd say if you're not willing to play a Yuzhong, you're not willing to play, well, the Phoveus is already out.
Yeah.
You're not willing to play like a Cho. If the Cho is not in the books, just best believe you ban out the Khalid. Now TLPH, I'd say they pick up the Edith here.
Yeah, actually Edith is a great pick here.
Edith's very good.
Great for great for JP rather.
Yep, you force Hatred to play with Valentina. Like,
Yeah.
do or die right here, right now.
And right now, because of that, you can kind of just control the tempo and how or where they move. But then again, TLPH are not always that. They're the
Or
last
Julian.
team, I think, for first pick jungle.
Yeah.
Other teams are more prevalent on first pick jungle, more on.
What?
There you go.
All right. See, this is
That's
what we're
fun.
talking about, the metagame evolving and adjusting so
Yeah.
quickly. This is more a flex and just a power pick. Like, Lions just get broken because of the potential for a Gatot to just jump you. So with that said, the aforementioned Julian, the aforementioned Edith are still out there. One or the other should show up here. There she is.
There she is.
The hunter of
Great
all
for
the
the
evil
great flex. XP and roam still super powerful, and I believe the win rate should be super stellar. Most likely 80 to 90% here. I don't have a laptop, so I can't check. But around there, thereabouts, 80% is more likely. And there's a Hayabusa
So this is a Carl TZ special.
with a smile.
Yeah. Good chunk of players will actually say, when I say Julian, who do you think? Carl TZ.
Of course.
A lot of folks will come to think of the GOAT here. One more pickup here. Looking at the Zask, still open for Sanji, who celebrated his birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy
Instead,
birthday.
it's the Valentina, of course.
Of course.
There's an Edith, you take it, and then the Harith.
It feels so. This feels so automatic, right? These are such instant responses to each other.
And that's what's so amazing about this current metagame, Carl. The fact that it feels wide open. I'm going to use that word very specifically. It feels wide open with, what is that, a record 76 heroes used so far. 76 heroes used up until tonight, till today, with Sicilian being the last debut hero. It feels open. That's why, you know, these Harrods, these Julians, these Hayabusas come through.
Sicilian was insane yesterday, by the way. The mid lane, I think, definitely wide open. You can't really ban out much, except for maybe the global presence of Aloyi. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So those are the things that you really want to ban out. Everyone else, open for the taking.
Oh, yeah.
Most likely might be forced into an Aurora here.
Or a Vex.
For TNC. Or yes, or a Vexana.
But it looks like TNC is attacking the gold lane, taking away Benny Picks. Carry!
Or take away maybe...
There she is.
There he goes. Or maybe take away a page from Fuse Book. Maybe get the Nun.
All right.
I wouldn't laugh at it.
They're attacking the mid lane still, so
Yeah.
it's clear the direction. We don't know where this Edith is going, by the way. That's creative. That's creative.
That's very creative.
All right.
The power of friendship can really do miracles.
And technology.
And technology, of course.
All right. Happy birthday, by the way. Is that
Happy birthday to Addy.
Happy birthday, Addy.
There you go.
All right, there's a Vexana.
There's a Vex.
As mentioned.
Is that Kaja? Whoa, all
Wow,
right.
some old school pickups. Benny Cutie bringing back the 1-1. What is this, his third game?
Yes, third game on the 1-1.
All right, and of course,
Pretty good
Daddy
win rate.
JP's specialty
100%.
Kaja. I'm liking it. There's a good amount of pickoff, good amount of CC, AoE, and good damage profile for Liquid.
And in a way to actually catch that pesky Hayabusa.
And Aerith.
It's a very old school answer, to be honest. That's what we used to do back in Season 2, Season 3. There's a Hayabusa, you tie that guy down.
Kaja was around then?
Maybe.
These facts, they just
It's
just
not
blur.
Season 2 to 3, it's 4 to 5.
They just blur. All right.
Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments.
Well, he was there, but I was there too, but we wouldn't remember.
We mix up a lot.
All right, one more pickup here could be the EXP. Terizla's open.
Oh,
and
it's a high loss. All right.
How crazy is that, Rockhard? That at this point in the metagame, Hylos used to show up first, and then I was just like, yeah, whatever, let's close up the draft with it. Like,
Yeah.
last pick, Hylos.
Not even a thing. You know, like as you say, forget about it.
Forget about it.
At the very end. But you know what? It's a great way to close. It's a great way to actually make an entry and to stop your opponents, especially if they're melee like Julian.
Yeah, well, which makes a lot of sense because the high loss definitely makes the dive comp nature of Liquid's draft all the more harder to execute. That's why their lineup rating is much higher, their counter index much higher, despite how we like the execution on Liquid's side. Given that, again, Liquid, it's so easy, just 1-2, 1-2.
That's right. Speaking of 1-2, we got two beautiful gentlemen walking up here.
Woo!
This is Naisu and Ina.
Jose and Jose.
Jose.
Two beautiful gentlemen indeed. It's Jose and Jose. It's Naisu and Ingon here on the English desk. And we're here to bring you the action. It's game number one, the first series of our triple header. And you know what?
What?
I gotta agree, man. I gotta agree with our panel there. I love the way the meta has shifted. I would have never thought we'd be knee-deep into the season, nearly towards the end, and Ganacontra gets picked up. First pick, Hylos is last.
Yeah, you know, just yesterday alone, we have recorded 76 unique heroes used. Because of that, I forgot which pick was that, but it was 76 yesterday. And again, I just like to clarify, I'm Jose number 1, Jose number 1, Naisu's number 2.
I'll have to correct you on that because I was born before you, so,
okay, fine.
You know, at that point,
seniority.
math checks out, right? Okay. So going into the matchup here and the roles specifically with this whole thing, the fact is, yes, Benny Cutie happens to be, is he the only one that plays the 1-1 right now?
I think so. 2 times already been picked up.
Oh.
Here comes TNC drawing the first blood onto JP with an aggressive start coming in from SDZYZ. So, okay, TNC right now has good momentum despite them not winning any series yet.
Yeah.
4 out of their last series have been game 3s. They've extended it to 3 games. So it's not impossible. It's highly probable that this series would likely reach game number 3.
Well, hopefully it can, because again, what really needs to be looked at here is for TNC, you know, if they can get to a point where they get a victory against a team like TLPH, who, mind you, last season's champions. Yes, they've kind of had their own struggles this season alone, but TNC can go ahead and close out the season with their last games here, really just on a high note, hopefully, you know, and for TLPH, again, it's the same thing where you have these teams all fighting for those spots within the bracketing of the playoffs. Like, again, they're already secure for the playoffs, so it's all coming down to, those teams fighting for the best opportunity when it comes to the playoffs here. Right now, though, Turtle's going to be up first one of the game, and TLPH looks like they might just go for it.
Okay, this is what the panel was saying, that the really aggressive junglers will go for the Turtle early on as SDZYZ steals that away from TLPH. And going back to your point, Nice, okay, given the situation for both of these teams, TNC being their last game and for TLPH still eyeing for that second upper bracket spot, who do you think has more pressure right now? Is it TLPH or TNC? For me, it's TLPH.
TLPH for sure. I mean, TNC can more so just be on the whims of, yeah, we don't have anything to lose. Let's just go ahead and play our best without any of that pressure, really. And I would almost think that even TLPH, SD. Whoa!
Look at SDZYZ! Man, the damage of the Hayabusa early on, 2-0. As Escalera commits already, the Earth Shatter Flicker combination might be able to get bursted down here, but Carl TZ, one more outplay, but Hatred stays alive as Heads brings him down.
Wow, okay, and they're playing here too.
Okay, here comes the aggression of the Phoenix Army again with a Zaman Force plus a beautiful pickup once again from Escalera. And just like that, Escalera playing out of his mind right now.
He's got nothing to lose.
The no pressure Phoenix Army. This is the buff. This is what you want. Again, though, there's still certain pressure for TNC because just like what Innocent said, his message for his former team is that this is a huge game for them to have momentum coming into Season 15. So that's what TNC is looking forward to right now. A complete, restart early. It's good to restart towards the end of the season compared to the start of the season coming into Season 15.
The way I always look at it is, we're still quite a ways from Season 15, so there's still a lot of time and a lot of things can happen there. So really it's just, go out with a bang. Get that win if you can. SD again.
Just look at SDZYZ. Really aggressive right now.
So Escalera, I mean, any of these guys too, they just play their best game and hope for the best here. Now really for the fight for the second turtle, they're starting it up.
Just look at Heads zoning out 4 members with a glorious pathway along with Escalera. SDZYZ, he doesn't have his ultimate though, but the AOG coming in from Sanford will be casted as they try to regroup and get this turtle away from the Phoenix army. Here comes the Primal Wrath from Escalera working on Sanford, coming into stuns. Look at Carl TZ with enhanced chains, plus the crossbow of Tank coming in from Benny Cutie, shutting down Heads and Escalera.
And that's exactly why Leo mentioned, when you say Julian, a lot of people think of the GOAT Carl TZ here. It is one of the heroes that he loves to play, and you just, every single time, you see the amount of damage the Julian can pop out, especially early on. He also picks up the wings here. So objective and a whole lot taken there for TLPH, but TNC will still hold on to a little bit of lead that they have, and still they can actually control this portion of the game. Now that has been the story of TNC, and that's why I'm saying, you know, if you're looking at one of your last games for the regular season and you know you're not going to the playoffs, then just showcase your skills as they try to make a play down here.
Okay, Escalera trying to work on Sanford. Here comes the onward. So the Salmon Force coming in from Coast, and Sanford has to pop his AOG to escape, but look at Carl TZ goes in right after Escalera. He's not going to continue it though, and a huge escape from Sanford.
Okay, you're able to disengage. Great Avatar of the Guardian out of there to stay alive, of course, from Sanford. And that's the thing. Like I was saying, TNC is known for this early game power, the way they like to build momentum and play off of it. It's always just going back to the fact is, you know, you get to this point, have you refined that version of the transition from early to mid to late? That's where I think all the fans of TNC really want to be able to witness, you know, that they have just this solid game as a whole, because they've obviously got the early game down. Oh, Heads.
Here comes the hunt coming in from the cavalry, looking at the stuns, though, and it looks like Heads has to use the glorious pathway to walk away, but Benny Cutie catches him with 1 kill there, and just like that, they're trimming down the lead of TNC, but TNC, though, on the other hand, was able to take a turret up top.
Yeah, they got to push at least up top. It looks like, you know, they're aiming here even in mid lane. They want to be able to claim this last turtle of the game, the third one here, as it's 1-for-1 for objectives. So, but with this lineup, like, we have seen this so often, Ingon, where, you know, even the Edith in the beginning of the regular season was such a hot pick just because of the fact that you can find so many setup potentials, you know, for the team, whether you had Flicker or not. But they're actually just forced off the turtle right now as they wait for SD to go ahead and grab his orange buff and get in position here.
Yeah, can I just commend Hatred? Hatred has been doing a phenomenal job with his Curse Blast, crowd control, always catching 3 from TLPH. And as TNC starts things off with the turtle, your Sanford trying to survey the scene. Hunts Heads.
Oh,
here comes JP with a flicker and Divine Judgment, but they want to counter out AOG onto the backline. They're going to catch someone. Escalera has to walk away. Casts his Primal Wrath as well. JP and Carl TZ are low, but look at Benny Cutie with the crossbow attack onto Heads, and Kozin. Still no casualty yet except for Sanford, and this might be the opening TNC is looking for.
Sanford went deep. He went in with the Avatar of the Guardian, get caught off a little bit, but ultimately they're still taking this turtle.
Look at this. Just Heads popping his Revitalize, unbothered by the damage. Here comes SDCYZ with a weaky shadow kill up against 3, and it's gonna bring down Sanji. Happy birthday to you, and Kozin goes in with his Salmon Force to finish off Carl TZ as well. And this is the scariest version of TNC. Again, no pressure, dominating the early game up against the reigning champions of MPL. Man, if they continue this, they could win the series. Unfortunately, it's their last series.
Yeah, you know, the way you have to look at it, like I said, is just showcasing their skills at this point, even because we've seen so many versions of even TNC throughout the course of the season. And, you know, they talked a little bit about the panel, how, you know, you've seen a more aggressive TNC, you've seen a more calculated TNC, but nonetheless, I would say, and maybe you agree with this as well, is TNC in general, their playstyle has been pretty aggressive. Like, they are a team that likes to take those risks, and, you know, sometimes, more often than not, it ends up falling out of their hands towards the later portion of the game, and that's where we're getting. You know, we're getting to that point where the Lord's going to be up here in about a minute, and they have a healthy lead. They're getting these turrets down across the map. They've got now the 2 down. They should have space to work around with. And even the way they played against the previous JP setup with the Divine Judgment from the Kaja, as long as they're pushing and pulling correctly in terms of the team fight, then that's fine. But look at this Escalera too. Once again, a lot of the times with the conceal off of heads.
Beautiful cast of the Glorious Pathway to cut off the exit plan of TLPH, but TNC though.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the counter-attack.
Fire
AOG
back.
gonna connect onto 3 plus the Glorious Pathway coming in from Sanji. They're firing back onto heads. Heads might fall down in the hands of Benny Cutie. Puts the crossbow of Tang onto Escalera though. Look at Benny Cutie, 1v1 onto Kozin, but Kozin gets a final blow to bring down Benny Cutie, handing him his first death. Now SDZYZ isn't done with the young goat. 1v1, here comes Hatred though, but a quad shadow out for SDZYZ. And TNC is gonna pick up 3 kills.
Good pickups there from TNC, and perfect timing in leading into the first Lord. So now once again, with a great lead that they have, they should be able to go ahead and convert some of this. Possibly the objective as well as they make their way after the reset. But TLPH will do what they can. You know, Sanji's nearly up as well. They might just try to delay this. JP doesn't have the Divine Judgment or the Flicker just yet, but they're trying to get a position.
Okay, Heads goes in for the Glorious Pathway, tries to zone. JP's gonna get bursted down by SDZYZ. A 6-0 to KDA for this Hayabusa as they get an uncontested Lord.
Yeah, SD at this point. I mean, how many times, man, have we seen a Hayabusa picked up and then just snowball out of control?
A lot of times. Too many
times.
to count.
Quite a few times, Escalera.
Oh, Escalera again with the onboard. Sanford, though, is going to evade that as they try to work on the mid lane turret. And TNC just really establishing a huge gold lead here, 5K. And looking at the items of SDZYZ, pure penetration. He has the Malefic Roar already. I believe he also has the Hunter Strike. Got to build up that Blade of Despair. And you're not going to wonder why the damage of SDZYZ is always enough. He might be even able to burst down JP here. He's not going to commit it, though.
He's not going to risk it. Even with the lead that he has and the snowball that he has, man, he's like, you know what? Not worth it yet. We still have the Lord making its way up top. Teams following through. You can see, you know, like you mentioned, he's got Hunter Strike. He had the Sea Halberd as well.
Malefic Roar,
He's got Malefic Roar. And he's that seems to be plenty already. So even when he picks up the next items, he's going to do a lot more. Now, TLPH, if they're able to shut TNC down, even if it's just SD, then that's going to be a lot of gold in the right hands here.
Okay, we might see another 1v1 jungle action down bottom as Carl TC tries to delay the minions onto the bottom lane. Okay, here comes SDZYZ. Okay, they're going to sandwich Carl TZ. Escalera still has his onward shatter, but manages to escape. Catches Carl TZ once again, paired up with the Glorious Pathway coming in from Heads as they bring down the young goat, and all the holy shields of TLPH will be popped. Looking at the Wiki Shadow Kill coming in from SDZYZ, forcing Sanji to use a Primal Wrath and the Revitalize from Sanford. And would you say that was a win for TNC with that push?
Yeah, I mean, they got the tier 2s down. They got the Holy Shields as well. They haven't gotten any base turrets just yet, but they still could push in. Escalera can seal again.
No, at this point, even if JP manages to pull someone there, but a beautiful taunt coming in from Sanford. Here comes the counter-attack once again, forcing out Heads with the Glorious Pathway. They tried to go for an inhibitor. Oh, wait, the counter-attack of the Cavalry. Sets their eyes on Kozin, but flickers out as well. 2 flickers have been expended. That was an initiation wasted. Here comes the AOG counter, though, coming in from Sanford. Benecuti managing to free hit every single member of TNC as they shut down Kozin in exchange for Sanford. Benecuti casts the crossbow of Tang, but a Winter Crown Blade coming in from Hess plus the Revitalize. He still will fall down, though. A 3-for-2 trade, and as SDZYZ goes in with the Awigi Shadow Kill. Might be too deep, but Sanji still remains alive.
I'm surprised Sanji was able to survive that. I was looking to see if he'd get taken off, and that's the thing. SD, like we said, he's got the items, he's got the damage, but given the whole fact that TLPH is actually down 6,000 gold, I'm surprised they had that good of a fight against TNC. And, you know, part of it, too, I know we're going to take a look here at the replay brought to us by Infinix. Look at this. AOG in, gets a taunt off of the Unbreakable. SD still there. Carl TZ goes in the backside, gets a couple shots off. But the whole time, too, Sanji and Benecuti, for the most part, are fine. The winner's crown also mitigated some of that damage from the crossbow of Tang, but now the fight for the Lord.
Okay, here comes the catch onto Sanford. They're going to try to burst him down, but it looks like Sanford is going to fall down. Actually, for Escalera, again, Benecuti with the crossbow attack onto Heads. SDZYZ, though, onto JP. As they try to walk away with the conceal, Carl TZ manages to escape. That's going to be a 2-for-1 trade again. TNC wins that clash.
Oh, man, they are winning these fights, but they're still kind of not sure if they want to take the Lord. They want to put pressure on the team fight even further. Even though there's 2 members down at TLPH, TNC still won't pull the go yet. they still have to respect the fact that even with this lineup, TLPH could get a potential pickoff. And if Benny Cutie has a good crossbow of Tang that isn't stopped or, you know, mitigated with a winner's crown or what have you, then a fight could turn, but they're going to go for this Lord here.
Okay, 2 junglers are active here as Sanji also is going to enter the scene. It's going to be a 5-on-5 for the second Lord. Okay, JP needs to get a good catch here to activate Benny Cutie's crossbow of Tang and set up a play for TLPH.
That's what they got to do, but it's going to go for a reset for now. Like I said, TNC will go ahead and play this in a more passive way. Again, even if you have a lead, you still have to look at what's across from you, what defensives are there, what items do they have. We know some Winter Crowns and Immortalities were also picked up in exchange, and even more, some of the defensive items here. As hard as it's been to get to SDZYZ, if he just picks someone off, and he just picks up a Blade of Hepsies now too, so the pickoff potential and the damage that we've seen so far from this point is now even further towards that. Look at the damage dealt. Even looking at this before he had that Blade of Hepsies. Like, SD is that guy. He's the damage guy, so it's almost a double-edged sword, obviously, right? You don't want to get blasted either, because if SD's taken out of there, you'll lose a huge damage profile. Here's the conceal, though.
Okay, here comes the charge and the catch on to the young goat. They're going to bring that call easy once again. Escalera pops his Primal Wrath, but Sanji has his own as well. Sanford goes in for the thought onto Escalera. A counterattack might ensue here for TLPH as JP uses the conceal. They're going to try and get a pick off, but Hatred manages to stop that clash as Sanford goes in for the AOG onto the backline. Revitalized coming in from Heads. Benny Cutie managing to have stacks onto Heads, but still not popping the crossbow of Tang as they bring down Sanford. And this is finally the opening for TNC to get the Lord.
Hey, man, that's what we were talking about. Damage profile is insane if they get the catch. TNC does that. They get the objective off of that. And it looked like, you know, there was a little bit of fight from TLPH, but unfortunately, they didn't find those connections. I mean, even JP, when he flickered forward to get that pickoff, who was he going to grab? Escalera or Heads? They were up on the front side. But then it forces an Avatar of the Guardian from Sanford, and then it kind of got to a point where Benny Cutie, TLPH's biggest damage at this point, couldn't pop off the way he wanted to with the crossbow of Tang.
Yeah, again, I'd like to commend what Hatred did, foiling the plan once again of JP. I believe he used the cursed blast. I know, not the cursed blast, the deathly grasp to stop JP from using the Divine Judgment. It did connect to Escalera, but he wasn't able to dash out and serve it up to Benny Cutie because of that deathly grasp. So huge play from TNC. And I do love to commend the whole team of the Phoenix Army, because this time it looks like they're really decisive with how they play. Escalera again goes in with a conceal, plus Heads coming in with a glorious pathway. The Lord marching in the middle lane as Kozin drops the inhibitor turret down bottom. It's going to be a huge defense needed coming in from TLPH.
Okay, right now they're still going to deal with the Lord, holding it together. Sanji going to use that Primal Wrath that he took as well from Escalera. So right now they're just going to clear the waves, hold on to what they can. They're going to lose all base turrets though. So TNC now making the choice. Do they want to push this one in? Do they want to force a fight?
Okay, they have minions coming, approaching onto the top lane. Sanji though, here comes Heads with a glorious pathway as well as Escalera. SDCYZ goes in. Primal Wrath coming in from Escalera. They might be able to bring down Sanford, but Sanford remains alive. And TLPH, although they lost all their inhibitor turrets, the game's still not over. All 5 members are still alive.
They're all still alive. TNC now. Hey, when I said it earlier in the game, man, I was like, you know, TNC's known for having that early game. They're controlling there. They've done a pretty good job from the mid to late now. And they're in a position, you know, almost at that 20-minute mark where it looks like they're going to wait for the next Lord to come up, right? Because I'm not sure if TLPH will even give them the opportunity to, you know, get a pick off or something. Now, we might see TLPH take a Hail Mary play, and a Hail Mary play with this lineup is literally JP. Like, it's all on JP.
Or Sanford. Literally a Hail Mary throw with the AOG.
You know, Sanford could be the one, but it's so much better if you use the Avatar of the Guardian after the fact that there's already chaos breaking out. Because, I mean, we've all been there. You see a Gatot flying in, you're dodging out of it, you know?
It's easy to dodge. I do agree. It's easy to dodge out the AOG compared to a Flicker Divine Judgment that you could literally serve up to Benny to activate the crossbow of Tang. But again, the Winter Crowns will play a huge effect here for TNC. If ever it locks onto someone who has that Winter Crown, the damage output of TLPH will already be mitigated. But again, you still can't discredit the heart of a champion. I mean, this team swept Falcons AP Brand in the Grand Finals last season. If someone can come back from this deficit, it could be TLPH.
Even down this much gold at this point. We already saw the preview of the items. Everybody pretty much locked in. A couple item swaps happening, but immortality's on both sides. Wind of Nature's too, so this still can play out into a full team fight. Where given how things have gone, TLPH, you can't just assume they're going to lose a full-on fight. Now, again, Escalera can be the one to start things up. Heads has been the forefront a lot of the times for TNC, but at it all, TNC still has to respect how they approach the Lord fight. We've seen games flip on its head very quickly, right? Just even at this point, when you get to these later Lords, and even though you have your base turrets down, that's part of the fact where, yeah, we just got to manage these waves, make sure we're not getting pushed in too much. And hey, we've seen it from TLPH before, but there's the conceal. Going to force JP out. They're going to commit.
They're going to commit also the Glorious Pathway, but again, a beautiful stun coming in from Carl TZ. Sanji goes in, cast his Primal Wrath, but here comes Hatred trying to zone out the members of TLPH. AOG going to connect onto 4, but they're going to bring down Carl TZ. Here comes the damage output of TLPH. Benny Cutie trying to work on heads with a Revitalize as Sanford falls down. Sanji as well. JP's immortality will be popped. He's going to fall down eventually. It's just Benny Cutie left against 5 and a wipeout for the Phoenix Army and a maniac for Kozen.
They decided, you know what, let's just go for it, but that's going to be the game as TNC will take game number 1, and Kozen gets a maniac on the hair there. One last Hail Mary from TLPH won't be enough. Game 1 for TNC.
I believe the second maniac, Kozen, earlier on he did have with a Melissa. I remember that full barrage setup, and this time with a Harris against TLPH.
Again, great game there for TNC. Let's see what our panel has to say about this one. Guys, take it away.
That is the TNC you kind of expect walking into the season. Guns a-blazing, mechanics all day long.
Yep, the numbers don't lie. That's what the draft said. And execution-wise, yeah, sure, the 1-2 step that Liquid walked in with, the Divine Judgment, the AOG, all that. Again, it's the fact that it's a 1-2. You have to get that second part in. For TNC, as soon as they had a stranglehold, it's over. And they really did not slip up. Not a single phase of the game, it seemed like there was a question. It was TNC all the way. Despite it taking about 20 minutes, it was still a Phoenix game.
Yeah, despite, as the kids say these days, it's Jover.
It's Jover.
It's Jover. And with SD in the helm of the Hayabusa.
He didn't die!
He did not die. And again, we talked about it. Despite having a lineup that is supposed to kind of counter the Hayabusa, flying around in the Wan-Wan, you got the Divine Judgment, still came out unscathed, brother.
Is this not what we were talking about? Again, these two junglers, I'd say one of a kind. I'd say 1 in a million to find a player with a mechanical combination of giftedness and IQ and just understanding like SDZYZ. I mean, long shot as it is to compare him to Carl TZ, but he showed Carl TZ he belonged in the same role on the same map as he did. Check it out. The fact that you're right, again, you have all of the equipment, all of the kit to dodge the quad shadow, and you couldn't.
That's right. Bro, you're on the same map as Carl TZ. You're on the same map, opposite jungle, you didn't die. That's already statement enough, right? And I think, obviously, it was kind of lacking in some scenarios here for TLPH. Lots of times, it was just a proactivity of TNC that's catching him off guard, like that one right there that you saw. I don't think they expected that to happen right there and then.
It's at this moment, I'd say, 11, 12 minutes in, wherein, you remember the Liquid of old, when they were known as Liquid Echo in the playoffs of Season 13, when Carl TZ would haphazardly, wonton, willingly, just throw himself at his opponents. He was then a Baksha. Sometimes a Fredrin, sometimes a Julian then, and they would still win. They would figure it out. But here, we talked about this prior to the match starting, how Liquid has their off days. It seems here, maybe it's more of just, it's easy to compare because TNC is super clean, super polished. But Liquid, I don't know if you agree with me, man, folks watching at home, it seemed like they were waiting for the 1-2. They were always waiting for the 1-2.
And it never came. It's like waiting for like a fruit to fall from a tree that never really came.
Exactly.
You gotta knock it, then you gotta open your mouth.
I don't think that works. You'll break your teeth if you do that. But yeah, no.
and catch the falling fruit.
Good
Anyway,
comparison, though.
Great
Good
comparison,
because this is the equivalent of getting their teeth caved in.
They did.
A 7-24 against a team that has not won a single series all season long, and they've worked up to this. Again, you never really lose unless you learn, and TNC showed us what they learned.
They probably learned a lot this season. Just coming in from so many variations, so many opponents. Again, always barely missing the mark. They got a lot of 1-2s, to be honest, right?
Yeah.
In their series wins or series losses. And this time around, they came out on top in a pretty decisive fashion against the champs.
Yep. Highlight stats, all of them. GPM, this is humbling, right? This is average, 740. But you really had to watch the game to see what SD did. Damage dealt, damage taken. Again, heads, hands down, did amazing work. I think his high loss was one of the reasons why the dive-heavy comp of Liquid could not really do its thing.
That's right. Heads is like the guy that balances everything. If Heads falls, that's everything falling for TNC. It's gonna like a domino effect, right? But Heads didn't fall. There were so many times that he almost did, but he held on. That's how the rest of TNC, like, players like SDCYZ, players like Kozen, could do their jobs.
And he wasn't actually just there to be part of the fights. As you saw, his kill participation was just at 50%. As a linchpin, as an anchor XP lane player, you expect it to be much higher. Stats-wise, if you look at all of Season 14, it has to be higher. But the way Heads plays, again, even from week 1, they don't have any XP subs, so he's been there since the dawn of Season 14.
Yeah.
His playstyle is so versatile. Look at this. His damage taken. You're right, Rockhart. Even when he just almost dies, or even when he actually just exits the fight, he's already done his job.
That's right. He's already created a zone, a safe space for his teammates to actually steamroll the opposition. This time around, it wasn't just straight up fighting. It was a steamroll in a lot of these scenarios where everyone would just jump in on one guy.
Which is almost as important as winning the fight. You deny your opponents their fight. So you block them out of what they want to do, and that already makes the 1-2 approach from Liquid all the more difficult. I'm looking at Heads, like trading a majority of his health for stopping JP, stopping Sanford, stopping Sanji. That's 3 out of 5 already, even if you die, which he rarely did. Even if you died, you're winning you're winning the fight for your team. So
right.
Again, hats off to Heads, hats off to TNC. This is amazing. Kozen did great. Now, let's talk about it. The elephant in the room, should I say the horse in the room?
The horse in the room.
What does Liquid do here? What did the Cavalry do wrong? Because I would argue that there was just maybe 1 or 2 things they could fix.
What? Like,
number 1.
Can you point one out? The biggest one.
They relied on the 1-2, the reactive plays, a little too much. The fact that maybe, sure, you have the Valentina over the Edith, you have the Kaja against the Haya, you have the 1-1 against the Haya. That's good. But those half wins did not lead up to the big picture. So
yeah.
I'm guessing, step on the clutch. I don't know if it takes Coach CJ or Coach Cyrus' directive to do that. Be more proactive. Don't think about how you can stop your opponent or how you can counter your opponent. Like, draft-wise, start off, pedal to the metal.
Straight up do your thing. I think that's exactly what it is. The one-man dud did seem a bit reactive, and it's a great pick against really strong pick-off assassins like the Hayabusa. But then again, you kind of have to wonder, how's the team fight going to look like? The biggest thing that I noticed there was TNC was grouping up a lot. Your 1-1 was single target.
Yep. She couldn't hit multiple things.
The biggest AoE they have, Gatotkacha, AOG,
Sanji,
and the Julian bomb.
And Sanji and Carl have to put themselves in danger.
They're so close up, and they're walking on like the
glorious pathway.
The glorious pathway. It's such a bad scenario for them, to be honest.
The floor is lava.
Floor is literally lava because it's red on in their side.
With that said, I think the idea is to draft in a way, or to enter Game 2 in a way wherein you don't have to think of the 1-2. There is no prerequisite. There's no what if. So find a way to draft your way into a Claude. Find your way.
That's what's been working for them.
Yeah, a Claude,
Right.
the carry got banned out.
Yeah.
Beatrix, find a way to get that in. The Kaja is good.
It's good.
I like the Kaja.
Yeah.
Maybe not Kaja with 1-1.
There you go. Kaja with a different guy.
Gal.
The Natan maybe could have worked better. People, that's pretty AoE, so something like that. Anyway, either way, TNC doing a marvelous job. You know what? They're always on point on the draft. This time around, their execution was pretty flawless, and they knew their opponents well. I think in this one, the experience that we're talking about earlier for SDZYZ, that's almost at par with Carl TZ. We saw that. And actually, SDZYZ one-upped that one.
Yeah, just to
Today.
clear things, we're not saying SDZYZ equals Carl TZ.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, on paper, in case you don't know the history of these two, SD was responsible for shaping Carl TZ's M2 World Championship run. It was then World Challenger, eventually Workaster Force, that scrimmed with the M2 Bren lineup that kept them on their toes well enough to take down the likes of Alter Ego and Burmese Ghouls at M2 in Singapore. So these two have a working relationship.
That's right. So, you know what? Carl TZ came into MPL first, but SD was already playing with him way back then. For the meantime, before we go into any game talk, let's look at the MPL arena and look for the freshest look for Index Salon here.
I like her coat. Look at that.
That is a...
That's fur. Hey, gentlemen.
Hey,
sir.
brother.
Sir.
Yo.
Sir, you're on.
You are on camera. There you go. He realized it.
Okay.
Looking really, really good, people.
He's got a cool jersey.
Is that...
But
and this is very accurate.
I think she outrizzes him.
Yeah,
there you go.
100%.
Well deserved.
100%.
Oh, she got the hair whip too.
Hats off. There you go. That's all you need.
Her nails are also on fleek. You see this rock art?
Probably by Index as well.
Look at that.
It's probably by
Did
Index.
security get her checked on the way? She's looking like Lady Deathstrike.
Those are extremely long nails.
Those
though.
nails look like they're made of adamantium.
Those are nails that can literally rip you to shreds. Anyway, this one though, really good, really fire. Again, most likely with the help of Index Salon right there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Index Salon, for always keeping us looking pretty sharp for the most part.
Oh wait, no, I don't have. You can't see it. There's
except for this one. Yeah. Yours has a bit of a camo.
No,
it's kind of covered up.
They comb it out like.
Yeah. TNC is on blue side right now.
All the more difficult for Liquid.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wait. Here's my theory. All right.
Yeah.
Liquid on.
Bring out the book.
With Liquid on red. Liquid on red. Okay. If Liquid's on red, I think they can get. I don't know why they didn't pick the Zask game one.
That's true though.
Well, there was the Edith, so que sera. But here's the thing. Maybe they can go for a Edith Zask on the swing
Zask.
back. They can draft in a way wherein they open up the Haya, they open up the Nolan, they even open up the... yeah, there's only
Nolan's pretty good.
There's only so few heroes you can bait out to make Coach Wolf think, yeah, they're not going for the Edith Zask. That's, I think, step one.
That's probably...
Try to go for the Edith Zask, and then we're talking.
There you go. So many good combinations. Once more, Edith still pretty much high priority on the first rotation. No doubt about it. But then again, we are in a season where really unpredictable stuff are happening. That Gatot got your first pick earlier, by the way.
I don't
really
think
blew my mind.
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad, but it's really kind of unexpected. It's one of those curveballs that these teams throw.
We saw it happen yesterday.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the direction that the new meta's going. All right, Harith and Khalid banned out by TNC. Liquid taking out the Matilda and Womp Womp chip.
Of course.
So again, you can still go off of that whole trade, the Edith and Zask, for whatever you want. No jungle. I don't think any junglers are getting banned out except for the Fanny.
Probably. And I think in this scenario, you don't even 100% need the Fanny. I don't think they bothered with it earlier.
There's a dig.
So,
okay, Carl TZ doesn't really play the Fanny as often, so maybe they don't care.
Yeah, probably. Both of these teams are pretty...
They're Fanny agnostic.
Yes, Fanny agnostic. That's the best way to put it right now. More classic junglers are probably going to be in the play here. Hayabusa getting banned out means Nolan's pretty good.
Nolan Julian.
Nolan pick
Julian
it up,
Ling.
man.
Nolan Julian Ling.
There's the Julian.
Okay, so
They
the
pick it up.
Edith, one of them's the Edith, Edith Val? Are you that
Valentina.
bold? Are you that bold?
It's actually pretty safe to go for Edith Valentina here. Those are not even doubting that right now. Hylos and... Oh, they didn't ban Loyi. All right.
I'm assuming the lack of repositioning and the high loss from Heads last game was such a huge factor that it became the game plan. Liquid just wrapped their whole strat around
It's like the counter pick, to be honest.
Yeah. In the most aggressive way.
They made Carl TZ's life hard with that Hylos. They made jungling with the Julian so difficult. That's why, you know what, TLPH picking it up right away.
It became personal, Carl.
Yeah.
They made it personal.
They took it personal.
Okay, so what's left here for TNC is, maybe they could go Edith Val? Is that worth it?
That sounds pretty okay for me.
I don't feel like it's a good answer to the low E though. Yeah, they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Just a Val though. But it closes up the Edith.
It does.
They don't care.
No, they don't care. There it goes.
They don't care.
There it goes. Carl TZ on the Ling. Always a treat to watch here. But then again, we've seen games where the Ling just has a hard time against Cho. Any lineup that has a Cho just saves the way of the dragon for when the Ling goes in.
Rockart, both teams don't have a gold laner yet.
That's right.
So they're going to start taking out carries.
Yeah.
They're going to start taking out Claudes or take out, I don't know, is this Beatrix?
I'm hoping for Beatrix, to be honest.
Maybe she's the only one who's going to get left out.
Natan is still open, but teams are starting to be a little bit more or less inclined to pick it up.
There's a 1-1.
Yeah, they're forcing this.
Okay,
They're
respect.
forcing the Beatrix. They're forcing maybe the other gold laners here to happen. Alice is not sure if they're happy to play Alice. I know Benecutie has a long history with Alice, like way back, way back here. Those are things I'm hoping I can see here with all these gold lane bans. I think we're gonna get it, Leo.
I mean, I don't. Here's the thing, Kozin. Has he played a Beatrix all season long?
I don't think so.
Right? So if it doesn't get picked here 4th for Liquid, then he'd be stealing that. And now you wonder what's left for Benny. Do they ban the carry
That's
here?
a carry ban, right?
It has to
right,
be.
Wolf? Right, Wolf? We know. Come on. Just
Do
it.
Do it, Kaisam.
Just do it.
Do it, Patrick.
It's gonna force a lot of really crazy. Oh, you forgot the Lunox, of course.
Okay.
Carry?
Yep.
That's a Ruby Gold. Is that Ruby Gold, though?
It could be because it's a Ling. So you can afford to do that. And now they're questioning. All right, you didn't expect that, did you, fellas?
A curveball once more, being thrown away at TNC.
They can carry still.
Yeah, carry sounds like the plan.
They can
not
carry.
Beatrix.
And they're still looking for XP or... Wait,
XP.
Edith's still open.
Alice is pretty good.
Edith's still open.
Either for XP then or Rome.
For Rome.
For TNC?
Oh, for XP.
That's a
There's
Gatot.
the Gatot and the
Carry.
Okay.
All right.
So something to melt the high loss.
Already kind of expecting that. And the Angela for the Rome.
Oh, what? Okay. I love it. There's so many targets for the Angela. So that's an XP lane, Hylos, a gold lane Ruby, and a Rome Angela.
There you go.
Oh no, Rockart. The only thing that's worrying me here is it's still a 1-2.
Kind of the same scenario, right?
It's still, all right, set up for something and then go for the inevitable. But what if the something doesn't come up?
Look at the 0 counter index for both teams.
Because they don't really interact.
They don't really care that much.
But here's the thing. TNC, they're only really waiting for what Hatred gets. But that aside, it's so much easier for them to get a pick-off. And you're testing JP's reflexes. How fast can you hard guard Daddy JP? How fast?
Honestly, a big test for either one of these players, right? So we're going to have to throw it over to casters to give us a game for game number 2.
And welcome back to the desk here. It's me and Isu with Ingan, bringing you game number 2 after watching TNC have a pretty good decisive game 1 against TLPH, and we'll see if they can do it again this time around. But hey, the drafts are interesting here. Yeah, there's not much of a counter. Maybe they don't interact too much, but what are we looking at here, Ingan?
Literally, I'm not used to JP rocking something as passive as defensive as an Angela. We've seen JP always most of the time rock the Tigreals with this amazing implosion plays. But right now, well, what are we going to say with JP? Goes in with a hard guard.
JP goes in with a hard guard. He's got a focus mark, you know?
Yeah.
Boom, extra damage, like at that point. But so then again, you're kind of, when you look at TLPH's lineup, you know, it's not so much of what JP is necessarily doing. Hold on, Escalera.
Want to get an early pick off here for Carl TZ. Onto Escalera, dodges it with a flicker. Walk to the right, flicker to the left. Escalera stays alive.
So he stays alive, but yeah, going back to it, you know, JP, he's, yeah, it's going to be like, where does he go with the heart guard? But also, that's what Sanford, and, you know, we've seen this time and time again with, whoa, that damage!
Damage, popping their vitalized Sanford, manages to stay alive. And you can hear the crowd really screaming, because that was a good play from Sanford, though. And now TNC trying to match the aggression. Carl TZ was showing down bottom as JP reinforces Sanford here with the love waves. And okay, so right now, JP gonna be defensive as possible, gonna be the second life of his frontliners. And the beauty of this lineup of TLPH, Sanford can just soak up the damage and actually expect Benny QT to go for those crowd controls, to go for those I'm offended plays out of nowhere. So first, so Sanford and Benny QT can just interchange with what role they want to play.
Yeah, whoa, again.
Beautiful taunt onto Sanford once again. Sanford, one more hit. Hatred flickers in to deliver the final blow, and Carl TD says, I'm out. He was there.
Yeah.
He had a pinch poise, he was there, he went out, and now Escalera tries to go for the purple buff invade of Carl TD. He's trying to zone him out as SDCYC works on the turtle, forcing out the Temples of Blades even. Goes in with the 4 blades, but heads, though, as tanky as possible with the Revitalize.
Yep, too tanky for that. SD has the information, too, on what just happened with Carl TZ, so he's going to just make a straight line for the orange buff. Carl TZ going to fight that one.
Okay, so right now SDCYC also depriving Carl TZ of his orange buff. But might be able to escape here as Escalera goes in once again. He also uses the kick, the Way of the Dragon, as JP uses the hard guard onto Carl TZ. And just look at the aggression of TNC, trying to match what they did during game number 1, already establishing a 1.1k gold lead early on. Just imagine if Escalera got picked off by Carl TZ during the 1 minute mark.
Yeah.
This would be a different story for game number 2.
It would be, and that's why every single time TNC, they do a relatively good job in the early game, and they're doing the same thing here. This is why, again, the Julian is such a great pick for a lot of these teams that like to play aggressive and early on. And, you know, typically when you see a Cho here, like, you're going to be like, all right, Escalera's going to do his thing. He's going to get pick-off potential and everything like that. But so far, everybody from TNC has really been playing the part in the early game. Even with Hatred, for example, depending on what ultimate he takes. Yeah. They're trying to make a play here again on Sanford.
Again on Sanford, using the Glorious Pathway, but here comes 3 reinforcements coming in from TLPH. Even Sanji enters the frame as they try to work on heads, but the Revitalize, though, coming in from TNC. Out-sustaining the damage, might be able to bring down Sanford, but Sanford brings down SDZYZ first as he manages to escape with the assistance of the love waves from Daddy JP.
Hey, that's as clutch as it gets when you play an Angela, man. You might not be making huge sets, but I'll tell you what, you get clutch love waves.
Clutch love waves is what Sanford needed to deliver that outplay, and heads-up play as well for Carl TZ along with JP to reinforce Sanford there down to the bottom lane. That was a good initiation from TNC. But again, the panel mentioned this, even you. How fast can JP react with a hero as passive as an Angela? And so far, he's making it work. Again, clutch love waves to save Sanford.
Yeah, so with this objectives up, they're going to drop down the pathway to cut him off.
2 pathways have been placed down here.
Crossroads.
Crossroads and Carl TZ. Look at JP just really waiting for the perfect opportunity to cast the heart guard, and he did cast it. Diversion onto the back line. Manages to find Kozin. Kozin has to walk away, though, and here comes the clash. Tempest of Blades coming in from Carl TZ as he brings down heads. And a counterattack for TLPH as they try to work on the turtle. Escalera still in the picture. And TLPH looks like this will be a clean turtle take. Pump it on a string, putting Escalera in between the 5 members of TLPH. He's going to fall down.
Wow. So just in that little instance, TLPH gets quite a bit through that. They also get the turtle, they get the objective secured, and this is where you kind of see them playing around the fact that you have Sanford here on this Hylos, the power of the Revitalize being used too. Look at this. And they're just throwing that down. Whoa, they're actually going to set them.
I thought it was a fake diversion, but they really want to go right after Kozin. But manages to trade for JP as well. A 1-for-1. Here comes Templars of Blades coming in from Carl TZ as he picks off Escalera once again. Benny Cutie managing to find SDZYZ. SDZYZ comes in with a stun, and the clash will stop. But that was a decisive diversion play from the whole squad of TLPH.
Guys, please do not try that in your ranked games. It's probably not going to work. It's going to take a certain amount of coordination to drop that down. But what a play from TLPH, utilizing exactly that kind of surprise factor with the lineup that they get here. And, you know, mind you, too, that's part of the fact why, you know, Benny Cutie picking up the Ruby here plays a part in all this, because sometimes you don't have to worry too much if you're Benny Cutie. You just go and try to get a pull in and let, you know, the rest of the team cap off on that pull.
Yeah.
And right now, all that's happened in the past couple minutes, TNC has lost that lead they built up.
Yeah. Again, Carl DC rocking a Ling with a Warcry, and Sanji as well with lethal ignition. So in terms of damage, they're not going to lag, but here comes again the aggression of the cavalry, bringing down Kozin and Heads. Wants to work on Escalera here as Hatred tries to survey the scene. Again, TLPH only losing Sanford in exchange for an XP laner, and the gold laner as SDZYZ will try and trade for a bottom lane turret.
All right, SD gets the turret. Right now, TLPH is just like, you can't stop them where they decide to go with a diversion. That's always the upper hand that Aloy brings to the table. And so TNC is kind of just in a position where, like, we got to scrap and find out what we can, and then hope that we're actually prepared for this rush from TLPH wherever the diversion is. Escalera going to try to find something with the conceal. Won't be able to find Benny Cutie or JP earlier on. Turtle's still up, though, and also Carl TZ still going to make his way once he gets this purple buff locked down. So right now, the stare-off, the standoff for the last turtle of the game.
I like how what Sanji did, just sending Carl TC to the bottom lane, ensuring that he's going to clear the minions and again get his purple. Ling is a really mobile hero, but paired up with Louis makes him more mobile, agile, and right on time for this potential, the last turtle clash, as Escalera hides in the brush here, wanting to go for the proper target. Sanford zoning out the members of TNC as TLPH works on the turtle. JP has the hard guard ready to Carl TZ, and here comes the taunt coming in from Heads. Templars of Blaze coming in from Carl TZ. As he tries to bring down Heads, he will do it successfully. He goes right after Kozin, but look at Escalera catching Carl TZ with a Wave of the Dragon. Here comes the counter attack coming in from TLPH. A pull coming in from TNC. They're going to manage to bring down Benny Cutie, but at what cost? A double kill coming in from Carl TZ as they bring down 3, but Kozin answers right back. It's going to be a 1v1 between SDZYZ and Sanji. A jungler for a mid laner.
No way, Sanji.
Sanji, though, he's going to get stunned onto the enhanced chains, and SDZYZ with the shutdown and a mega kill.
Yeah, there's nowhere that Sanji should win that 1v1 against the Julian, so SD makes sure it doesn't happen. He goes and cleans house and puts TNC back in the driver's seat for this game. They also, before all that broke out, SD was the one that got the turtle too, so that's all great for them. And taking a look at the items here, they are falling into place. Some key items, he does have that Holy Crystal and the Feather of Heaven already, so that's the thing, he's got good damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, we saw Kozin, you know, fight under the turret. Part of this, again, mind you, we just have to state the obvious. TLPH is taking a lot of chances. You know, they're utilizing the fact that they have a diversion, and they're playing pretty darn aggressive, I would say, right? In a lot of situations where they're not, you know, they're kind of just full sending everything at this part of the game because of the fact that, you know, they just want to go and fight and push TNC to the limit here. There it is again, diversion.
Okay. Full send. The map is quiet as TLPH
no one's there.
Tries to go for a pick-off here, wanting to go for a pick-off. And I really need to see an instant replay of the clash up top because I honestly don't know what happened. It was a huge clash, a lot of isolated fights. But one thing for sure is TNC got the win. Again, as you mentioned, they got the turtle plus a wipeout onto TLPH. And now this is where things will get interesting. How will TLPH use the diversion this time since the Lord has already respawned?
Well, this objective is up. TLPH and TNC both going to get in position for it, and really it's just the biggest thing for TNC is just playing around the diversion, making sure that they don't get caught out. from wherever TLPH decides to go, and that's why it's also so important for Escalera and even Heads to an extent of scouting out the area, right? Scouting things out, because meanwhile, this whole thing too, Carl Teasy's not really going to show up to this fight right away. He's going to push in the side lanes, he's going to grab his buffs while he can, and let TNC start it up, and then they join the fight. So really, it should be up to TNC's momentum on this fight, or their pacing, if you will, to start this up. There's diversion.
Okay.
It's going to go for a reset here.
Oh, it's going to miss, though. The I'm Offended Flicker play, plus the Glorious Pathway. This might be the crucial opening that TNC is waiting for, as TLPH tries to maneuver out and make something out of that mishap. Again, TNC Escalera, though, he has the pressure to make sure to save the kick. The Way of the Dragon for Carl TZ. They still have the Heart Guard, so they can contest for this Lord. TNC still hasn't full committed yet. Benny QT, those I'm Offended play has a fast cooldown, so it's now active.
A reset, though.
Okay, now a hard reset for both of these teams, and again, a diversion play.
Yep, goes for the reset. You know, Benny, you're going to have to get a little bit closer.
Okay.
You know, right now, they're going to start it up, hold it up here. TNC still on the play, though, too. They can still respond to this. Again, one of the minor advantages are that they also hold on to that Tier 1 turret in the mid lane, so they have a little more space to work with against TLPH since that one is down. But it's nonetheless, it's all just, again, this diversion. Whenever Sanji has it available, TNC keeps her head on a swivel. Escalera will use the conceal, spot things out, scout things out. They might want to just make this play here, but right now, neither team committing. A good wave pushing up top. That JP has to go ahead and answer, but still the stalemate between the two teams.
Okay, there's another reset. And the beauty of the lineup of TLPH, having JP, but look at Escalera. Okay, commits the kick onto Sanford. They're not going to burst him down, though, as Carl TZ goes after the backline, wanting to go for Hatred. He's going to burst him down, plus the hard guard coming in from JP was so clutch. Here comes the Heads with the Revitalize, but they're working on Escalera, punishing the Phoenix Army as they bring down two. TLPH wins that clash.
Yeah, right now they could possibly still look for more, but they might just take the Lord off of that. So we'll see. SD waiting on the side, waiting on the whims. Diversion going to be used.
Oh, okay, here comes the catch of TLPH, but SD manages to escape, though, as TLPH tries to work on the Lord. Look at the damage coming in from Kozin. Sanford might fall down here in the hands of Kozin. A counterattack from Phoenix Army is possible, but SDZYZ instead resulted to going home as Carl TZ gets the Lord, might get a pick up on two Heads, but manages to escape with AOJ. Carl TZ chases right after him. Plus again, the clutch Heart Guard coming in from JP. Benny QT with a catch onto Escalera. And TLPH got the kill and the Lord.
TLPH, you can play pretty confidently and aggressively when you know you have a Angela on your team. Especially like we're seeing here from Carl TZ. Really locked in on trying to find some of these pickoffs if he can. They got the Lord, so they're going to be pushing with this. Diversion again, SD.
Oh, round two, but SDZYZ knows that there's a catch. But the stun coming in from Sanford is enough to burst him down. And here comes the TPs from the Cavalry. They still have the Lord up top, so TNC needs to defend this push.
They're going to have to defend it. Down SD. Still have to deal with the Lord as well. And right now, they're just trying to get a window to work around. They're going to have to do their best to hold on to even the base turrets at this point. They still have Escalera. They still have Heads, possibly to find a pick off for something. But right now, it's just a full force and a very tanky front line even from TLPH as the top turret finally goes down.
TLPH stampedes through the top lane base turret as they try to work on the middle lane turret as well here. TNC going to manage to burst down the Lord. And again, it's going to be a waiting game for game number 2. TLPH might just wait for the next Lord. Or if they do pull off a pick-off, especially with Sanji's diversion, they can end this even before getting the Lord.
Well, with a nice lead, TLPH still waves pushing in too. I wouldn't be surprised if they at least try to get the rest of the turrets down, even without waiting for the Lord here. They still have a minute away. Wave still pushing in, but right now TNC, even on the defense, if you look at the lineup that they have, and also depending on what Hadrid takes for the ultimate, which right now he's holding on to Benny QT's I'm Offended, they can actually have a good defense. They can turn this around. It's not too out of hands for TNC, and it looks like they'll still hold on to 2 turrets. You can already see, too, the way that they're farming up. Kozin eventually is going to be part of that plan for TNC. We saw the amount of damage you could do, obviously, to Sanford, but part of the hard part about it is the positioning.
Yeah.
You know, and that's because when you're playing against an Angeline combo, you just know that
they're going to go for it.
They're just going to go for it. They're going to jump to the backside and force you to basically retreat. And on top of it, you're slowed down by a glorious pathway, or being grabbed or cut off with even a diversion. So there's so many boxes that TNC has to worry about when it comes to actually counter fighting into what TLPH throws at them.
Yeah, can I just commend JP?
Yes, you can.
With how his playing has been playing this Angela. Look at the death of Carl TZ. Just one. Despite a very long game, despite 9 kills coming in from TNC, making sure that his jungler, main source of damage, will in fact stay alive all throughout even the extended clashes. So a good play here coming in from JP. And again, the luxury of having an Angela is it can split push and be on the clash at the same time.
You're like a support Mozkov.
Yeah.
We see Mozkov so much just staying in the sideline, but here it is, diversion.
Okay, diversion onto the backline. It's going to be Benny and Sanji. They're going to catch SD once again! And all of a sudden, it took them 1 second to bring down the jungler of the Phoenix Army. Here comes the attack coming in from Carl TZ, but the discipline of the champions will ensue here.
He got it that time. Benny goes in, gets the pull right on the target they're looking for. It's SD, which just, as soon as he's gone, that's an automatic Lord. The hands of TLPH, so TNC will have SD back up by the time they actually have to defend with this Lord push right now from TLPH, but as we're seeing it, they have to almost pull off a perfect team fight in order for this game not to go in the hands of TLPH right now, and really that's even for heads, like if he's able to get a great Avatar of the Guardian ultimate down and gets the right taunts off, but they're going to try to hold on here.
Okay, Sanford goes in with a glorious pathway, trying to zone out Escalera as they work on the mid lane turret. The Lord is up top. They're going to look for initiation coming in from Benecuti as JP tries to reserve the hard guard from Carl TZ. Here comes SDCYZ trying to zone out JP here as TNC manages to burst down the Lord and save their bottom lane inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, they still got to be patient. SD did get a flicker out earlier from JP. I set on this bottom turret now. Now this is one of the difficult parts for TLPH. They don't have a traditional gold lane to play at range here, so they have to kind of just force the fight if they want to end it. And TNC knows this, so I'm keeping my eye also on Escalera, where he's able to find a possible kick. Diversion going to be used under the turret again. Benny.
Oh, okay. I'm offended. Play's going to miss there, but here comes the counter attack. AOG going to manage to catch Benny Cutie. But look at Carl TZ onto the backline, plus the hard guard. Benny's going to fall down, but Carl TZ is going to work on SDZYZ. They still have Minion trying to work on the bottom lane turret. Carl TZ and JP is still alive, but on the other hand, at the bottom lane, there is a clash here between the two members' heads going in right after Sanford. He still has his immortality, though, as Sanford picks up a kill onto Hatred. Here comes JP as well. Sanford's immortality will be popped. They're trying to work for Escalera. Glorious pathway. Going to try and catch Escalera. Sanji this time goes for the diversion onto the back line. It's just SDZYZ left, and JP goes in with the heart guard. Game number 3 for TLPH.
Team Liquid Philippines could have done it a little sooner, but they go the extended route, the long version, and they go and take us to a game 3 here. What a lineup they brought to game 2. And we saw it. The diversion time and time again, whether it was Sanji or whether they were sending the whole squad or Benny to try to get a pull, TLPH did it in a very fun way, I would say. So we're going to a game 3, but first we're going to throw it over to the panel to break down this great game 2.
If there ever was a game or a word to describe that one, it's fun. Oh my goodness, Sanji went crazy in that one. I will not be surprised if he's MVP here.
The first time or the second time?
All of them.
All of the time.
All the times, man. Oh my goodness. That was no other way around it. They control the map from minute 1.
Oh, there he is.
And there you go. The guy who loves to have fun. That's Sanji. He always catches the perfect time to do it. And yes, it is. It was his birthday.
That's right.
Just on the nut.
100% kill participation.
Woo!
Every single kill Liquid got in Game 2, he was part of. And I think him being the MVP is the perfect jumping off point to explain exactly what happened here in Game 2, where Liquid forced the series into Game 3, all right? Number one, they picked up the high loss, which is great, which allows for them to counteract what the Gatot, what the Cho, and what the Julian want to do for TNC, right? We already saw that in Game 1.
Of course.
Number two is Sanji, given that already winning position that the Hylos gets for you, allows for the rest of Liquid to reposition much like that and
so
catch
good.
TNC off angle when they're already dealing with a very dangerous angle that's already honest with the Glorious Pathway.
Yeah.
And lastly, we've seen it, what, twice or thrice? Wherein during Lord Takes or when it's lull moments, Sanji can send Benny Cutie out and try to go for a Hail Mary, I'm offended. Sometimes it would fail, but again, that's how far ahead Liquid is in theory and in practice, that they can fail and botch the approach and then do it again.
Yeah, they can afford to just keep sending the guy over because, to be honest, so hard to take out the gold lane Ruby, one of the reasons why you pick it up anyway. And look at this, Sanji going for the play, the ballsy play with the tower in
He
hand.
sent himself to finish the job.
So good.
Most sane Luis wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Especially underneath third, but this is Sanji we're talking about, all right? This is the lone stallion. Only he alone can do this. And here's what it led to. 21 kills. He's seen all of them.
Yes. And that's saying something. That's a very hard-working mid laner you got there. And he's in each and every fight. And to be honest, the fights would really, really be bad if the Loyi was not present. To be honest, that Loyi was their major source of damage, aside from Carl TV. Can't really expect too much out of the Ruby except for the set and for the tank.
Which is another impressive thing, is if TNC found Sanji more often than they did, it would have been over for Liquid. It would have been so difficult for them to recover. And luckily, not to say that they heeded my words, but they heeded my words. They were super aggressive to the point wherein, again, Sanji's one death was wherein he was the only one left up top against SD. It's like, oh no, I'm the only one left. So the fact that it came to that means all in Liquid, all five of them, plus Zaida in the back, plus their coaches, they were like, just give them hell. And I think that's where Liquid performs best.
Yes.
Where, sure, you can get cerebral, sure, you can be methodical, but at the end of the day, you have to be aggressive. Go for the Liquid Stampede.
That's right. And Liquid literally charged into this one.
Yep.
Not just saying that because there's a high loss. They really charged in, all in. Everyone, no skills, normal attacks.
Yep.
Throw it all there. And they came out on top.
And they flew in with Carl. I think Carl TZ definitely amended for what happened in Game 1. It's difficult to play a Julian against a Hylos, so that's given. But here, he didn't let what happened in Game 1 carry into Game 2. Like, he was super bold, very... Again, I guess that's what you feel like with an Angela.
Yeah, that's true. It's, you can get more confidence because of the heart guard. I mean, you're already confident. You're Carl TZ. And add a heart guard to that one. Add an extra layer of protection. In those moments, especially in those moments where the Cho would find different targets. Like, for example, the high loss earlier. Escalera went for the flicker into the high loss, went away the dragon. Carl found an opening. No answer.
That's right. JP didn't really have the answer to what TNC was doing because it rarely was a thing. Sure, there can be some burst for Kozin, but it's not a instant burst.
That's right.
It's over the span.
Slow burn.
It's DOT, even if the T is literally like 2.5 seconds, 2 seconds, you know, blink and you miss it. But there is time for JP to respond. So that really wasn't much of a factor of, oh no, they died before I could Hearthguard.
Yeah.
Which is usually the pitfall of many Angela lineups. Not for JP, not for Liquid, not here in Game 2. So with that said, rack up a win for Liquid with this kind of lineup, an Angeling lineup, Lu Yi.
Tried and tested.
Ruby-centric lineup. Where do we go from here? Because now TNC figured it out. Like, we could say, whichever team has Hylos might win.
Actually, we should have a rule that whoever picks a Julian should ban out the high loss, probably.
Yeah. Is it the same relationship, Rockhart, as Edith Valentina, or it's not as clean?
Not as clean. There's definitely ways to play around it, But it's already evidence in 2 games that Julian just can't work.
It
doesn't work with the Hylos, man.
It is difficult on so many levels. It's basically wearing skinny jeans as a bigger guy.
That's right. It's like climbing a treadmill, a vertical treadmill.
That sounds impossible.
Well, for some scenarios, this Julian just can't walk out. If he's in the
True.
glorious pathway, it's like
True. Yeah, your only real out would be the dash.
the dash,
That's
which
it.
you sometimes you need to use that for offense. You need to use that to damage your opponents. So if you use it to walk out, what did you do? What did you actually contribute to the fight?
Yeah.
So maybe something to think about. And yeah, the Lu Yi was just the creme de la creme in that one. That was beautiful, Sanji. Keep playing those Lu Yis.
It pushed over the top what was already pretty good.
Yes, exactly.
Again, I was advocating for the Zask. Could have also been something like a Vex, you know, something safer with some damage in CC. Here, Sanji said, "No, forget about it, son. Let's play with displacement, play with combat mobility."
Yeah.
And that really ruined TNC's approach. Like in this game has no boxes. Like
Yeah,
there,
no
were- there
boxes.
were no boxes between either of them.
No Eves, no Auroras, or nothing. And actually, to be honest, I was actually looking forward to Hatred playing an Aurora because he hasn't played that in a while. Was his favorite hero in the first few weeks. But then again, we are playing with different scenario here. And it's a safer mid laner for him.
Might be a chance for the Aurora to show up this time because the Lu Yi might get banned game 3.
There's a good chance.
Lu Yi and Hylos might get banned game 3.
There's a good chance.
So
bro.
maybe we go back to the whole Valentina
right.
Edith relationship, and then because of this focus on the Lu Yi, Zask might be a thing again.
Hopefully.
I don't foresee Zushin though. Zushin is slow.
It's weird. You got buffed already, but you're still not getting picked that much, especially after the combo fell through, especially after the survivability of some heroes got improved.
Yeah. So for sure, Hylos. Hylos is going to get banned here. Lu Yi,
100%, right, guys?
Lu Yi has to get banned here. Maybe it doesn't have to be the Julian.
Julian, you know what? It works in a lot of scenarios. Carl TC has gone insane with that
Julian,
one.
Haya, Nolan. It's these 3. Julian, Haya, Nolan, and then you have a solid close-up for Ling. I don't know, man.
I don't know. It's so... We'll find out in a bit. Just in a bit. But speaking of you guys, we actually have a few fan comments that we are going through here. I saw a few of them earlier. I was reading through the comments earlier. And not gonna lie, our audience, a lot of you are really true-born analysts. But for this one, King says, KNG, King, Sanji's MVP, even the version in the middle of a tower. See, that was a brave move.
What is this? Steven Strick says, Monster Ling Song.
Is that what the translation?
Yeah, right. Monster Ling Song.
Awit. There you go. And Aki says, consistent Sanji. Sanji is becoming... He's literally the lone stallion. You're right.
He's one of a kind.
He is one of a kind.
Sanji
100%.
rarely makes any mistakes that are glaring. At his worst, Sanji is mid. I'm not talking about his role. Like, he's just there. He just does things. But he never makes mistakes that
As the
cost
kids
his
say.
team.
As the kids say, mid.
At worst.
Yeah.
So he's never... What is this, cringe? Is this cringe?
Is that cringe?
Is this, if this is mid, is this cringe? So, you know, like, at worst, he's just doing his job.
Yeah.
At best, he plays an MVP Lu Yi. That is the nightmare of his opponents.
That's right. So, in the kids' vocabulary these days, is Sigma? Is that?
I guess.
I guess Sigma is
that Skibbity?
Skibbity is like the bottom.
What?
That's their I think that's their term for cringe.
Is that L? Is this L? Is this W?
Yeah.
Is this L?
It's like Skibbity is like a. I saw something like toilet. I don't know what that means, but that sounds like it.
I think Skibbity Toilet is a show.
Right, there you go. So L probably it's a big L.
That's an L, bro.
That's an L, bro.
Stop being so L. No, that doesn't make sense. we're getting derailed here.
Yeah, we're getting derailed. All right, we're going back into the game, and TLPH on blue side, much more comfortable,
Okay.
100%.
You know what? They might not have to be so... They might not have the power to surprise and shock with the Angeling anymore. But at least they know that they cannot go for the 1-2. They can't take their time.
That's right.
So at least that's a lesson they learned, and I'm expecting the bans to be the bans.
64% win rate. Let's see what's going to happen here for Drafting pace of game number 3.
I'm liking those odds.
Expect the bans for the high loss, 100%.
Loyi too.
Loyi got banned out in game 1.
Gotta respect. Gotta respect. Oh!
Respect.
There's neither of them. You see the Matilda, the Phoveus.
It's wide open.
The Tigreal and the Chip. The Ling. Oh my god, I think they're just trying to go play for it.
This is all a very open field here, except for the Ling, obviously. Got answered out.
All right, one or the other.
Interesting.
High loss or low, neither. So you don't Julian, you don't pick Julian here.
I guess you
Okay,
don't need
yeah.
to especially if the Nolan is open. I think they said, you know what, let's go back to our roots.
Yeah,
Pick
but
up that high Habusa on Carl Easy.
Think about this. Think about this. If you're a Nolan, is that any easier if you have a high loss against you? I think it's the same problem.
Same problem, exactly. Obviously, big question marks being thrown over here. No Ling means
Edith is open
what
too.
are you gonna answer in the jungle here?
Edith Val is open too.
For a Hayabusa.
Just saying.
What's an anti? Maybe a. What's an old school SD hero? Let's throw it back. If they want to throw it back.
Lancelot.
Lancelot.
Lancelot. Played a lot of Ling. Got banned
Freya
out.
in the jungle.
Whoa.
Freya gold lane.
We don't talk about Freya.
Oh yeah, Freya's too.
Okay.
Very hidden.
Even when all is
That's
forlorn.
the Vex. Okay. So they're allowing the Valentina. But no, it's going to be the Loyi
The
still.
Loyi bro.
This is worse. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I don't know what to say about that,
Loyi
man.
Cho. Although it's very pick-off centric.
Yeah.
Deceptively though, his Shunpo can actually get him in a position to just like 3-man knock-up, right?
Yeah.
So it's a mini CC, but still.
You're going to have to rely on the veterancy of Daddy JP here to make those plays, and you really have to trust him, which I think they are trusting him a lot.
What's Carl Teasy doing in the crowd?
What's Carl Teasy doing? Hey, you have a job to do.
Oh, that's not
okay.
Carl Teasy.
Man, I thought he was like skipping out.
That's not Carl Teasy.
Oh, it wasn't him.
All right.
It looked like him. Had the same pose.
Could have fooled me.
He's a true
Look at
ninja.
that. We got a packed MPL arena, ladies and gentlemen. There's a Julian.
There it is.
And
classic answer.
They gotta ban the high loss here, or
Are
else
they not?
Or else Liquid's gonna go high loss
And again.
and whatever, high loss and
then it just becomes so difficult.
yeah.
There you go, Carl Teasy.
Carl Teasy's everywhere.
He's everywhere. You know it. Everyone knows the whatever that sign is. What do you call that sign? I don't know what that sign that is.
I don't know. I've always just seen Carl Teasy do it.
He's the only guy. He's a true ninja.
He is the first Teasy.
The first
in MLBB.
TZ in MLBB.
And there's the 1-1, so they're attacking the gold lane.
Oh my god, they don't care about the high loss, bro. They don't care.
I guess to us it seemed like that was the case, but maybe to the players,
Maybe there's something different that they see.
Yeah, maybe to them it was just a byproduct.
There it is. They're the ones who banned it out.
Huh. Well, to be fair, it's because they're first on the swing back.
Oh, right.
TNC gets the fourth
It
pick.
could get stolen back.
The way Wolf reacted, that like, they saw through our plans.
It's like, nuts. Yeah.
Drats.
Drats.
Foiled again. Okay, so what's left? You're looking for an XP laner here.
Begins.
Ruby. Probably not XP.
No.
Probably not XP.
There's the Arlo. And the Satan. All right, the Benny Bomb.
All right, someone's going to get nuked here.
Gonna do the Benny Bomb.
Let's see.
We're looking for... I don't think this is a gold lane Ruby.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with this being a gold Ruby.
Honestly, it has more room for error in the roam for Escalera.
Or even XP.
In his... Yeah, right.
You've seen that too.
I'm not sure about the Ruby, man. But then again, it's flexible in free lanes right now. Free lanes, brother.
Okay.
So you never know.
So ideally, you're thinking gold. This has to be a gold pick.
Has to be.
If we don't like the Ruby XP. Oh, right. If we don't like the Ruby
But they need long
gold.
range.
What do you do?
We need tower taking.
All right, there's a Beatrix.
Wait,
Okay,
there's
I'm with it. It's a little everywhere, but at least their team fighting is good. But there's nothing that really addresses the Luyi.
Really nothing. I think the only way to address a Louis is just presence of mind and foresight. And they got to rely on that sixth sense, that players have. Other than that, they have no straight answer.
Yeah. Lineup rating, I can explain this by the fact that TNC, they have so much CC, so much good damage. But in execution, they have to be very honest. Like, they have to just really be where Liquid isn't yet, or where Liquid is planning to go, to deny them the exchange, to deny them the execution.
Yeah. And, of course, you have to be ready for Sanji, where Sanji is going to come from here in this one.
And 42. Oh
and 40, of course. Let's throw it over to the casters with who they think about the matchup.
Thank you so much for the breakdown once again here, panelists. And yes, this time around we have a more traditional gold lane matchup, of course. What's Benny going to do? By the way,
He's going to do the Benny Bomb.
All right. I think you're just there with the with Leo on the singing, right?
Love you, Leo.
Wait, you're number one in dancing. Anyway, to the matchup here, game number 3, TLPH. With the lineup that they have, man, honestly, this is a lineup that has the potential to snowball out of control.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing here for them. And if they snowball out of control in the early game, then that's where Benny Cutie's Nathan pick here shines later on, like once they get there. It's like they cover both the early to even late game, and right now we know how aggressive JP can be on a choke.
Even JP alone is this aggressive, but his flicker will be forced out. And again, I do agree, the snowball potential of TLPH, specifically Carl TZ with the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
We've been seeing a lot of Hayabusas all of a sudden, 7 minutes in, 6 minutes in, have a KD of 6-0 something. So we can expect actually Carl TZ to be this aggressive. But on the other hand, I also like what the panel mentioned about TNC. They do have a lot of crowd control and burst potential, especially for SD and Kozin. But the problem is they have to execute it to perfection.
Yeah, when I look at the lineup from TNC and when we were going through the draft, I was happy that, they got the Julian. That's like we said, it's a pick that does so well for a lot of teams. And then you also had Ruby pop up. I like the fact that it didn't go in the gold lane this time around. Not to say Benny Cutie didn't do a good job in the previous game, but with Escalera being on it, like this is, I feel like it's easier for Escalera specifically to get the setups that he needs. It was very difficult seeing what he was trying to do in game number 2. He couldn't really find those pickoffs that he was looking for. But with the Ruby, it's a little more covered. But that's the thing. Responding to the diversion has to be on point with the lineup that TNC has here. And so you only have so many things that can really help you that. One's Escalera, of course, and if he burns the flicker or not, once he has the ultimate. Here's, speaking of, diversion's already used.
Okay, here comes the diversion. Escalera has to flicker out.
Yeah.
He knows the diversion is coming. And with Escalera's Ruby pick, I do agree with whatever you said. At the same time, he can also be as defensive as possible with the second skill. To don't run Wolfkick, but here comes Heads, though. With the Earthshatter, he pops his Primal Wrath, working on the members of TLPH. Stanford answers right back with a final slash, draws the first blood, plus Carl TZ also gets a kill onto Escalera.
And that's what we're looking at. So SD could still pick up a kill. He does. Hatred gets it.
Sudden burst there for SD and Hatred,
Carl's
punishing
up,
JP. Here comes the dispersion rotation from Sanji, forcing SDZYZ to walk away as Carl TZ gets the turtle.
And that's what I was going to say. Carl was still up. He got a kill earlier on, and now that's the turtle in their hands as well. And mind you, all that was started from Heads. He was the one that went, forward with the flicker, did not land the Earthshatters that he was looking for, the onward, and now they're going for
Jit Kondu flicker Way of the Dragon to bring down Escalera as he tries to delay as much as possible, but eventually he's going to fall down in that initiation by TLPH.
And this is the contrast of JP. Like, if you just saw game number 2 when he was playing the Angela, now he's playing the Cho, another play.
Okay, want to burst down SDZYZ, another Jit Kondu stun, but here comes a Wiki Shadow kill. SDZYZ is going to escape though, plus the help coming in from Hatred as they share the Wiki Shadow kill. And a 1v1 between the two XP laners. Heads pops his Primal Wrath just to try and make sure Sanford... Whoa! Whoa! 40 though.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows he's going to be fine.
Yeah, plus he's been using this Edith even prior to this season.
Yeah.
There was even one international competition where he just kept using Edith every single game that he played in.
Again, too, whether you're playing the Edith, whether you're playing this R-Lot, which, was a mainstay, even last season. still picked up a hero that fit multiple roles, but Sanford obviously himself knowing how to play that matchup, knowing how to play into the objectives, which he has to, and how valuable the final slash can be. And and that's the thing, if Heads doesn't land that combination that you're so used to seeing from an Edith, you know, it kind of falls apart right away. Yeah, you still have your getaway with the Primal Wrath, you know, but still, Sanford's job in essence on an R-Lot is a lot easier. All he has to do is just kind of flicker in, and then the wide berth of a final slash is much easier to hit. And then you have JP doing what he's been doing so far. You know, a lot of this is just kind of the execution like that.
He just mentioned.
Just easier.
The wide berth of the final slash connecting on through Hatred. And again, a diversion play up top to set themselves up for a turtle take.
There we go. Once again, they know the final slash isn't available, but TNC still wants to go ahead and contest this.
The instincts of Daddy JP. He just knows that someone is there as Heads goes in with the Earth Shatter. Looking at the damage coming in from TLPH as he tried to burst down Heads. Here comes the final slash from Sanford as well as SDZYZ escapes. But Heads on the other hand will fall down in the hands of TLPH.
Push him down. Lining up a shot here. Inside.
The combination didn't connect there. The Curse Blast plus the Renner's Apathy from TNC as they burst down Sanford as well. There was a trade though, but on the other hand, TLPH answers with a tower takedown.
Oh, look
and
where they
Sanji,
sent
okay,
Sanji.
another pickoff here from JP! And Sanji bursts him down, forcing TNC to walk away and retreat.
Sanji's still waiting there too. Benny goes
Sanji
in.
there?
Sanji's just chilling. He's fine. He's confident. And he's ready to just go ahead and do this to TNC. And that's even why, you know, our panelists, Rockar and Leo, they mentioned, you know, this Lu Yi was picked up. It's devastating for teams that can't handle it.
Okay, again, we're going to try and force the Primal Wrath out of Heads. As Benny QT clears out the minions up top. And just Sanji has been the X factor, literally, of TLPH since game number 2 with Lu Yi MVP to seal the win and force a game number 3. This time, 6 minutes in 303 KDA, a lot of crucial diversion plays. Plus not even the diversion, the damage from the dispersion rotation alone was more than enough to burst down a lot of members from TNC as JP walks in. Gonna find Heads, but Heads counters, but then onward. Here comes the Curse Blast coming in from TNC. They want to work on JP. There's the pull and the kill. Wee Shadow kill coming in from Carl TZ as he quad shadows out. But TLPH still working on the top lane turret. Still has a 5.2k gold lead.
Good pickup for TNC to stop JP from going for that. Again, he was trying to find the kick. Gets stopped in his tracks. Still, though, TLPH has a pretty big lead at this point in the game. You know, you still have a one turtle to come up in about 15 seconds, and they're working on the Tier 2 turret already. There's an answer from TNC. Escalera.
Oh, okay. Here comes a Purify coming in from Sanji. As Escalera goes in with the Dormer Wolf King.
Oh,
Might
no.
be able. No, he's not going to escape as he was trapped by 4 members of TLPH. And again, it looks like all turtles will be secured by TLPH.
See, plays like that, they're going to go ahead and send down at the bottom to stop SD, but, you know, TNC, hold on SD.
Sansan Duo! Oh, man. At this point, what can the Sansan Duo do?
You know, at this point, I don't know. I've seen them even give each other, you know, trims on their facial hair.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the recent ad. You know, they do everything together. They make plays like that together, and they emote and flex on people together. But the point is, TNC, the past like 2 to 3 minutes, man, has just been not good choices. Like some of the decisions to try to get a pick off, and then, you know, they fall further and further behind here to a point where now you're looking at nearly, you know, 7.5, 7.2k gold lead, 8.5 minutes in. You're not going to be in any fighting form for the first Lord, so you're kind of back in the position where our backs are massively against the wall here already defensively for the first Lord take, unless something amazing happens, almost to miracle levels with this kind of gap that they have to work for. And now look at the pressure here for the purple buff.
Okay, JP goes in with a conceal. Jeet Kundu plus Way of the Dragon again onto SDZYZ to try and burst him down. They're going to do it successfully. And they're also going to take away his purple buff. TLPH extend their lead to 7.8 and works on the mid lane turret. It's still no answer for TNC. Even JP's going in, flexing against the Phoenix Army. This is just total domination from TLPH.
Yeah, and with that, even with a conceal, what does TNC want to do here? It's to a point, when you're talking about this kind of lead, Ingon, it's like, you get a pick off.
Yeah.
You might get a kill, you might, but at what cost?
Yeah. At this point, you can see the contrast of how TNC has been performing from game 1 down to game number 3. Game 1, they were decisive at every single thing they were doing. If they want to go all in with the conceal, they're going to do it. They're going to full commit. This time, we can see a lot of some sort of hesitations, and you can't blame them because, again, TLPH has a 10K gold lead now, really ballooned up. They really snowballed, and even the panel mentioned it's the snowball capability of TLPH is high. So right now, TNC, at this point, they need to be more decisive, more sure, full commit on whatever plan they want to go for. Will they go for a trade? Will they go for a pick-off? They have the capability to do that since they have also a lot of crowd control.
That's really the difficult part of it, is whenever you find yourself in this position and you're down a lot, and now you're facing the fight of this Lord push, even if it's the first one, you have to look at what can we get, and can we actually extend this further? They tried to.
Oh, the slash from Sanford was just too much as Carl TZ goes in with a weaky shadow kill. SDCYZ gonna fall down on, and look at JP once again finding a catch on 2 heads. He's gonna fall down in the hands of Sanji as he picks up a double kill, and now the base is exposed for TNC. They only lost JP as they work on the top lane turret.
Sanford's got a final slash. He doesn't have a flicker. They're gonna get 2 base turrets, and there's Escalera with a conceal. Not sure if he's going to actually try to force something here. They're going to try to hold on to what they can. Last turret's going to be worked on here. And again, diversion on out.
Wow.
As that's all TLPH will take, again, with a massive lead here, 13,000 gold.
That's how you diversion. Spamming your TPs. There's Sanji.
Goodbye.
Your Sanji rocking a KD of 703. Again, total domination. Looking at the items, even just down to the gold lead. Self-explanatory, total domination. 3K, but here comes Escalera with I'm Offended play, though. That was the catch that they were looking for, but TLPH ready for that. Even Benny Cutie answers with the entropy. So TNC, in terms of setups, crowd control, they're not lacking, but is the damage going to be enough, though, to burst down whoever Escalera catches?
It's tough. Again, just diversion play.
And just diverted into the middle of the picture as TNC tries to answer right back. Another Sanford final slash plus the Winter Crown combination. He's going to fall down, but exchange of SDZYZ. They have minions. JP has to TP out, though, as Carl TC works on the base.
He just gets 1 hit. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to hit it once and I'm out.
Just try. Just try. And again, TLPH really knows the capabilities of their lineup. They're willing to trade a body for a body, but in this case, it was for SDZYZ. And for TLPH, that was more than worth it, because I was a jungler of TNC.
Again, mind you, that whole interaction up top of the diversion play, Benny Cutie was just doing his own thing. And for the most part, for TLPH, they were still able to get what they wanted, and ultimately it was them seeing if they could actually just end the game before this next Lord take. TNC luckily holds on. But when you're looking at this, Kozin, he hasn't gone down. He's been able to farm up relatively well on this Beatrix. But the difficult part is really accepting the fact we got to just give up the Lord. We got to defend in our base, make things work. Here's a diversion. They don't send anybody. So a little just feint play there as they'll get this Lord. But this is really where, when you look at the lineup that TNC has, do they have the option to defend successfully and then have another shot to buy some minutes to farm up here? Look at this. If they continue to just try to get a pick off, make a play, get the numbers advantage, that might possibly be the first step in a lot of steps that they need to turn the game in their favor.
Okay, even if they execute their skills to perfection, their crowd controls, their chain CCs, again, the economy is going to play a huge part. Is the damage going to be enough, though? Because looking at TLPH, even JP has an immortality already. I'm pretty sure they also have their Wind of Natures and Winter Crown. So with this Lord push, it's going to take a huge, huge miracle for TNC, the Phoenix Army, to defend this.
See if they're able to do it. Diversion going to be used again.
They're going to send Sanford. Okay, final slash going to get cancelled, but the Winter Crown is there to save himself as the Lord marches into the middle lane. TLPH still has 5 members. Carl TZ goes in with a quad shadow. There's the final slash from all been waiting for. Carl TZ goes in with a weaky shadow kill down to the base of TNC. A killing spree coming in from Benny Cutie. Here comes the Benny Bomb as JP kicks one down, and TLPH will take this series.
And on the Benny Bomb, the triple, they go in. TLPH get their victory, the 2-1, the reverse sweep here against TNC. And again, it was a good effort from TNC throughout the series, but unfortunately, they ran out of steam, they ran out of fire here in game number 3.
Compared to the first half of performance of TNC, second week was way better because now out of the 5 games that they played, the last 5 games that they played, they all extended it to 3 games. Still there is progress, a lot of things to be worked out for this team, but you can see the potential. There's still a potential for TNC.
Definitely for TNC, you know, heading into the future and everything else that they have here. It's a season definitely of learning experiences. You know, not the result that they wanted, not the result that the Phoenix Army wanted, but it will be a season that these guys can learn from and adjust in the future, of course. Phoenix Army still behind them, rooting for them as well. And hopefully, you know, hopefully we get to see that adjustment, that rebirth in the next season. But first off, we're gonna have to throw it over to the stage with Mara and TLPH to hear from them. It's me, Naisu, and Ingon. Let's head on over to the stage.
All right, everybody, put your hands together for TLPH. Congratulations, this is your 4th win streak. Carl, it's nice to interview you again. So, ang TLPH, you guys had to overcome a lot of things. You were on a roller coaster ride, up, down, up, down. Now, 4th win streak nyo. How did you guys come together para naman ma-overcome nyo yung mga past challenges nyo, para masigurado na magkaroon kayo ng win streak tulad nito at tuloy-tuloy na sa playoffs?
Mas nagpo-focus lang po kami sa scrim ngayon, tapos parang mas nagtitiwala po kami sa isa't isa at sa playstyle namin.
And now it's showing. Hold on, let's just give this here. At eto naman, alam mo may narinig ako, Sanford. Ay, wait! Anong meaning ng star? Tingnan natin. Ayan.
Ano lang po ito? Pimple patch lang.
Ah, okay. Akala ko naman kung ano. Pero you know what? Very, very stylish. Now, may narinig ako. Nagtatampo ka na daw. Kasi gusto mo daw pumalag. At hindi ka pa nakakapalag. Ito yung narinig ko. Hindi ko alam kung kayo ng chika to, finid kami.
Totoo po.
Totoo, sabi kasi malapit na daw matapos yung regular season, hindi ka pa nakakapalag. Ito yung chance mo. Sa susunod na laban, you're gonna go up against your ultimate rivals, Falcons AP brand. So ano ang palag mo?
Ang bilis naman ng palag, pero sige, ano lang po. Mas gigil po kami bumawi ngayon kasi di pa po nila kami pinapaisa eh. Sana pagbigyan nila kami bukas.
Okay. All right. And now it's time to announce our MVP. Let me hear some names. Let's take a look at the screen. And it's a unanimous decision, Sanji! Sanji! Birthday mo! Fourth day na. Ano ba yung birthday wish mo?
Sana po M6 kami.
You never know, that might be granted. Anong gusto mo naman sabihin sa lahat ng mga fans na sigaw na, Sanji, Sanji? What do you want to say to them?
Thank you po sa pagpunta dito sa venue na sinusuporta niyo po kami. Tapos thank you na rin po sa pagbati sa akin kahit sobrang dami niyo po.
And now it's time to announce our lucky fan that will get 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. You will also get a ticket sa Day 1, Match 1 ng playoffs. Hi! What's your name?
Mark Angelo Saavedra po.
Okay, Mark. Mark, tingin ka dito. Sino yung favorite player natin dyan?
Magsansanduo po.
San Duo! Okay, tabi tayo dyan. Bakit sila ang favorite mo?
Malakas po.
Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanila? Andito sila, katapat mo na.
Lakasan nyo palagi para po sa championship, manalo po kayo.
Oh, lakasan niyo daw. Ay, birthday daw ni Sanji. Anong birthday wish mo sa kanya?
Galingan mo lang.
Okay, congratulations! Meron kang 3,000 diamonds. Meron ka din ticket sa day 1, match 1 ng playoffs. I know, nakaka-nervous talaga dito, but you're doing a good job. You're gonna take a bow. Magbabaw ka kasama yung team. Mag-walk ka. How about, punta tayo sa gitna ni Sanford and Sanji. May gusto ka bang sabihin sa kanya?
Mag-aral po na mabuti and huwag maging pasaway. Makikinig lagi sa magulang.
O, ikaw naman.
Yun din po.
Yun din. Alright. Pwede bang hawakan niyo yung kamay niya? Ayan. Alright, TLPH, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Team Liquid Philippines, 4th straight win in a row. Congratulations then sa ating lucky fan. And now we're gonna break that game down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
And there you go, win number 4 in a row here for Team Liquid, right there.
That's right.
And again, big salute and big props to TNC Pro Team. That's it for them for the season. It is Daddy JP for that game MVP. Beautiful, beautiful pick on the show.
It was mentioned by Jose and Jose that his infinite diversity and experience and, of course, unexpected mechanical prowess seems to wow endlessly. Who would believe that this man is a father, a husband, a multi-time MPL champion, and he started playing Season 2?
That's right.
Season 3? Well, I lost track.
That's right.
But if you watch this game, you would also find it hard to believe when I tell you, Game 2 he played an Angela. Game 1 he played a Kaja. What can he not do?
Flexibility. Maybe just an Akai, man. I mean, I know Renmar is looking for that. Maybe he can play in the Kai realm tomorrow. Or
playoffs.
Or the playoffs, rather.
Maybe. But yeah, the fact is, he and Sanji are such an amazing mid-lane duo that the whole Sansan thing, like, Liquid just gels in a way that you wouldn't expect an aggressive team like this to gel. That's what catches off guard most of their opponents. And here, TNC had the unfortunate blessing to be on the receiving end of a reverse sweep. Like, courtesy of our defending champion. So, again, they put up a great fight, but against Liquid, who put on all the stops. From roll to roll, this is what you can expect.
Pretty sure TNC learned a lot from that bout, 100%. Again, facing off toe-to-toe against some pretty awesome legends here will definitely boost you up for next season. But for now, TLPH coming out on top here. And the Sansan duo on the bottom side that we saw earlier, that was pretty classic.
Yep.
But you know what's more? Yeah, it's super surprising that Daddy JP just slots in so well. Like, you just replace the name, replace the hero.
Yeah.
He can do it pretty well. They work flawlessly, so big props.
It being anything.
Anything.
And if there's anyone who did most things in this, not just game, but series, our series MVP, Sanji. Again, happy birthday, Alston, my boy. But off of the back of his 2 Luyi games, he scored a double-double, Rockhart. 1 death between, what was that, 9 kills the first game and then 7 the other, and then dozens of assists? That's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
He died just once.
And again, you can
Just once.
You can figure out, you know, what went wrong, I guess, for TNC, but what right for TLPH, I guess, is their mastery of these very global compositions. They just know when to go across map, when to go for the team fight, and when to actually pick out a target.
And it's that awareness of their own goals and what they're capable of doing and how the map looks like that allows for them to at any point step on the clutch and say, it's go time, TNC, whether you're ready or not, we're coming for you. And I think it's that situation right there that made TNC's already, this is going to sound mean, but scattered approach to their draft into the game already worse. Because look, if you remember the index before Game 3, there was very little integration, right? There was very little
zero
interaction,
counter,
right? Zero counter.
Yeah.
So if there's a lineup that has zero counter and a lineup that just clearly wants to do something, the lineup that can do something will win, and that's what Liquid did.
Yeah, I think especially Game 3 Liquid was a big difference from Game 1 Liquid, where they were looking for that 1-2. In Game 3, they were just going. They were not looking for anything. They were just looking for targets. Whoever goes on front, all right, we'll take you. We'll take it and we'll win.
And it came to the point where they don't even have to have someone up front. If you'll remember, Daddy JP, I don't know if it was caught in the highlights, didn't even need to use the flicker. It was dash, dash, kick in the jungle. SD was just minding his own business, taking his purple buff, and then served him up.
He didn't need to stretch too much.
Nope.
Right? Don't need the flicker, do the fancy footwork for the TikTok. No. Just straight up fight. And that's where TLPH shines.
He Instagram scrolled to the kick. He didn't TikTok. He just, there it is.
Straight up. You know, that's where the cool kids are these days, apparently. So, for the meantime, that is going to be it for that matchup. Again, huge props to Team Liquid PH. Still in contention. I don't think we're finalized yet on where they are.
It definitely helps them to get to number 2.
It helps a lot.
That's
but
2 lives.
Nothing is set yet. That's how clutch it is right now, especially on the scoreboard. We'll take a look at that maybe a little later on. But for now, all you need to know, Team Liquid PH, really good trajectory. Their chances probably shot up to maybe 60-something%.
Currently, it's a 3-way tie, +1 that might make it a second, but regardless, it's hard math.
We'll do that later. But for now, it's next up, RSG versus Aurora. Again, RSG looking for that playoff spots. You don't want to miss that. Don't go anywhere. MPLPH Season 14 will return.
Welcome to the land of God!
Don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone
heading for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa yan na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na kitang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL-PH on TikTok for more content.
Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL-PH website.
And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
And we are back for day number 2 of the final week of MPLPH S14, wherein we're seeing the potential playoffs picture as we approach towards the end of week number 8. And nicely we've seen so far the previously TLPH going up against TNC. TNC, though, bringing that series down to a game number 3.
They got us to a game at 3. And you know, some people would have liked to see TNC end their last match, of course, with a victory, but it was unfortunate they couldn't get there. But TLPH, like you mentioned, they got that victory, they get that point, of course, and we know that teams are still obviously fighting for the upper slots here for playoffs, but of course, the main thing is really there's still one spot left for playoffs here, Ingan.
Yeah, speaking of one spot, will that spot belong to Blacklist International or RSG Philippines, who in fact will be playing for the next series against Aurora, RSG Philippines. So basically, Aurora will be battling Blacklist tomorrow and RSG today.
Yeah.
So it's in their hands who's going to enter the final playoff spot. But later on, the panel will explain, of course, the stipulations of how these two teams will actually enter the final slot of the playoffs. But for right now, apart from the final slot, you could also see a race towards the upper bracket slot between Falcons AP Brand, TLPH, who in fact will also fight tomorrow, the very last match of our week number 8.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because based off, if I remember correctly, based off what happens today and then even up to tomorrow, we could find ourselves with potentially a lot of stipulations and things happening here, you know, numbers falling into place. But this matchup alone that's ahead of us, and like you mentioned, our panel will talk more about this, but RSG Philippines, like, they need to win this, right? They need to win this against Aurora MLBB, and they've been, you know, they've been struggling throughout the season. They've had some really good moments, but really for RSG ahead of them, they have to win against this.
Yeah, speaking of good moments though, Akai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, the Marvelous Maestro, Spawn Effect, Killing Notification, Avatar Border, Battle Emote, and many more epic skins are waiting for you.
There's also Kagura's brand new epic skin, which will also be available for free starting on October 18th. You heard that correctly. It's going to be free, so don't miss out October 18th. Make sure you go grab that. And there's a ton of stuff for the 8th anniversary. 8 years already.
8 years old for MLBB. Happy anniversary. And going back to this matchup, it's RSG versus Aurora. Aurora having Demon Kite. Demon Kite might actually bring down his former team and prevent them from entering the playoffs.
That one's, you know, the way you put that, that puts me in a very peculiar position.
Yeah,
because
you're a Raider.
I've always been, I'll just throw it out there. I was always a Raiders fan because I started off as a Demon Kite fan when he was an amateur player. And then when he came into RSG Philippines, that was where, you know, so now I don't know where, like, I've grown to love RSG Philippines, but also I'm just like, man, Demon Kite's over here on Aurora.
Nice, who's torn.
I'm torn.
You're torn between, of course. I mean, I can't blame you again. It's nice to root for RSG. RSG's been performing very well, especially the previous seasons, always present in the top 4. And for Demon Kite, a very decorated jungler, now going up against Irad, the mechanic. So we can expect a lot of anime fights, a lot of jungler versus jungler 1v1, especially later on. And I'm hoping the series will go down to a game number 3.
This is definitely going to be a matchup. I feel like when we look at this and the game breaks out between the junglers, for instance, a lot of people are going to have their eyes on them. And so far, too, we've seen a lot of great things, a lot of great pickups, like in terms of the hero picks for the jungle. And we know that teams like to build up around that. So, you know, when you have these two junglers for both these teams, you can kind of assume that the game plan here for both of these will kind of fall into that place here.
And you know who else who likes this upcoming series? Of course, Rockhard and Leo ready to serve you up the next series, so take it away.
Serve it up. And I don't have a plate. I wish I had a plate so I could serve it, but I don't.
We don't.
We don't. So right now, we are going to try to give you the action right here on site here in the MPL Arena for RSG versus Aurora. I'm Rockhard, and this is Leo, and he's at your service, as usual. We are going to witness a very crucial matchup. No, actually the casters already brought it up. Demon Kite, formerly RSG, might just be the guy who knocks RSG out of playoffs.
He's won multiple championships with the Raiders, and he's risen and slain for as long as we remember. Made the debut, actually won Rookie of the Season in Season 8 when he first made his way into the MPL under said banner, but now things have changed. With Irad at the helm, can RSG pull the comeback of all comebacks, make their way into the playoffs. There's a lot of ways, actually, that RSG can make it in, but given their loss yesterday, and this being their final match in Season 14, the regular season, it's literally just 2 scenarios left.
Right there. So, number 1, RSG wins a 2-0. And they also need Blacklist to lose to Aurora. So that's one way for RSG to get in. Scenario B, you just have to win a 2-1 against Aurora. And Blacklist, they have to lose Aurora 0-2. That's...
Yeah. So, scenario 1 is bad. Scenario B is worse.
It is.
All right? Scenario A, it's difficult to take down Aurora, especially knowing what RSG was like in Season 14. Scenario B is if you take it all the way to 3, then you have to hope that Aurora wipes Blacklist tomorrow.
So half of it is not in your hands, basically. And for the upper bracket race here, again, we mentioned earlier, 3 teams currently vying for that upper bracket slot for 2nd seed. Believe it or not, it's still happening here in Week 8, day number 2. So they need to win both matches, and FCAP has to lose to TLPH for Aurora to make 2nd seed.
2 lives.
2 lives.
That's 2 lives. For Falcons AP, Brendan's got to beat Liquid tomorrow. For Liquid, though, it's a little trickier given that they went 3 games against TNC earlier today. They got to sweep FCAP, and then they have to hope and pray that Omega snaps in half and ends Fnatic Onic win streak, sweeps him 2-0, and then Aurora loses 1 like today, or another tomorrow in the hands of Blacklist. So this is a different story. Both teams are still looking to play their best. Like, this is as good as it gets, Rockhart.
That's right. Honestly, it's as good as it gets, especially for considering Aurora's like a really, really new team. Old players, new team. It's a huge story. And just to recap what happened in Week 1, day number 3 with Aurora versus RSG, it was hugely on the side of Aurora.
Yep, it was a very different RSG. Just to add on top of that, it was Nats that was previously playing for RSG. Now currently he is out in different pastures.
That's right.
Looking
bluer pastures.
Lighter blue.
Lighter blue
pastures. Let's put it at that. But that being said, it seems to be like a new era for RSG. So it's a new climb for them, given that they're playing with Nibor and Irad now for a majority of Season 14. For Aurora, it's the same 5 dudes.
Same 5 dudes who has been tearing it up. And again, once more, exceeding expectations for this season, considering they really treat themselves as a rookie team, like they mentioned in multiple interviews.
And I think that's the best way to approach anything, is to come in humbled, but with the experience and the wisdom that you have and the skills to prove yourself more than the position that you started with. And that's why they're here fighting for that upper bracket slot. 2 lives. That shuts down all the haters. You cannot be said to be a first-round exit team, and that makes you so much closer to, if I'm not mistaken, if you're in the upper bracket, you're 2 BO5 wins away from M6.
That's right. Basically.
2 BO5 wins to M6, 2 BO5 and 1 BO7 to a season championship.
So, in short, upper bracket means you just have more free time. You have more time to study your opponents. You have more time to relax and watch the games.
More
absorb
chances
more energy.
To walk away with more.
There you go.
I mean,
it's just there's just no downside. Essentially,
there's no downside for Aurora to take down RSG, and for RSG, it's do or die. It's literally just put it this, all right? Don't think about the scenarios. If RSG loses, that's it.
That's it. No, nothing. Lose today, done. All right. So at least now we have that in the bag. And again,
that's historic.
That's historic.
RSG has never missed a playoffs in MPL Philippines franchise history, and as well, they've never gotten any lower than 4th, save for their debut season. But
again, it feels like a completely different RSG, and I hope these days, I hope it's been enough of a bounce back for these guys. Who do you think is winning in this one? Is it going to be an RSG journey step 3, step 3.5, or do you think Aurora is going to be on the road to securing upper bracket? Hugely Aurora for this one. As much as I love RSG, man, I love Coach Panda. This guy is my idol.
Okay, I am on the other hand. So for some reason, in the forecast, I said RSG.
Yeah.
I said it would be good for storytelling. It'll keep everyone glued to their screens, to their phones.
Keep the people going.
Up until the last day, because then Aurora would have to really give it the black.
Yeah.
So I said RSG. I don't know what came over me, because the stats will say otherwise.
Yeah.
But if you want the easy answer, maybe Aurora. But if something inside you says, maybe the Raiders can do this, maybe they can be Kingslayers once more, RSG.
Maybe we can get that glimpse of the old days, right? The old days of the of RSG where they just feel like they can do anything. But right now, RSG is the vote here for Leo. I'm going Aurora. Let's see what's going to happen. And I hope you guys also can represent your teams using the recalls. For this one, is like, it feels like I'm going to the Northern Lights. It's like swirly all over. That's not how it looks like. Don't worry, guys. But yeah, I don't know what your favorite is. I know Team Liquid is really stonks.
I think by a long shot, Team Liquid is very popular.
They're stonks, yeah. Lightning is very close. It's
Good
very spammable.
Strong second. For the legacy of it, I think AP Bren is also very good.
Yes.
Smart Omega looks clean. RSG as well. Are we missing anything?
RSG's Aura.
TNC. I'm still wondering who that is. You ever figure that out? Who's?
He's red-haired. I don't know.
Who is that?
Was there an SDZYZ red hair moment?
I don't think SD's hair was ever that orange.
Right, a little bit. There you go.
That's his face.
And for our fans, they have a bit of a spicy take here. If the RSG loses, is it ending the season 14?
Yes.
Wow, they're very good. Very
yes,
good.
DJG.
We
yes,
just mentioned
Daniel
that.
James Gabon.
Gabon.
RSG's journey is over. Basically, this is their last match. And there's no other permutation of them making it to the playoffs if they don't win.
It's win or go home here.
If anything, it's sweep. And you still have to hope.
You have to hope,
There's still something else that entirely has to happen that's out of your control.
Even if RSG wins here, they have to wait for their fate. As, they're going to have to see if another team can basically wipe them out, namely Blacklist.
Which is a weird situation because today, RSG, their worst enemy is Aurora because they stand in their way.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, they're like, Aurora, go!
So they have to beat them and then cheer them on.
Yeah, you can do it!
All right, that's, again, tough times here if you're a Raider, but that's the beauty of the tournament, right? We fight here on the stage because we know these power levels we set for each other are not set in stone.
For sure.
Things can change in a day. People wake up, they feel like I own the world.
And this happens to the best of them. Even the Titans of MLBB, Liquid and Falcons AP Brand, they've had their down days. So who knows if RSG woke up on the right side of the bed and then Aurora are figuring something out because we've also seen Aurora kind of drop the ball here and there.
A few times in the season. So it's never really done till you're done and Mara's announcing who's winning. So don't worry, guys. Keep the faith. He's done no matter what happens. That's a different story, though. Right? So you're right. But yeah, for now, we are going to see the players walk in the stage.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see them recall. We're going to see them flex. We're going to hear the fans scream. Woo! As it will be Aurora MLBB and RSG Philippines walking in to the MPL arena.
Here to officiate this match, our marshals, JJ, Pat, Jeff, and Joshua. First up, it's make or break for the Raiders. Every moment and every decision in this match counts towards their playoffs dream. Rise and slay for RSG Philippines! And their opponents, making their way on stage, the fate of two teams are resting on their shoulders. All eyes on the Northern Lights. Welcome to the MPL Arena, Aurora MLBB. And their coaches, RSG Philippines Coach Link. And Aurora MLBB's Coach Master the Basics.
It's time for the face-off. A rad demon kite. Step forward. Irad, paano mo babawian ang Aurora? Sa ano ang palag mo?
Pag sinabi kasi namin gagalingan, lagi kami talo eh. Baka hindi na namin galingan.
Demon Kite, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang Raiders? Ano ang palag mo?
Gagalingan ko lang, trabaho lang, walang personalan.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. Do or die, make or break. We need to watch this match very closely. We're gonna head on over to our panel. Pasok.
As they say, you know, for the words of Demon Kite, work only, no personality. No, I'm just kidding. It's all a part of the job, man. Nothing personal.
And they have all the incentive to kick RSG's butts.
Oh, yeah.
No offense. But if there's any team I know who will not take offense in what's about to go down, it's RSG Philippines. Very professional, all the way up from their management, down to their coaches, down to their players. They're going to come up on stage like it's another day at the office and bring it to Aurora, who, by the way, just keeps shining and shining brighter. Remember when we mentioned that, you know, in Season 14, they've here and there dropped the ball?
Yep.
I think they learn from those so quickly. I think they pick up so well, and then they show us a new trick here and there to make up for that and more.
I guess that's just the result when you get really veteran players in one team and add in like really good coaching staff here. And not to mention the influence of the Queen himself.
Of course. Who we haven't really seen in the MPL arena quite a while. Maybe in the playoffs, confirmed they are going to be there. If they're second seed or less, we don't know. But looking at the stats right here, you see that there's some things RSG do a little better.
Yes,
better
right.
at turtle control and better at kill participation. RSG, looking at their stats overall, that might not be reflected here in the head-to-head. They are currently number one in average kill participation, so it doesn't get higher than this.
They fight.
Aurora, though, on the other hand, are number 2 in average kill participation, so they're second there, and first blood ratio. A lot of first bloods on Renegade alone.
And the first Infinix keys to victory, go raid or go home.
That's it.
That's basically it.
Just bring your best Kingslayer moves, and Aurora, just do what you gotta do, man. Like
It's all work.
If you gotta play dirty, if you gotta bring out the cheese,
Bring
do
it out.
Just do it. Whatever the new tricks are.
Whatever it
If
takes.
you gotta play Angela Joy. Ugh.
You got excuse me?
They did that.
Oh man, not again. And of course, showcase your mechanics. You are very gifted. You are veterans of the league. You know what to do. Go ahead and do it.
You don't think they talked about that pose, no? Did they?
Probably.
They were doing the same pose.
Probably they were.
And they.
I don't know what that means though, but
You have to do it too. See, what are the odds that two? It's the right hand.
Oh, sorry.
See, what are the odds that two players who used to share the same post share the same pose and are now facing off against each other in a do-or-die battle where also the other team is looking to go into the upper bracket?
This is really giving a lot of our hearts a run for its money. I feel like we're all going to be a little bit heartbroken no matter what happens later on. One team's going to the playoffs, one team's probably upper bracketing, or one team's going to go home.
Imagine how crazy that climb would be for RSU. By the way, picks blue side here, them being home. Imagine how crazy that climb would be if they somehow do make it into the playoffs.
Do the impossible.
Because of them sweeping or beating Aurora today, and then tomorrow Aurora beating down on Black. Like, how crazy would that be?
What universe can that, what multiverse can that happen, man?
That is a behind-the-back half-court shot.
That's that stuff, again, reserved most likely for tomorrow. For now, we're going to have to keep it one game at a time. You know the favorite saying of these players.
Of course.
Just like they always say, and go into the draft for game one.
Only second to let's give it our best and give the fans a good match.
show.
Like that's the third thing they say is one game at a time.
Free things. that pro players love to say.
All right, the Matilda and the Loyi banned out by RSG. Aurora taking out the Chip and the Fanny. Still out there, your, regular suspects, the Phoveus, the Hylos, usually gets banned out as well. The Edith. Oh, you gotta take out the Edith.
Of course.
Unless Aurora's willing to let Nibor have it. In the Khalid.
And Nibor did have a few standout games, especially on the, it's a bit make or break in the R-Lot. So those are things that used to get banned out, but now it feels like, you know what? Go ahead. Take it.
Something tells me, personally, as a fan of RSG, and just of watching so many of these games, I don't want it to come down to one final slash.
Oh, no.
Like, if it has to come down to that, is it really worth it? Maybe just draft better or play in a different way that doesn't have to come down to that. There's the Harith ban.
I get
so
it,
still
though.
left open the Hayabusa, the Ling, the Nolan, the Julian, the Edith.
Edith is great.
The Garot Kacha.
First pick Garot again. I don't think my heart can take a first pick Garot Kacha again.
Please,
Here,
don't do it a
brother.
rock hard. Don't do it a rock hard.
Come on, man. Don't do it. Or, you know what? If I was RSG, I'd be thinking along the lines of what do we need to do that the enemy will never expect. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe they're running through it.
Rome Hilker.
Rome.
Never see that coming.
And the funny thing is they've already done it. There goes the Ling.
Okay.
Very good first pick. Again, you got to watch out for the Cho if you're a Ling these days.
The Cho or Ruby.
That's right.
These all suck for you if you're Ling.
That's right. Also, you also might not want to let go of the Angela like what we saw earlier with Team Liquid Philippines.
Oh yeah, does that give Aurora so much of an incentive to pick the Angela this early?
Yeah.
Isn't that dangerous?
It is. It really is very dangerous. Because Angela can get really played around here.
Check it
Falling
out.
on the Moskov.
It's been a while since we've seen Moscow.
Yeah. Welcome back, man.
Yeah, these two teams share the Moscow in their top
I think
picks.
the last time we saw Moskov, it actually lost.
Yeah. So here, both Aurora and RSG, second best pick, second most pick is that Moskov. And they go ahead and pick up the Valentina. So I guess they're just closing up the Edith. Yue is a Valentina specialist. So they're saying, hey, make my day. Coach Link.
It's
Coach
a
Panda,
dare.
Make my day.
It's a challenge.
Do it.
Let's see. And again, if you are challenging any specific guy, I mean, like Light can play the Edith very well. Despite getting copied with the Primal Wrath, he's probably still going to pick it up.
And that's a mid lane situation. That's a mid lane trio configuration you're thinking about. What does Crusade, though, play? What does the Kamai King play?
I mean, he used to really love to play the Moskov. Now he's going to have to play against it.
Does he play a Claude?
He can play a Claude because you can just be a secondary hitter. Because the Ling is your primary attacker if you're...
Yeah.
If you're RSG.
And I think this is the perfect time to do that because Claude isn't super late game reliant anymore.
Oh, I love that. Oh my goodness, I can't. I love the Cho pick.
Yep.
100% deny pick there. Renegade would love to play that.
Take it away. Yeah.
Great pick for RSG.
Like casters, just take it away.
That's right. Each and every time, bro. Each and every time.
The Gatot has just become ever present, man. Like
first rotation.
First
by the
phase,
way.
exactly. First phase. If he's open, you pick him. He just does so much.
And usually it's really easy to punish a Gatot. Well, at least it was before, but now it feels like you can't go wrong with it. There's like no specific comps that you can go wrong with the Gatot Gacha. Even with so many failed AOGs, somehow the follow-up fight still goes in your favor.
Again, the AOG goes without saying. If it hits, it's good. If it doesn't, it's okay. And here's a hero that we usually see banned out in the first phase, the Tigreal.
Especially against Aurora.
Oh my god, the Hitman.
Oh boy.
Best believe he's gonna do some work.
Oh boy. I like it.
The Tigreal. Is that a...
I don't know.
Is that a...
I think it is.
It's a cosplay, you know?
It's a cosplay of...
From Demon Slayer.
Some Demon Slayer thing. I'm not sure.
That's a Hashira, no?
Who it is. I don't know who it is. I do not watch Demon Slayer.
Are those people in a meeting? Are they in a class
I think
while
they're
in MPL?
It's either a class or everyone's like listening in on MPL.
So it's like a watch party on ground.
Yes, it feels like a voice call watch party.
Have you ever been in one of those?
I've never tried that.
All right, well, folks in chat, let us know what that's like if ever you've taken part in that.
Maybe maybe we could do something like that soon.
That's some modern solution.
We can do like a vertical live stream where you can. Oh,
congratulations Somebody graduated. Congratulations.
That's a graduation photo, right?
All right. No,
Alright.
no other way better to celebrate than with some good old MLBB esports. Second phase of the banning. There's the Faramis, one of Aqua's favorite picks, and the Arlo. Okay.
Okay. Wait a second. If Aurora is the lights within, RSG has the light without.
But the light is gonna play Cho.
He's gonna play.
Wait,
Cho.
is he gonna play? Yeah, he's gotta play Cho. He's gonna
I
play
don't
Cho.
think that's gonna go XP.
Yeah, so now what's left for Abun Jingjing? You have the Khalid, you have the Terizla.
Arlo!
Arlo's
got banned out.
Yeah.
All right.
That seems to be the point of attack
Edith.
here for RSG. Yeah, the Edith.
The Edith win rate on Edward is insane.
I would say ban it.
I think he only lost twice.
Coach Link, JC.
Ban it out,
Brian,
man. You
listen
don't
to
want.
me.
You don't want to
Listen
give
to
it.
us. Ban it. Ban the Edith now.
It's just too good. It's just too good, man. I
Don't-
mean, obviously you can't copy the Primal Wrath anymore, but that doesn't matter. As long as you win the lane.
Yeah, it's way too much CC.
Do it.
Take it. Oh, speaking of CC.
Oh yeah, good point. Good
CC's
point.
in the XP.
That's
She
a
can do
nice.
that.
That's a nice segue there. Yeah, CC. We keep forgetting about the Yo-Yo girl.
Yeah. There's just some very specific situations where CC's good. Look at the stats on the hit, man. 80% win rate, Rockhart.
Oh, boy.
On the TIG. We've seen him do crazy things like him and Brusco.
He flies. He flies as a Tigreal.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
All right,
actually.
so they're letting through the Edith, and instead they ban out the Julian. Fair enough, because DK doesn't have a pick just yet.
It does feel like an Edith pick. In the terms of jungle, what's a DK pick? Joy?
Nolan's still out.
Yeah, Nolan
Haya.
is the safe one.
Haya's
Oh, wait,
still
Hayabusa's still out?
Yep, check it out. Hasn't been banned.
No way it did
Yeah.
get banned out.
Look at this. Despite RSG struggling this season, Light's able to maintain a somewhat positive win rate on this choke.
It's Khalid.
There is the Khalid.
Why are we even surprised? Love that you're doing the correct pronunciation, by the way.
I'm pretty sure it's somewhat correct, I guess.
Almost. I'm
Yeah.
trying to study the real pronunciation. Honestly, I'm halfway through.
I've been playing a lot of Khalid, and Gatot's a good matchup.
There you go.
Cho, not so much. Cho just cancels your quick sand guard, and you getting kicked into a turret doesn't help you many. All right, there's the carry, and we're looking for one more. What's Aqua to play?
Aqua to play. Maybe the Loyi's banned out. Lilia?
Vex? Oh, no, Aurora.
Aurora, there you go.
Okay.
So is there a world that this Cho can still go XP?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Can. But have we seen Nibor do that? Let me bring up the
Nah,
stats.
I don't think
I don't think so.
I don't
yeah.
think so, bro.
There's just like a handful of XP laners that actually played Cho XP.
Really big hitters. Like the Arlot, big setters, probably gonna get thought, but there's a Roger for the jungle here.
Uh-oh. That's a deep cut.
It's very, he dug deep for that.
Yeah, no, Nibor has never played XP Cho.
Yeah, and Light is going to play it. We're going to have to take into consideration mastery of the hero as well.
Mhm.
They don't want to try something they haven't played before. Again, we don't know, but probably, right? So, index rating looking really good here for RSG, not going to lie. Negative counter here for Aurora means, you know what, they just want to play their game.
Yep. I think a good chunk of that is on the very easy to execute CC. There's 4 very good sources of CC from RSG that if they get their way, Renegade will have to really catch all of them off guard.
There it is. Locked in. Who do you think is coming out on top here, ladies and gentlemen? Let's throw it over to Naisu and Ingan to give us the game on this one.
Last chance for the Raiders to save their playoff spot coming into this season.
To Mobile Legends.
Up against Aurora, coming from their momentum. Welcome to the English desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Naisu. And Naisu, looking at the jungle matchup specifically, Irad with the Ling and Demon Kite, bringing back a hero we haven't seen for quite some time now.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, for a while, you know, Roger was the flavor of, I was going to say the month, but it was like more than a month. Like it was like the first half of the regular season even, and even the previous tournaments, but kind of fell off. Back in a position now, though, in the hands of Demon Kite, and it can still work. It's one of those picks that obviously you build your lineup around it, and you know that's what Aurora went with this time. But you're wondering, is this lineup going to work for Aurora for game number 1 against what RSG brought to us.
Yeah, and at the same time, we can see Renegade again rocking the Tigreal. We've been seeing Renegade have some...
Is that 80% win rate on the Tigreal?
I believe 80%. Renegade has been versatile all throughout the season. He even went out with a game using a Diggy. Matilda, of course, so this time it's going to be the Hitman Renegade up against the Raiders. So far, looking at the early game, it was quite a relatively fast game during Series 1, but this time, Aurora has the luxury to be as aggressive as they can, because again, the power spike of a Khalid is in the first 5 minutes. And when you pick up a Khalid, you know your agenda is to invade the opposing team's junglers, but on the other hand, here comes a potential invade coming in from Aurora.
Yeah, they want to put pressure where they can. Again, we're still a little ways, of course, from that turtle take. But, you know, part of this, too, you're kind of, when you have to look at things on the lineup that they have, how they go through this, the fact that you have Renegade, for example, on the Tigreal really helps set things up. And it's great that there's an Aurora, because you can kind of stop that implosion setup that we see. He's going to take a couple shots from Irad. Demon Kite will get the turtle. The fight already going to break out, too. Glacial drop down, still fight going to ensue. Edward trying to get out, won't be able to. Heals up, though. There's the implosion we were talking about. And Edward does stay alive with that heal and the setup coming out from the implosion from Renegade.
Quick sand guard, making quick work off of Irad as he also picks up the kill the moment that you think Edward, Legend Zero, was going to fall down. Just a quick sand guard cast, and at the same time, a kill onto Irad was more than enough for Aurora to establish a good lead. They also got the first turtle, and props to Renegade as well, all throughout that clash. Sticking to Irad, even if this is a link, forcing the retribution onto the purple buff. That's why Aurora has no trade. So right now, for the Raiders, in order to stay alive for this game, they really have to bank and hope that Kosei will be activated later on with this carry. Because with this carry, you can easily burst down the tanky hero side of Aurora, like Renegade and Edward.
Yeah.
But in order to do that, they have to avoid or stop the aggression of Aurora.
I feel like we're in a place now, at least as the shifting sands of the meta happen here, or literally with Khalid popping up more, or you know, now even the gold lane has changed quite a bit, where you do have some of these more mages popping up in the gold lane, or even, for example, like the Ruby we saw. When you have this more traditional carry versus Mozkov matchup that we saw so much of, it does play a part in it where, yeah, you do have to worry about Domang later on. And, you know, of course, that farming timing. Oh, there was a kick there, too. Raging Sandstorms goes in. They're going to fight this. Renegade went down earlier towards that purple buff, so they don't find more in that, but Renegade gets taken out. A lot of pressure on that purple buff.
The Aurora was a bit in too deep towards that purple buff. And again, you get the concept because you have a Khalid that can easily invade, but in that case, it was Yue and Renegade trying to at least force out the purple buff before the turtle spawns. And they just gave up a kill onto Irad, but that was a trade Aurora, I believe, was willing to take. And this time, they're setting themselves perfectly for this potential turtle take once again. Do have to point out, Renegade has his flicker available with the implosion play, but Yue as well, ready to expend that Frigid Glacier counterattack that they can ensue on the Raiders as Demon Kite works on the turtle.
That's just going to be a free one to take. Demon Kite will use the retribution to secure the turtle. Irad wasn't in the area to actually contest that. So now that's 2 turtles here for Aurora. Very clean takes on them, and that's the thing. You know, you mentioned this earlier on. Part of what RORA is doing, part of what Renegade is doing is just, you know, they're comfortable taking some of the risk of, let's put Renegade here behind enemy lines and make them work for, you know, even something as simple as a buff.
Yeah, and that's a good sign that you're actually a roamer. Because there's a difference between a good roamer and just merely a setter. And Renegade is doing more than just setting. He's zoning, giving Irad an uncomfortable time in his own jungle, providing a lot of vision for Aurora to counter out the rotation that the Raiders are doing right now. Again, Renegade has his flicker.
Wow. Whoa, light. He wanted to go in there to go for a pickoff. He ends up getting taken out.
That was a quick one for Aurora as they tried to work on the middle lane as well. Again, here comes the contest, trying to steal the purple buff of Irad. This is not a good sign. If you're a Ling, at this point, 5 minutes in, you're already out of your purple buff.
Yeah, the way this whole, like, 30 seconds went, I mean, RORA did so much to just stop and slow things down. Edward, once again, this is the thing about Khalid, just heals up with the Sand Guard, and now The focus here looks to be on top. RORA wants to get the tier 1 top side. They're going to put the pressure here. Light to answer. Multiple members there, but they know Renegay's here as well, so they can't fully commit.
Yeah, that's the threat of having a Renegay with the Tigreal. But look at this 1v1 between Edward and Irad. And even if, in terms of damage, Irad has more, Edward is going to continue spamming the quick sand guard just to regenerate his health. I didn't even see him recall even once so far this game.
He's pretty much got, I mean, he's got Thunder Belt. He's got some steel pants, you know, at
steel
this
pants.
Point. You're not really going to be able to kill him unless, yeah, maybe your Kosei pops the damage, has that penetration through. Light, there's the Sandstorm we were talking about too to keep him alive. So Edward will just sit there, gets a ton of attention, and all this is worth it for Aurora because now they're 3 for 3 for the Turtles.
This is where you see Aurora really shines. Even if the game's sort of like stalemate wherein there's not much action, they know how to extend the lead. As the Spear of Destruction will connect!
Gets the Purify out. There's the Flicker, the Implosion too. The toss-up under the turret. Kosei goes down, and now Yue looking to pick up a kill on Light. One hit, has a little bit of shield, so he'll be fine. Still surviving it all. Once again, sights here on the purple buff, putting the pressure on Irad. He will get it with Retribution. But Rora's done enough damage already. It's these small wins and victories just stacking up now at this point.
At this point, I don't think that was a small hit for Doming. I mean, from the top lane, connecting the Spear of Destruction onto the bottom lane to bring down Kosei, plus the assistance of Renegay with the Implosion. Even if Kosei had the Purify, they were able to still shut him down and let this lead balloon up to 4.1k. And so far, we've been seeing more purple buff fights compared to turtle clashes. So this is a sign that Aurora's really on the lead right now as they try to work on the middle lane as well against 5 members. But look at Renegay. Renegay.
There's no way he pulls this off. He's going to get spotted out. He's going to go for Light, though. They'll pick up Light. I'm sorry, the Guardian going to be dropped down, too. Domang firing off from the backside. This is all around the orange buff, too. Edward jumps in, still fighting in between the 2 turrets. They'll get the passive out. Spear Destruction will not land, but right now, RORA takes even more from RSG.
And that's a sign that you're in the driver's seat. Renegay in too deep. Implosion play onto Light, despite him connecting, just expending the Implosion onto a roamer. That was more than worth it because they know that Yue has the Frigid Glacier ready to be expended. And in that case, when RSG resulted to a counterattack, Yue just popped out the Frigid Glacier, catches 2, brings down Nimber as well, and again, this is the purple fight clash we're waiting for.
The pressure, once again, Light taking a brunt of the damage from Domang. They have to get the support here.
Whoa.
They're going to be able to crunch down to the choke point on RORA. They're going to pick up Renegay, looking to fight back as Irad gets a double. Light falls down in the exchange, and now they're going for Domang. Domang fires off, but won't be able to follow through on the Spear of Destruction. Meanwhile, Demon Kite fighting off Nibor here with Yue. Jumps on in with a Lycan Pounce and will claw in back. It's a 2 for 3 trade.
And just like that, RSG still able to somewhat salvage that moment despite the aggression of Aurora again going for the purple buff of Irad. And this time it looks like even if Aurora got the 3 turtles, RSG will get the Lord. But here comes Demon Kite though.
RSG, they don't waste any time. They'll just take everything they did and they'll get the Lord. So this is a great swing in their favor here.
And this is the luxury of having an Aqua Aurora. Aqua Aurora. Again, you see the aggression of Aurora. They started things off, but with Aqua's Frigid Glacier connecting to at least 3 members, it was easy for Irad to dish out the Defiant Sword to the members of Aurora to bring down 2 at least. Although Demon Kai was able to answer back with 1 kill, RSG got more kills. That's why they were able to get this first Lord. And just like that, from a 5k gold lead, they were able to trim it down to half. And if you're RSG, you really want to utilize as much as possible this first Lord. Not just, even if you don't get an inhibitor turret, at least clean up all the outer turrets like what Irad is doing right now up top.
They can play around this Lord pushing in bottom side. They're going to force Aurora back. So this is RSG playing on the momentum with that Lord push in. It's going to get cleared out really quickly though, because again, they've got great clear speed here with this lineup from Aurora. So we'll see what more RSG gets. Spear Destruction going to be used just to spot them out, force them out further. So right now, Aurora honestly doesn't lose too much.
Yeah, but they did though. But RSG was able to successfully again diminish the gold lead of Aurora down to 1.6k this time. And it looks like Light is playing more comfortably compared to the first 5 minutes. He's able to zone out now. He's able to, freely roam around, try to get those pickups. Maybe up against Domeng, Yue, or even Demon Kite. So this time it looks like the Raiders are ready to punch back, fight back, 5v5. Again, we've been seeing more purple buff fights compared to neutral objectives, especially in the Lord pits. But this time with RSG, with how they're playing, they can actually contest for the Lord and utilize again Irad for those split pushes to have some sort of an advantage towards the macro game.
I think both teams really can just play around the side lane push if they want to. Again, Mozkov known for that. Ling obviously can do that like we mentioned with Irad, but they're going to have to face this fight. There's the implosion from the Hitman. Going to be able to find two. Light's the first one to go down. They do get trapped into the Glacier as Edward to follow, and now Irad in trouble as he gets just poked down, taken out. Now into the turret. Demon Kite on the chase for Aqua, but Aqua still holds on to the passive. They get the tier 2 turret, and now they'll make their way to take some resources. Get ready for this Lord, 20 seconds away.
And once again, the Hitman doing Hitman things, making sure to connect the implosion onto two members of RSG. Even though they got the trade onto Edward, it was more than worth it because they were able to take down Nibor and Irad and preventing RSG from potentially setting themselves up for a Lord take. And as we look at the Infinix instant replay, look at the patience coming in from Renegade, just really waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Paired up with the Raging Sandstorm for Edward, and even though he was caught up with the Frigid Glacier, he was able to add a still crowd control, but look at this, Light goes in!
Light went in, he flickered in. He got punished again, having a really tough time here on this show in game number 1. So right now, RORA, knowing they don't have Light, this is a clear signal for them to just take this Lord here.
Okay. So Aurora again establishing a good gold lead, 5.2k. It looks like it's going to be an uncontested Lord.
Oh, Domeng.
Oh, Domeng.
Gets the Tempest Blades out. He's forcing the fight. Goes in with a Spear of Destruction as well. Irad able to get away. Good attempt there from Domeng, but still, ultimately, it's that Lord going in the hands of RORA.
Even if Domeng wasn't able to take down Irad, he was able to foil the plan of RSG to let's just go for the trade instead.
Yeah.
Again, Aurora still has a second turret down bottom. And you know the plan of the Ling, the plan of the mechanic, was to just really bring down at least one turret to try and look for a trade, but Domeng says no. I'm not afraid to get outplayed by a Ling as soon as we get the Lord. And here comes the potential push coming in from Aurora as they manage the minions. They're going to take away once again the purple buff of Irad. They have minions down bottom, middle lane, and the Lord marches up top. Renegade again has the flicker, has the implosion play. It's going to be a matter of setups between the two teams.
Yeah, Yue also has that Frigid Glacier going to force the fight. Wind of Nature picked up by Kusei. They're going to need it, but an implosion again coming out from Renegade. Forcing the fight under it all. Nibor taken out first. Spear Destruction won't be able to land. They get stopped by the tracks of the Frigid Glacier from Aqua. Still dealing with the Lord here. Now working on the mid turret. RORA full force still. No one goes down. Defensive items picked up. They're going to force the fight under it all. And they will work on the base before finishing the fight as they take game number 1.
Just like that, the Hitman strikes back once again. Picking off 3 with a good flicker implosion play. Setting his teammates up for success as they take game 1 away from the Raiders.
Again, you're seeing it right here. Demon Kite against his former team. Very clean game for them all. Making it work, even Renegade on that Tigreal, 80+% now.
And I'm pretty sure the panel has a lot to say from the performance of the Hitman himself, Leo Rockhart. Take us away.
All right, we got a little bit of re-education. Why that?
It's beautiful.
Love's
that
beautiful.
Tigreal was beautiful.
I mean, it was too good to be true, to be honest. And one of the reasons why it does get banned out a lot against certain teams, you know?
More so in the hands of Renegade. Impressive work here by Aurora, but if you'll recall to about a 2-minute window or 3-minute window in the mid-game, it looked like RSG was clapping back. But as soon as Edward and Renegade decided, yeah, no, we're just going to keep pushing our advantage here. This can't happen. it stopped right then and there. So that's what allowed Renegade, the Hitman, to bag this game's MVP.
Yeah, and again, time and time again, you just cannot play properly with the Tigreal of Renegade in your face. And 100%, even at the later parts of that, Doming actually was hunting down the assassin instead of the other way around.
Yeah, so even if RSG stole the Cho and tried to make it work, there was just too much of a roving threat and a stationary, almost inevitable way to stop anything they're doing that they couldn't use it. They could, Brockhart, can you recall a good kick by Light?
It's hard, man.
I'm not trying
I know what you mean.
I'm not trying to put Light on blast. It's just he couldn't do his job.
And no one could do their job because there's so much going on there in your screens. You can see right now the chaos that RORA is just going for. I mean, even the Raging Sandstorm didn't need to hit. It just needed to disrupt the formation.
It's the same concept as an AOG, but even Nibor's AOG really couldn't do much because, I don't know, from where we're standing, it looks like they have a lack of vision. They really couldn't look into these bushes wherein potentially Renegade could be hanging out, where Edward has already cleared the bushes. It's difficult. That's why Irad, just based on this 14-minute match, right? Whenever he goes in, he usually has to make a decision, all right, I'm all in here. I'm going to try to burst out as many as I could and then get the hell out. There's no true re-engage.
That's right. That famous meme of Tigreal just hiding in the bush.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why you can't really check it too much because he might already be charging the implosion in that bush, right? So you have no opportunity to check. The lane just has a hard time even just securing the buffs. And as much as Aqua is great on the Aurora, I mean, after that, after they dodged the Frigid Glacier, the sustained DPS of Aurora actually wins out. The team, not the hero.
Very confusing, but I agree. And what this allows for Aurora is their cores. Doming and Demon Kite to just go ham, go crazy. Look at this, 806 GPM on a Roger. It's been a hot minute since we actually saw Roger in the jungle. DK played it very well. Yue dealt a lot of free damage, again, just because of the free CC you get from just mostly Renegade, or the threat of activation from Edward's Khalid. And then you have Nibor, who, by the way, again, not to put RSG on blast, I'm just talking facts here. You remember a good AOG?
Yeah, they barely hit. Honestly, and if they do hit, probably one or two. Same with Light. I mean, it's hard to blame these players because they're not put in a position where they can even use a follow-up.
It's like swimming upstream.
Yeah.
It's fighting gravity.
It's nigh impossible.
They tried.
As much as you can try going in there, but who's your follow-up damage? It's a pretty short-range carry. It's also a Ling that has a hard time. It had a hard time farming up.
It's an all-in Ling.
It's basically all-in Ling, right?
And I think that's one of the main strengths of Aurora as well. Besides the aforementioned vision, the almost sure CC, is their re-engage. Doming can dash out, SOD in, and then continue to fight, or just run away completely. Demon Kite, say what you will about the Roger, losing stock in the past couple of weeks, but he's not as all-in as the Ling. He can dash out with, again, what is it now, 3 seconds on the transformation?
Not to mention Edward's in your face.
Exactly.
While all of this is happening, there's a Khalid roaming around, flying everywhere, and then you also have to worry about Renegade.
And Yue just comes in to clean up or deal damage because he is the one that dealt the most damage. So, Aurora here, it's like, without the Faramis, it's like they're playing with the Faramis because they all have some level of re-engage, some level of extra utility layers to go through what RSG potentially brought to the table with their draft. And that's why that small comeback window, I think that's all RSG had. If they could have, and I'm not saying they should have because we don't know. It's not like Aurora's going to take it laying down. If they took the game from there and they maybe broke into the base, might be a different story. But Aurora knew how to play this lineup from the back foot, and that's why they regained control and still ended quick. Like under 15 is very quick.
Yeah, that was a 14-minute, 41-second game. And again, once more on the back of the Hitman, who did show up today, guns a-blazing. I am so happy to see Renegade in this form, honestly. can't believe that if you think Tigreal now, you think Renegade less of other people. That's just how good he is on that hero. And again, one of the reasons why that specific hero gets banned out against Aurora games a lot.
I'll do you one better. When you say MLBB, I'll think Renegade. That just might be me.
That's a pretty, probably not for everybody.
And they're wrong.
If they think MLBB, sometimes you'll think this guy, that guy.
No, you think Renegade.
And free.
Or is it just me? Regardless, you're allowed to have an opinion, and you're allowed to be wrong. And I might be wrong because, again, I predicted RSG. Aurora's at match point, so if they win, then they're more likely to win the next, all right? Let me just say that. Seeing what RSG did here in Game 1, what fight they showed, my hopes aren't so high.
Honestly, they're eking worse and worse into that scenario B, closer and closer. Guys, keep your head high. For now, we have Mara on Battle Trips right now, one of your favorite segments, throwing in right now.
We have special guest here at the MPL Arena kasama ang Smart Battle Trips! Alright, introduce yourselves. Taga saan?
Ako po si Maria Monica Carla Emina from Makati City po.
And ako po si Roldan Makalalad from Batangas City po.
Kamusta ang inyong experience dito sa MPL Arena?
Sobrang saya po kasi nakita ko po yung mga gusto ko po makita na players po.
Like sino?
Sila Renegade at sila Stanford po.
Okay, ikaw naman, kamusta? Ano mga ginawa?
Sobrang saya ko po since ito po yung first time ko po dito sa MPL venue and sobrang lamig po pala dito and sobrang saya po talaga.
Malamig! Magyakapan tayo! Malamig! Okay, kung magiging part kayo ng MPL, anong gusto niyo gawin?
Ako po gusto ko po maging host.
Ah! Okay.
Katulad po na ito. Welcome sa Philippine Arena! Ngayon nandito si...
MPL Arena. MPL Arena.
MPL
Iba yung
Arena.
Philippine
Sorry
Arena.
po.
Okay, again, take 2. 1, 2, 3, go!
Welcome po sa MPL Arena. Andito po si Ma'am Monica Carla Emina, nag-host.
Okay, ikaw, anong gusto mo maging?
Ako naman po is being pro player po and ako po ay naglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Magaling ka?
Sakto lang.
Oh, anong rank? Anong rank?
Ang highest rank po ay 130 star.
Wow! Hey! Okay, paano ba sumali sa Battle Drops para yung lahat ng ating mga manonood pwedeng sumali katulad nyo? Paano sumali? Host! I-host mo kung paano sumali.
Ganito po, i-follow nyo po ang aming page at magiging updated po kayo sa lahat ng event po namin.
Anong page?
MPL, nakalimutan ko.
Ano? Call a friend! Call a friend! Anong page?
I-follow nyo po ang official Facebook page ng MPL Philippines and also Monton Student Leaders PH and CH po, Community Heroes and wag nyo na po palagpasin na sumali po dito sa Battle Trips and talaga po mag-enjoy po kayo dito.
Invite them para manood dito. Invite!
Ay mga friends, i-follow and i-like nyo na po ang aming page.
Alright.
And i-share nyo na po.
Alright, that's Smart Battle Trips. Sabay-sabay natin sabihin pasok, alright? In 3, 2, 1, panel, pasok!
There you go. That is Smart Battle Trips where people get a chance to basically go on a field trip in MPL Arena.
Is it just me or how do you fit that many people in a bot? Like, is it me or does it look like there's like 6 dozen people in there?
It felt like 2 busloads of people, honestly. So, yeah, a big shout out to everyone who joins and everyone on Community Heroes also who just love and bleed MLBB. Always a fun time whenever you guys are around. And now, we're going back into it. MPL Arena is still buzzing, and this time around, it's with Smart Gameplay Pose. You know, all you gotta do is use hashtag the power of smart, and you just gotta copy the player pose.
Who is it?
Now, is there any doubt? Is there any doubt who it's gonna be? Come on, brother, come on.
It's one of these. Do it! Do it, do him right. Oh, yeah. I like that one. Oh! All right.
More fierceness in your face.
Ah! She's got the effort in the arms.
Yeah, but you gotta do the
face. Oh, this
face.
guy's got the smile.
You need that grit.
Ah!
There you go. You need more.
This guy wins.
I think he did a sound effect as well. That's probably why he won. And there you go. He's not done.
There's more in him.
There's more in this.
He can do this all day.
And he's not Forever time. One more time. One more. No, I'm kidding.
You can do this all day.
You can probably do it all day,
like
right?
Spider-Man.
Is that Spider-Man? Of course.
Or Batman.
From a very well-beloved franchise.
Happy Batman Day.
Is it Batman Day?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome.
I wanted to go celebrate, but we have work, so.
Yeah. Always gotta love Adam West. Adam West is the best Batman. If you know him, please let me know.
You mean Adam Levine?
Yeah, probably. Anyway, we're going back into the game, and a big shout out to the Auroras. Not these guys. The ones who are watching on the watch parties.
Where are they at
TNC
now?
Armstrong Cafe. That's all the way here in Manila to celebrate RSG's fight against Aurora. And to be honest, we're probably screaming their names out, screaming their lungs out, because it's Renegade's time to shine. You know this guy knows how to put on a show.
Interesting. So, all the folks at KMC Armstrong Cafe, they have one more game, possibly.
One more? Possibly.
Before the watch party is... Because they're at match point. Aurora's at match point.
It's going to be a fast day for you guys. So
I mean, it's a Saturday. It's a lovely weekend.
Great time spent with your family.
If I'm not mistaken, like the weather's pretty good. Like on the way here, on the drive here, sun was up.
Yeah,
clear
it rained
skies.
a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little moist.
Sun went down.
Just a little precipitation.
So I believe that you guys will have the rest of the day to enjoy, unless you're also like us, who are thrilled to watch match number 3. We'll talk about that later.
You're not going to want to miss a single match today. This
Exactly.
weekend, Retribution Rumble? No way.
No way.
All right, here we go. Here's an update. RORA
Rora's
now
in?
picks Blues. Oh, no.
Oh, no. All right, this is going to be
Wait,
interesting.
I have
And again,
hope. I have
what?
hope. RSG might do better on the swing. They might do better on the double pick.
That's the hope, right? That's the hope that we have.
I'm copium, bro.
The hope that we have is RSG can still bounce back from that one, despite a very, I would say, shaky performance. And again, some ultimates not hitting. That's just part of it.
It was the nature of the draft. I think their heroes just really couldn't come through. Mechanically, they were doing their best.
You got to give them props for trying to hit. Always, that's the number one rule for coaches. Got to try to make a play.
Just try.
Try to make a play.
It's better than nothing. It's better than just laying down and taking it. Here we go. Match at the basics. Coach Link, and of course, Coach Panda, Coach Dex, on this chess match of a draft. Faramis, Arlo, and Link taken out by MTB. Link taking out the Chip, the Phobius, and the Tigreal. Do it!
Yeah, I think you
Link,
have to.
Link, listen to me. Listen to me, bro. I mean, you can't, but...
Phobius is a great ban. And of course... Also want to ban out maybe.
Think about the Khalid or the Tig, one or the other.
Khalid, the Cho, unless you want to pick it up.
I think that's fine. Tigreal or Khalid.
Tigreal is like the #1, right? Unless you want to ban the Matilda.
What's your command?
Fanny?
I mean, you can't get both, so maybe they'll allow through one or the other.
Actually, a lot.
And
There's a
deal
lot
with
that
it.
they have to ban in that last one, so I get what you mean. I don't envy the drafting team here for RSG right now. Feels like it's a huge uphill battle,
All right.
especially with 28% win rate on red side.
So Haya first. Do you go Julian X?
I still think Cho is the pick.
I'm not Julian Cho. I'm not feeling Julian Cho. I'm pretty sure there's a person in the world named Julian Cho.
Sounds like, especially it sounds very Asian.
It's a Chinese American, Julian Cho.
Yeah.
From
very
Oklahoma. He's a third generation. Anyways.
Anyway, sorry.
So yeah, if you're looking at
We're gonna get to
Irad,
that one.
that's the only one left. What else do you pick if you're the mechanic? I'm not feeling the Nolan anymore.
I don't think he's gonna Lance as well. I know.
That would feel miserable. Like
I would.
Lance is like a last slot
That's
pick.
super duper weird. But there's a Cho, and they decide to go Valentina instead. I guess trying to preempt the. They're trying to preempt the Edith here.
And I guess, giving fair warning to what Aurora drafts from here on.
Yeah.
Because, from here on, every ult you pick, we can grab.
That's right.
All right.
And that's why you also don't want to pick like the big ticket ultimates. Like, I know Implosion's not going to be a problem, but maybe if you're thinking about going the Minotaur route.
Oh no, there's a lot
That's
from
a
the
Harif.
Oh, little white-haired boy.
Oh,
little
boy.
Castle and Khalid. Oh no.
Yeah, and Aurora doesn't want to pick the Raging Sandstorm, right? I feel like it's gonna put you in harm's way too much.
Nah, son. These three are all already pretty bad. Like all of these old Khalid's mid. Getting Raging Sandstorm is pretty mid.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's mid.
It can get you in a pretty tough spot. At the same time,
as an Aurora, yeah.
Yes,
As a Valentina, yes.
Valentina. All right, so we're picking gold lane here.
If they don't pick the Julian, it's getting banned.
I think they have to lock in gold lane Moskov if they really want a Moskov here. Otherwise, it will get banned in second.
What I tell you,
a
Julian Cho. If your name is Julian Cho, please let us know in the
Do you know
comments.
anyone named Julian Cho? Please let us know.
There's like a 65% chance somebody is named Julian Cho who watches MPL.
Tag your friend named Julian Cho.
Okay, so now the second phase. Best believe they're going to start attacking mid laners. There you go. Loyi and then Vexana ban next.
Aurora?
And then Aurora's going to attack
Aurora,
gold laners.
Yeah. I mean,
take out
the
take out
hero.
The Skov. They're going to
Skov.
ban out the Skov.
Aurora's definitely banning out Moskov if they don't want it. If they're not picking it up, go and ban it out.
See?
There you go.
Love is in the air and in the MPL arena.
You just want to play, man.
Hey, you got a nice loving family when you get home. What are you talking about?
Just want to play. Oh, someone's sleeping on Aurora there.
No,
That's Edward.
That's about Jing Jing playing the whole which recall would you pick? He fell asleep picking Aurora.
Yeah, and the message there is don't sleep on the Aurora recall. You got to try it out. You got to pick it up.
Aurora's a sleeper hit. Like, it looks pretty.
It's majestic.
There you go. Nice ban on the Tig. I actually like that more than just, like, closing in on ults. Because you kind of want to steal the Vexana ult and the Aurora ult rather than deal with...
Yeah.
Rather than deal with Renegades Tigreal. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Okay.
Although Renegade has had, he's very adamant with picking up a lot of these off-meta heroes. Rafaela gets insta-locked by this guy.
He's very capable.
When he needs it.
I don't think it's out of the question that he's okay with this Tigreal ban.
He's fine. He can handle
Yeah, what do you
it.
ban here? The carry? You ban the Claude?
I still believe there's an opening for an Edith here. You don't want to give the ult, but you might want the set.
So yeah, the RSG can still play it. Wow!
Beatrix,
with the carry and the Claude out, you ban the Beatrix.
Wow. All right. So one or the other for the gold lane here, unless they... RSG's not the team that goes for gold lane Ruby, so they don't have to worry about that. Lunox?
You're not going to gold lane Ruby. I don't think there's much of a reason to go...
Not Alice, not
You can
Lunox.
Lunox, because you can Brilliance out of the Shadow Kill.
You also want a good matchup in lane.
Yeah, so the Harith and the Lunox, like it's a good matchup for Kusei and Doming. Nibor though, is this where he picks up the Edith? Is this where he Ediths? Do it.
I think you gotta do it.
Pick it up. You're gonna ruin. I mean, you're not gonna ruin the Khalid, but you're gonna wait. What?
I guess they're hanging. And by the way, this draft might just be the last here for RSG, right? So this is their last ticket in.
They made this call.
This is the call.
Look at Renegade. He's so vocal. Coach, listen.
I got this.
Coach, this is what I'm gonna play.
He's gonna play the egg.
Okay, let me pick it, Coach.
It's a Matilda.
Matilda was open!
That's right.
And the Vex. Okay.
All right.
Aurora plays with a lot of good CC and reliable damage. That's what they have now.
Yeah. And this is a lineup that actually doesn't care much about the Claude. You can kind of just Guiding Wind out. You can Shadow out, Dash out. So many ways to deal with it. So the Claude is actually the trap pick. If they Claude here, they actually might be in trouble.
Yeah, I don't know about the carry though too. It's the same. She's a mid-range or short-range marksman.
Where if you go for if you get in position to attack, you might actually just be the one in danger.
Yeah. So what do you do here?
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think you want to Alice. This ain't the place.
They still go Claude. I guess they
go
don't.
Claude.
They feel like they can do it.
All reliable.
All reliable.
Okay. One thing I can say for sure about Aurora, they're playing double purify.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Put a P on Yue and Doming.
Can never count Light out, especially with that Cho, man.
For sure.
He has been He has been on that since the beginning.
Yep. You also have whatever the hell Aqua steals. You have Nibor on the Gatot. You have the Julian, you know, the enhanced chain. So still, there's a lot of Purify utility. I'd say do that.
And otherwise, the clapback is going to be your key.
Yep.
How
And
good are you in counterplay?
Combat mobility. Aurora's so good at that.
There you go. Just get into it for game number 2. Do or die here for RSG and Aurora. Let's get into it.
Do or die match indeed for the Raiders. Potentially their last match for this season. A must-win for Irad and the rest of the squad. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Inga, and together with me is Daddy Bear, Naisu.
Yep.
And Naisu, you know, the thing that concerns me for the Raiders is that the snowball potential of Aurora is... its potential is just too much. Again, we might see Demon Kite snowball with the Hayabusa. They have a early game a gold laner compared to the Moscow, which is the Harren. And apart from that, they can be as aggressive as possible because of the presence of the Renege's Matilda.
The wingman
The
for
wingman.
this game at this point. But yeah, that's always the case here. Anytime the Hayabusa is in play, you know, the snowball potential is always is one of the biggest plus sides to it, like this already.
Okay.
Okay, he's fine. So Demon Kite doesn't, you know, because he doesn't have level 4, not able to take out his former teammate Light there. But the same can be said for a Julian. A Julian that gets these early kills, gets the maybe even the objectives to a point. Irad can snowball himself, and we've seen how devastating the damage can be on a Julian. That's all part of it. And look how aggressive Rora's just being in general here.
Again, this is an Edward Khalid. First 5 minutes, you expect it to be as aggressive as possible, especially once it's picked up the Thunder Belt. So Edward, just like game number 1, he's just gonna do the same thing. Just try to be the front line, try to as much as possible make Irad uncomfortable in his own jungle.
Yep.
And when the moment he's about to get pinned down or dropped down, he's just gonna do the quick sand guard. That's a hard reset for Edward.
That's the way you do it. You know, if you guys are gonna be playing Khalid yourself in the XP lane,
yeah,
it's a great hero. But even so, like, you still, the setup potential with the Khalid, with the Raging Sandstorm, is really what makes it so great, especially in a lineup where, again, you have a lot of crowd control yourself, even in forms of the Eternal Guard, and you have that safety of getting out of there. Look at this fight, though, too. Light could be in trouble. A couple of shots coming out from Demon Kite. Turtle still for the taking here, so there's the Raging Sandstorm. Irad will be able to get it, but the Eternal Guard drops down as well. Renegade picks up a kill. Now they're going to be working on Nibor. Their own Eternal Guard dropped down from Aqua, and Aqua on the escape. Demon Kite goes back in under the turret, but has to Quad Shadow out, and now it's Nibor in trouble. Circling Eel there, but Nibor will be able to get away, and there's the kick coming out from Light, getting the revenge. Picks up a kill in exchange, so a whole lot happened there, but get the turtle to RSG.
Okay, that's how you control the aggression of Aurora. Again, prevent prevent Demon Kite from getting those early pickoff kills to get the snowball. Props to Nibor, because that clash was actually Nibor against the world. I thought a lot of times, I thought Nibor was going to go down, but still he managed to stay alive again with the Revitalize and heads up play from Light. To use that Wave the Dragon to make sure to pick off 1. That's why our kill scoreboard is 1-1. Although RSG got, even though RSG also got the first turtle, so now they have the lead, and they can prevent Aurora from being as aggressive as possible. And now Renegade goes in with Circling Eagle just to try and zone out Light.
Renegade's playing this Matilda like the Hitman. You know, he's going to be very aggressive throughout the game, even in that last team fight. You know, same thing, the way he played around it, picked him up that kill and everything else. So that is something that RSG wants to handle. Yes, they've gotten themselves a very minor lead at this point. None of the first items really being locked in just yet, as it's still a little bit early, but they are on that path. And so with this, you know, waiting for that next turtle to come up, it can happen. Like, Light could actually look for a pickoff with Irad if they want to before the turtle fight even breaks out. But you saw that right there. Aqua does take the Eternal Guard, and they can make a play already, and that's really what they're looking to do. Where can they find that window to make a play before the objective take?
Okay, Renegade is here, though. If ever they go and try to invade,
there it is.
Here comes a kick from Light.
There's the kick. They're going to be able to find Renegade and take him out in an instant. That's exactly what we're talking about. Demonkai goes in, checks things out. Has UA here alongside Domeng. The jump comes through. There's the Eternal Guard, and Edward joining the fight. Goes in with a raging sandstorm. It's going to be able to find two. Light goes down first, and now under the turret, they're going to fight. Edward has to back out with UA, though, as two are already down for RORA. Couple shots still going for here. Nibor holding them on the front side. And even with Renegade back, this should be a turtle in the hands of RSG as Irad secures the turtle.
What a worth it clash for RSG. In exchange for Light, they got the turtle plus 2 kills, and those kills were onto the crucial targets. That was Domeng and Demon Kite, the two most high potential snowball heroes for the side of Aurora. Props to Light as well as the AOG from Nibor for setting things up. And this time it looks like RSG, despite the pressure, despite a do or die match for them, it seems like it's not bothering them with the way they're performing, especially Light and Nibor.
Well, again, you got to be locked in here, Ingan. You know, if you know the stakes, there's a drop down with the Eternal Guard. I think the Quan Shadow gets it off in time, Demon Kite. But this is the thing, Light knows, you know, purple buffs up. They got to protect him to secure it, and going back to the point, RSG has to play like this. They've got to be on point every single roll because, again, at stake is that last playoff spot.
Okay, as they work on Edward here, as well as the bottom lane turret. Here comes Demon Kite, though.
Shadow Kill going to be used. Light won't be able to escape that time around. Demon Kite finally getting some payback there.
Yeah, just like that. He bursted down his former roamer. Light goes down. And okay, so for RSG, wait, Kosei, okay, he's going to try to delay the push coming in from Aurora.
Clears it out, Blazing Duet. Aqua's here. There's the jump in as well from Nibor. They're going to force the fight a little bit further, but Nibor now half health. He's tanky enough, and they just forced him off. So they hold on to that tier 1. So RSG using a lot there to really keep it together. Edward using that sandstorm, but to no avail. Won't be able to find anything. Still, a lot of RSG holding this top side. A Light there as well. Does have a flicker available. Circling Eagle now from Renegade, and they just back off. So a whole lot of tension top side.
Okay, that's the thing when you have a Mathilda. Even though Light has a flicker way of the dragon, he's not going to commit it because honestly, just one guiding wind could save whoever Light potentially kicks. But here comes the clash.
Gonna go down, Eternal Guard, drop down. Nibor in front of it. We'll keep it together, and you know Light, he held on to that flicker. Did manage to get the Purify out, of course, so this should be 3 for 3 in terms of the turtles for RSG.
Okay. So right now, the good news for RSG is that they prevented the snowball from Aurora. They're playing at their own pace. They have the gold lead, and at the same time, Renegade, although he has a Mathilda that's aggressive with the Circling Eagle, it's not the same as the Tergil with the Implosion, wherein he can turn things around with one set.
Yeah.
So right now, who are you going to rely to when it comes to the crowd control from Aurora? Of course, there's Edward with the Khaled Raging Sandstorm, but is it going to be enough, though, looking at how mobile and versatile the lineup of RSG is?
I think this is where you almost have to just say, you know, you gotta get a glimpse of it, like mid to late game or late game even, because part of that too is just doming on the Harith here. Once again, they're just trying to keep this pressure alleviated. There's the Circling Eagle into the Raging Sandstorm as they'll be able to find Nibor this time. Salmon Force drop down 2, and the Blazing Duet on the defense as Kosei just backs off, gets away from the turret, but finally RORA has been working on the tier 1 at the top. Will they be able to finally get it as that turret finally goes down? So finally RORA, step after step, gets it. Light, there's the kick, away the dragon, they're gonna force the fight again. Edward could be in trouble, heals back up, Salmon Force again, and there's the shadow kill as they go under the turret as Demon Kite puts the pressure on RSG.
Just like that, Aurora once again with the lead. And our XP laners so far have been performing phenomenally. A while ago, it was Nibor. It took them a lot. It took them 8 minutes before handing him his very first death. And now this time, Edward soaking up not just the Wave of the Dragon, but the initial burst coming in from Irad as well as Aqua. And with just one quick Sand Guard, he was able to reset once again, go for the counterattack. And this time, they were able to pick off 2 for creating a lead once again for Aurora. So right now, if you're RSG, Light really needs to step up, make sure to get the proper targets. It's going to be Doming and Demon Kite, like what he's been doing a while ago during the first 8 minutes, just like this.
He's going to go for the step up, gets the kickoff. No kill though just yet. Eternal Guard drop down and Light gets taken out of the exchange. Renegade still up. There's the jump, but Demon Kite goes in the backside, goes for Aqua. He's still gonna survive, but it's Nibor that goes down. Aqua took the Raging Sandstorm to survive, but now a full force of Aurora will make their way to the Lord.
This is the beauty of having a Khalid. Despite Light, but wait a minute, they're going after Irad.
They're gonna force him out.
Okay, now they're gonna get the Lord as well as try and get the purple buff away from Irad. As Demon Kite works on the Lord, secures it as well. And it looks like this is the start of the downfall of the Raiders, because right now they're depriving as much resource as possible from the Raiders. And again, I do like to commend what Edward has been doing. Despite the good double knock-up coming in from Light, again with the proper targets, that was Demon Kite and I believe Renegade. One Raging Sandstorm disrupted the formation of the Raiders. That's why Aurora was able to bounce back. And of course, again, the heals coming in from the Hitman, the Circling Eagles. So far, the balanced lineup of Aurora is working wonders for them. They're able to bounce back with a 2.1k gold lead, and right now, they have the luxury of having a Lord for this push.
Lord pushing down the mid. Aurora with a good lead at this point, too, and Edward just kind of spotting members out of RSG. The Raiders will be forced out of this side, but they hold on to the Tier 2 turret for now. Aurora not wanting to push the press the situation any further. They will take some resources, take some buffs as well from RSG. But ultimately, a good defense, at least for now, from RSG to not lose too much. But they still have to be prepared for a forced initiation. There's the jump in from Nibor. Takes a couple shots, waiting for the rest of the team to follow up. On the defensive, Renegade goes in with a Circling Eagle again. And Zaman Force dropped on the turret. As both Eternal Guards just battle it out, nothing, no one will go down.
Okay, a lot of ultimates has been casted, but RSG though was able to salvage their second tier turret in the middle lane, but Doming says no to the bottom lane as it takes it down. And now a lot of pressure for the Raiders again. The stakes are high, a do or die matchup. If Aurora wins, RSG will now be eliminated, meaning Blacklist will secure a playoff spot coming into the playoffs this season 14, but still, RSG, they're not climbing that much of a high mountain because it's a 3k gold lead for Aurora. They can still bounce back. Again, one crucial pickoff for Light can do wonders for their team. But right now, it's looking really hard for the Raiders.
Yeah, again, we got to reiterate the fact here for the Raiders. They cannot
no more
get
mistakes.
2-0'd against Aurora. If they want to have a fighting chance for that spot in the playoffs, the last one, and right now it's looking a little grim. They're going to have to rely on this lineup that they brought to the table and make things happen. They got to show that Raider mentality that they showed throughout the season. Right now, they're just trying to keep things together. Sometimes it's just for Irad's buffs alone, and Rora wants to force the fight.
Oh, Domin goes in.
Domin Force going to be dropped down, and they get choke pointed in. An Eternal Guard going to be dropped down as Nibor and Light are taken out. And they're just going to chase down. And we got to take a breather there. Something happened there.
One thing for sure is Doming picks up a double kill. This was a Harith, a gold lane Doming, going in, being the front line, being the main source of damage. Just look how courageous, how brave he was, going up against 2-3 members of the Raiders, picks up the kill. And right now, as we head on to the technical pause, we can see all the fans, still the Raiders here, especially this guy, one of the most crucial members of the Raiders family, clinging on for their dear life, and just hoping to extend this game to Game 3. Because again, the playoffs chances of the Raiders hangs in the balance.
Man, looking at that, just the last exchange there. You know, a lot of this is, they got to kind of secure the buffs for Irad, so you're almost forced to just be as a team around that area, and RORA punishes that. They play into this choke point around the jungle, and they crash down, and then, of course, before we, took this little break here, I didn't know exactly if they were going to follow through after getting those 2 kills or what, but nonetheless, regardless of really what happened there, that was 2 kills for the hands of RORA, based off Irad trying to get his buff, and either way, it wouldn't have resulted in anything good for RSG at that point.
I like that you mentioned the jungle matchup. Again, it's poetic because Demon Kite one of the best raiders to ever rock with the team, now has the chance to eliminate his former team. I mean, it hurts if you're a Raiders fan. I mean, I know in some sort of way Demon Kite inside is also feeling for his former team, but again, this is all about passion, about competition. And just like that, Demon Kite can fulfill his destiny and bring down his former team and let Aurora climb as much as possible. But my best jungler, my MVP, my boyfriend Irad, this could be the buff that Irad needs to bounce back and force a Game 3. What do you think?
I'm all for showing support here, but right now, I'm sorry, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, but at least at the end of the day, even if RSG loses, Irad's gonna...
You got that support.
Yeah, you got that support. And as people here are doing the flap teasy emote, are shocked.
You know what? When things are going bad, just do the flap teasy emote. Even in life, you're going through life.
You can use it either way.
And you just like one day, you just gotta wake up in the morning and look at yourself in the mirror and just do that.
Do that, yeah. You can use it either way. Through the bad times, through the happy times. Just do the flap teasy emote. A lot of people are celebrating their birthdays this week.
Dude, I don't know what it is about October. There is a ton of birthdays in October.
Yeah.
Like, at least that I know of personally, too.
Yeah. I've been hearing both of the panels singing happy birthday as this guy.
Even in the talent room, people were singing happy birthday.
Everyone's singing happy birthday, and props to this guy exposing himself. I believe he didn't tell his mother that he was here, but right now, he's here.
Knows.
He's proud. She knows.
She knows now.
Okay, you is that?
Who's it look like? I don't know.
Oh, I know. This guy's a. Okay, I'm not gonna give context anymore, but yeah, he does kind of look like you.
Would you buzz cut your head?
No.
Why?
For what? No, I love my bangs.
You love your bangs?
Yeah, you know I'm.
But you know it's like winter arc right now, right? Yeah. Like it's like winter arc / villain arc. This is time to buzz your head.
When I do my cut, that's when I'm gonna do a buzz cut. What's this meta with 2 phones and
Who has 2 phones?
You
should ask yourself why you have 2 phones.
Could be because of business, or you know, you're doing something
Business
should be proud of.
Says the guy with like 4 gadgets on his side of the desk.
Okay, so far so good. I mean, we can see a lot of people here enjoying Green Sun Hotel. Speaking of Flap Teasy's emote, this is Flap Teasy himself emoting in a different way. And if you're a fan of Flap Teasy and the rest of Falcons AP Brand, there's a good matchup tomorrow. Again, a revenge, a rematch of the finals, TLPH and FCAP.
Bossing.
Bossing. How do you translate bossing? Bossing is boss.
Yeah,
basically.
But it's just like a. In English, it'd almost be. It's almost like a similar term for like, hey, bro, or I don't know, bro.
Okay, I leave the translations to you. Nice.
I don't know. I personally don't say bossing.
I don't say bossing also.
I don't know where that started, but.
Oh, look at the smile though. Okay, so right now, okay, we see Antianara.
Who is this?
Brigida.
Brigida here in spirit.
Brigida here in spirit. Oh, shout out to Brigida, by the way, who's been roaming around the country for the barangay caravan. And look at this picture. Man, this is the perks of being in Green Sun Hotel live. You can literally make fun of your
Took all
friends.
10 days. Took all 10 days pa bago sumahod.
You can do it nice.
That's
wow.
It's so long. It's 10 days till my payment or till my
Wow.
salary. Woo.
That's why I love tech bosses. Nice who's forced to speak in Tagalog.
Chico Kaya.
Chico Kaya. Okay.
I mean, at this point, again, like we have to remind our viewers here, as we look at all our audience here. The game is not going well for RSG. So if you're watching for RSG, whenever we get back to this game here, which hopefully is shortly, it's not looking good. They had a bad skirmish in the jungle.
Okay.
And it didn't go well. So it looks like we're jumping back in. So let's see exactly where we are.
Okay, Sent goes in, and now we're back in the land of Dawn and another clash.
Back to it. So yeah, Nibor and Light were the ones that went down, as we were saying. And RORA will go ahead and disengage and now start up this Lord, which should just be theirs.
Ideally, RSG wants to go for a trade as much as possible, but in this case, you're outnumbered, outgunned by 5 members of Aurora MLBB. There's still a chance to turn things around, especially if you get a good pick-off again coming in from Light. But it's going to be hard to burst down any member of Aurora, especially if they continue to deprive Irad of his purple buff, of his orange buff. And if RSG manages to extend this game down to the late game, it could be a good sign for them, because again, they still have Kosei with the Claude, one of his signature picks. Can deal out the damage towards the late game, turn things around, but again, the problem remains. RSG needs to deal with the push of Aurora. They have a level 2 Lord up top. And a good initiation from Renegade. They have to avoid it as the Lord marches up top, approaching the top lane here. They're going to try and go for an inhibitor turret as RSG desperately tries to go for a defense. But look at Light, though. Light's positioning, though. They might be making a plan here. Renegade's going to spot them out, forcing out the conceal.
He's going to spot him out. He's going to chase him down, too. They might just maybe try to cut him off. It might not be worth the effort, but Light's going to have to do some fancy work for this one. Demon Kite knows where he's going to be. Shadow kill there, too, and Light tries to get out, but will go down. And now RSG left. 2 members already taken out of the picture, so 3 up here. And RSG, are they gonna just punch this one in even further? Aurora still working on the base turrets. A couple shots in. Edward goes in with a Raging Sandstorm. He's gonna be able to find Irad, and now the turret goes down to the bottom side as
they have minions.
There's only 2 down. Now still working through it. 2 up. The jump in from Nibor. They gotta clear the minions out. Base gonna be worked on here, and RSG sees the spot for the playoffs, holding on between these 2 as Nibor's already taken out of the picture, and RORA will do it. They'll go and win the series 2-0, just dimming the hopes of RSG for making it to the playoffs.
A win for Aurora means the end of the journey for the Raiders as Aurora sweeps RSG. Demon Kite finally eliminating his former team. And this also means one thing: Blacklist officially qualifies for the playoffs.
Oh man, you can see it here too, like Demon Kai. You know, there's probably some feels there, of course. You know, being on the other side of this time as they come out. You know, former teammates, you can see here Light as well.
Yeah.
You know, there it is.
There.
That's what we expected. Again, it's always tough to see, man, but that's
hard.
That's competition, right?
This marks the end of RSG's run for numerous seasons. They've been placing at least top 4. But unfortunately, good things come to end. RSG, for how many seasons, won't be part of the playoffs. And I'm just really curious as to what the Raiders have to say, because I'm pretty sure they gave all their hearts out to fight for their playoff life. That's my Mara Aquino. Please take this away.
GG.
MPL Arena, RSG Philippines will no longer be moving forward. Light, what would you like to say to the Raiders and everyone who's supporting you for Season 14?
Sa sumusuporta sa amin sa Raiders na walang sawang pumupunta, thank you, and nakakalungkot lang na yun, magtatapos yung journey namin this Season 14, and I promise na we will come back stronger. And sa sumusupport sa akin, sa family ko, and also sa girlfriend ko na walang sawang sumusuporta sa akin through up and downs, thank you and I love you.
And we will wait for you to come back stronger. All right, everybody. GG. One more time. GG. RSG Philippines, you may now take your bow. Unfortunately, your journey will end here. And now, on stage, our winning team, Aurora MLBB. Demon Kites, congratulations. nakita ko kanina, you hugged every single one of them. How does it feel na ikaw ang naglaglag sa dati mong koponan?
Actually, medyo parang neutral lang. Malungkot, tas masaya ganun. Kasi sa buong karir ko naman sila din yung nakasama ko ng matagal. Kaya yung respeto ko talaga sa kanila.
What is your message to RSG Philippines?
Message ko sa kanila, bawi lang kayo, tsaka alam kong malakas kayong lahat, kayang-kaya niyan.
We know them. We know they can do it. We're expecting them to come back stronger next season. Si Edward naman. Edward, with your win, nakatulong ka sa dati mong koponan na Blacklist International na makapasok sa playoffs. Sa'yo naman, how does it feel na sa'yo nakasalalay yung pagpasok nila?
Actually, parang wala lang ako doon. Kumbaga, ini-aim namin, upper bracket, kung if ever man. So, kailangan namin mapanalo yung matches namin, parang ganun.
And what is your message naman sa Blacklist International?
Thank me later.
Thank me later. And now, our MVP. Let me hear some names. Who do you think it is? Sino? Paiba-ibang names ang sinisigaw ng ating mga madlang people. And let's take a look at the screen. Edward! Edward, Aurora fans are really rooting for you every time. Lagi ko sinasabi, todo sila, palaging sold out. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa inyong mga fans?
Ayan, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta. Mula week 1 hanggang week 8. Ayan. Tsaka supportahan niyo yung namin. Yung MPL, tsaka yung manood kayo sa watch party ng Aurora.
And hindi lang yan, meron pa tayong fan na mananalo ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. And you will also get tickets for day 1, match 1 ng ating playoffs. Parang hindi ka makapaniwala. Come here. What's your name?
Casey po.
Casey, sino dito yung favorite player mo?
Kite po.
Demon Kite. Kite, dito ka. Bakit si Demon? Nanginginig ka. Ba't ka nanginginig?
First time po po. I don't know mga si Demon Kite.
Sa kanya mo sabihin. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Congrats po.
Salamat.
Congrats po.
Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya other than congratulations? Bakit siya nga yung hinahanga mo?
Sana po maging magaya ko. Idol po kasi siya magpanya at saka magkaya busa. Gaya po yung kanina. Ang galing niya po magkaya busa eh.
Magaling talaga. Nanginginig siya. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa lucky fan natin?
Salamat sa pag-support at saka kita-kits tayo sa Diwan.
Congrats, that is so nice. And now, you get to take a bow with your team and take a walk of victory with them, all right? Aurora MLBB, you may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Congratulations. Ang powerful ng Aurora MLBB today. They eliminated one team and they helped another team enter the playoffs. We're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pass off.
And that is Aurora, of course, keeping up with expectations of a very big fan base, coming out with its sweep against RSG.
Because of that, again confirmed, Mara asked Edward, how do you feel? You helped your former team make it into the playoffs. Blacklist will be the last team, the 6th in MPL Philippines Season 14 to move on forward. And it's his Khalid that earned the MVP. Because, all right, game after game in the series, the Khalid did so much.
That's right.
Vision, CC, Peel. And that's the reason why in XP this past week, I spammed Khalid.
Oh, yeah.
It's as fun as it looks.
That's XP Khalid, right? Yeah, you're obviously there's a variation where we see Roam Khalid, but XP really does feel like where he does shine. And as Edward did say, Blacklist, thank me later. Probably gonna face each other off eventually as well.
Tomorrow!
Oh yeah, they are facing off against each other tomorrow.
Thank him after they get upper bracket. I don't know, that's a whole nother story, but back to that match. Again, you'll see here how it also acts as another way to muddle the RSG game plan.
That's right.
When you're a Khalid, you stand in the middle of the action. You jump in, you jump out. Number one, you mess up Aqua's ults, right? You'd rather steal the EG. You would maybe even rather steal the Circling Eagle. But if Edward stands in front of you, you end up stealing the Quicksand Guard. If you are Irad, if you are Kusei, you kind of just stand there too, right? You're just like, all right, it's no use if you're a Khalid and you're eating up the damage with the Dominance Ice and a Quicksand Guard as the Claude. If you get hit by the full combo of Irad, you just walk away, heal up, and then you go back in.
Yeah, that's why early on you also want that Winter Crown, so you can do the damage while you're immobile, which makes you such an easy target for a Khalid, right? So at the same time, it's also hard to do the job because your damage output is not really enough for this lineup of Aurora.
Yeah, on paper, it may look relatively paper thin because, all puns intended, because they don't have a real tank. Khalid is a hybrid, right? And then besides that, Renegade is playing a Matilda. But it's this same reason as to how everything is spread out that makes it so hard to beat him.
Yeah, Matilda's more healer than tank.
Yeah.
And of course adds the shield, which makes it so hard for the Claw to actually lock down any single target. Same with every single member here of RSG, which is the reason why it might have been, that's why I was thinking in the draft early, it might have been better to get like a one big burst kind of guy instead of a spread out AoE guy. Because again, I said it in the draft, they could walk out of the Blazing Duet, and that's what they did time and time again.
Yep.
It relied so much on making sure that Nibor hit the AoE each and every time.
He tried. There were moments here wherein it would seem like he was out of his breath to try and make a play. But again, mentioned earlier, you would rather see them try to make a play than clam up and just let the opponents do what they were going to do. Another big key here is the fact that Domeng, once Edward and Renegade say the close is clear and Nibor already misses AOG, can just go ham. That's why he's the rich guy. That's why he's the ace. He dealt the most damage, got up the most farm, because again, there's nothing that threatens him. If it's him versus Kusei, him versus the Zaman Force versus the Blazing Duet, he can eat that up all day. He gets shields. He gets lives. He gets a spell vamp.
That's exactly why Renegade is actually my personal MVP in this one. Hype aside, I feel like he did so much with the Matilda. Egan was looking for crowd control earlier.
Yeah.
Like he said, after the Khalid uses Raging Sandstorm, after the Eternal Guard, where's your crowd control? You forget the Circling Eagle knock-up, multi-knock-up on many members of RSG. And you got it. You can layer that with all the big-time ultimates. And that's exactly what happened. You think the Matilda's just a healer? Just a shielder? No. Also great knock-up on Circling Eagle.
And damage and relocation. The fact that these...
That's the biggest one here.
The fact that all of these things aren't her ult makes the pick such a great hitman pick, such a great Renegade hero, is because even if the Circling Eagle's already been spended, he can still deal so much damage and affect the fights, you know, significantly.
Do damage, get people to safety, initiate,
shield,
knock up, shield, heal. What can this guy not do?
That's
the question.
That's basically who Renegade is as a person.
Exactly.
More than just a player, you know?
So versatile. That's why this guy gets Matilda banned against him time and time again. The one time it didn't get banned out,
he picks it.
He picks it, and you see what happens. Whew! Well, that's the reason why you guys do not want to miss the much-awaited MPL Philippines playoffs, again happening here at Green Sun Hotel. You get to book early bird tickets right now, starting October. Today until October 9. That's like 25% off. Yeah, there you go.
That's a Wednesday.
That's on a Wednesday. So make sure to do it. Buy discounted tickets at ph-mpl.com/tickets/playoffs, because we're in playoffs now, baby. We're getting in that one next week.
You can count in your hands how many games are left played, and then in your hands and feet how many days left before the playoffs begin.
That's how close we are right now to the culmination of this whole league here. So we're gonna go on a quick break. You see these guys walking behind us. That's a really nice preview. And we're gonna be here for another match here on this Saturday. I'm Rockhart, this is Leo. We'll see you guys right after the break. MPL Philippines Season 14.
the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now. live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall, one strike, go
dark side.
to engage.
There's no time to chat.
May the Force be with you.
Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself.
I will do what I must.
Imagination is the driving force of the energy. At last, I am complete. I'm a demon. World breaker. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant.
But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after. And the day after.
in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear the people die. Keep it just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike, for my desire, a light up so bright. Lose all the power in my heart, all the power.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM, backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
No one would
monster. I'm a demon.
Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? Our light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire. I light up so bright. Each all the power in my heart. I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
Dark side. At last, I am complete. Destruction awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content.
Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website.
And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Kaya tayo, lalayo ko yung mga to. Tore. Nice one, boys. Irad, Uli, isang ko ba? Nice! Tara, kaya. Porto lang Crips, kalmado. Mid mo na, kalmado. Nice one, Meng.
And welcome back here on the English stream. Again, it's me, Naisu, joined with Ingan. And as you guys just witnessed, that was the mic check from the victory that we just had there from RORA. Sending, unfortunately, RSG Philippines and all the Raiders out there their hopes of making it to the playoffs.
It's okay.
Goodbye. Yes, I'm part of it. But hey, like I said, I've always been a Demon Kite fan. And it was unfortunate. Like, it was like part of that whole thing was a little poetic because, you know, Demon Kite versus Irad, that whole story, you know, former teammates. But also, like we saw the post, I'm not sure if you saw the post already, but even Blacklist International, the page being like, thank you to our former teammates, you know, Edward and them, of course, Edward Renegade for helping us get to the playoffs.
The assist from the Hitman and Legend Zero. So that means the playoffs have been secured, as you can see in your screen. But still, the standings, though, haven't been formalized yet.
Yep.
One thing for sure is Fnatic Onic remains on top as the first seed. And it's just a matter of who's going to be the second seed, Naisu.
You know, I really love this because even here in Week 8, it's day number 2. Like, we only have this match coming up and then tomorrow, of course, the 2 matches for tomorrow. And, like, we just found out what teams are going to the playoffs. Like, I love that the season and the way that the, you know, the format and the point system worked, it kept it so competitive here. Aside from Fnatic Onic Philippines, like, we're going to find out, too, if they end up making even more history here. But it was relatively close for everyone up to this point.
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the closest seasons so far. It took us how many weeks? Like week 8 down to day number 2 just to seal off the playoffs. And even until now, we still don't know who's going to be the second seed, third, fourth, fifth. So that just means you really have to tune in to MPL Philippines because you never know what's going to happen. And of course, watch also for the playoffs because honestly, I said this during the interview. Even until now, I'm not sure who's going to be the champion.
I really don't think I don't know if I can call who the champion is going to be. I can't wait for everyone's predictions. But you know what? We're going to have to hand it over to the Infinix Tambayan. Let's see what they have to say about the matchup.
You know what's funny? We kind of mentioned this or touched on this yesterday. And we'll talk about that in a bit. This is the Infinix Game Tambayan, by the way. I'm Rockhart. This is Leo. We're heading into a very, very interesting matchup. This is FNOP versus OMG. Fnatic Onic versus Omega. And we talked about this. We said, you know what, if and only if the streak continues, if they won against Falcons AP Bren yesterday, probably on the road to playoffs and finals. But then again, we can never really count out teams like Smart Omega, can we?
Not this season especially, not during Season 14 wherein Smart Omega has been, I think in the history of the franchise, the best shape they've ever been. Even better than when they went in deep, even better than when... Because here's the thing. For those of you who don't know, when Smart Omega enters into the playoffs, they very rarely come in graciously or on time. They always just come in like, oh, we barely made it.
They come in guns a-blazingly. I'm here, guys.
Yeah. So now,
So-
with them being kind of in the picture to make it into the upper bracket, kind of, there's a lot on the line.
Yes. And this is Smart, Omega, and the Sonics retribution here. And we're gonna see here, and this is exactly what Leo pointed out. You can see where they stand. I mean, they do enter the playoffs, but not in the best sense, if you know what I mean.
They're also coming from last season, from the big picture, being eliminated. So, failure like this really pushes you towards greatness. And what better way than to compare the iconic duo of the KK, the new age KK, in Kelra and King Kong, versus these shot-calling maestros of the barangay in Chaknu and Ukir.
The Curly Demons.
Most
of them are.
Ukir's wavy.
Okay, Ukir kind of almost made the cut, but
He's an
what I mean.
exception.
He's the exception.
They like hanging out with him anyways.
And who knows, that might influence the hair to turn a little bit, maybe in the future. But for now, obviously, they do feel like this is a team that can never be underestimated, especially with how unpredictable they can get. And by the way, those are their previous season photos, I just noticed.
Yep.
And there you go, Retribution and Domination. We're going to see FNOP and OMG stats. You're going to see green for Omega,
right.
and of course yellow for Onic here. And you're going to see they come in pretty clutch.
Best believe the top of each stat is the pinnacle of that stat. So total team kills, Fnatic Onic #1, Omega second. Total team assists, Omega first, Fnatic Onic second, so on and so forth. Like, you can screenshot this, share it online, and say, look.
Actually do.
Look at how yellow and how green the top of the stats are.
It's like, it's always top 5 Onic Omega. That's something that our stats guys actually noticed. And for Omega, despite, are they still in contention? I don't think so, right? They're not going to be in contention
I think
for
based on
upper
the
bracket.
math,
Yeah, they can't.
It's more likely
Yeah.
they're third.
Yeah, so there you go. They can't upper bracket, but they're close. And that's the interesting thing about Smart Omega is they're top of the stats, and I guess you could say they're still on the road to maybe becoming part of top 2, top 3. Top 2 at least, right?
Yep.
And especially in the playoffs. So this is the start of where they need to prove that they're more than what they used to be.
They're more than just the stats.
Exactly.
Again, amazing as it may be, they've already redeemed themselves. They've already beaten all the odds.
They went through the whole story.
This is Smart Omega. Fnatic Onic still telling that story season after season after season. And the last time that they met, it was Fnatic Onic who came out on top. Not much has changed in the lineup, for sure. It's still the main 5 from both Smart Omega and Fnatic Onic, but it was a sweep, rock hard. Look at this.
That's right.
All the stats, all the everything for Onic.
It almost felt like a non-game, a non-starter here for Smart Omega. And at the same time, they were rocking some pretty interesting stuff. That was the time when Zask was still the prime mid laner.
It pains me. Don't remind me that they played a Bane and lost.
That's
All
right.
This is an anomaly in the Matrix. This doesn't happen.
I tried not to talk about it. You brought it up. It's right there, but
I saw him.
It's the Kufra as well, something that we haven't seen as much. Same with the Minotaur, by the way, which, where are you right now? Gatot Catch has been on the rise as well.
Yes, you reminded me. Chaknu's iconic Kufra lost too.
It's a very interesting study, and it's gonna get more interesting if Smart Omega actually gets something in this matchup.
And that's something being, I'm gonna put it down now. I'm gonna put it on the table. They have to end the streak.
End the streak.
That's it. If only they end the streak, then we have a discussion. But if not, big topic at hand is gonna be the 14-0.
14-0, never in franchise history.
Yeah, in franchise history, whether in the Philippines or Indonesia, starting season 4, then in season 8 for us, no.
Yeah.
It's never happened.
That's right. Well, we have the MPL fan comment. I think this might be pertaining to the previous game. Oh, no, it's here. Selangor Red Giants versus FNOP. I want to see who's coming to M6 and taking the championship. That is a great point.
Step by step, all right? Step by step.
That's a great point. But maybe slow down, slow your roll a little bit.
True as it is that SRG are kicking butt in MPL MY Season 14 now.
As expected.
And Fnatic Onic are on the verge of also, going the 14-0. We still don't know if they're eventually going to go to M6. As much as it's as cool as it is. You know what? If you're a fan and you die hard love these two teams, you can sure.
Especially for SRG, I feel like, man, they have full support there, right? But here in the, definitely, like you said earlier, the most competitive MLBB region, every single team,
the strongest,
just wants to go go and attack you from every side. If you're not careful, if you wake up wrong, if you wake up on the wrong side of the bed one day, that's top 2 gone, that's top 3 gone. So you can never really tell until you reach play the final day. So Aurora guy, please chill. We got time.
But I get where they're coming from.
Yeah, of course.
Especially for SRG, you mentioned Rockhard. SRG, the way they're playing, yeah, they're likely going to get 1 slot at least.
At the minimum, right? Especially since of course, M6 is happening in Malaysia. That'll be fun.
They get 2 slots back, by the way.
That's right. So it's almost impossible if they don't reach it. But M6 Championships, so many international teams right now we got to watch out for. Who do you think is coming out on this one? Let's reel it back. Let's go to this one.
Okay.
Omega or FNOP? Who's your team?
I think the streak continues. I said it on the forecast. We're going to see the 14-0.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to bring the lightning and get on.
Same
on
G's. Okay. So
it's lightning time, baby.
So we'll see. I think that makes 2 heartbreaks on the panel here, if it does happen. But I will embrace being wrong. If Omega indeed does break the streak, I will embrace that.
I will actually do that as well. I feel like they deserve it. They will deserve it if they do it. I'm just saying it's highly unlikely.
I will hug Big J. I mean, I was gonna do that anyways, but more now.
I mean, I've been at this point, I have been actually predicting for the underdogs a lot ever since we've seen FNOP go on the win streak. So I will predict for them now.
Okay.
I know they'll take this.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. Hop on the train, just because they've proven themselves.
There's plenty of room on the FNOP bandwagon. Look,
they
you can sit next to me. You can sit next to me.
Right there. There you go. We're already strapped in right here. Everybody, choo-choo. And yeah, we're getting into the game very, very soon. Don't forget to comment your predictions as well. We're going to read through that in just a moment.
We're on a one-way trip to the 14-0.
Yeah, 14-0 almost sounds impossible, especially here in the Philippines.
For sure.
But they did it. And again, you have to acknowledge the consistency, the capability, and the grit of that team.
Something's changed. But not me.
Why?
Not Fnatic Onic.
Not Fnatic Onic. All right, you're embodying them.
Yeah. I can't do that. Like, again, it baffles my mind that it's possible in the Philippines. Now that you put it into context, we are the most competitive, the strongest.
Hands down.
The most must-watch. But Fnatic Onic broke all that. It's like, no, forget about it.
Nah, I got this. I'm going to break all their expectations, and I'm not even going to break a sweat. So, honestly, Fnatic Onic are on the road, but we said this about Falcons AP brand. If there was any single team that can become the most unexpected team, the most, in Filipino terms, they call it last one, the most cheese of all.
Yeah.
The cheese, the king of all the cheese.
Yeah.
That's Smart Omega, brother.
Yeah, because if you can see from afar that Fnatic Onic is going to get the 14-0, Smart Omega will do anything and everything in their power to do the impossible, to achieve the unthinkable, to suddenly somehow. But here's the thing, all right? This is what I'm reading.
What?
If ever the streak were to end, it's got to be 3 games.
3 games at minimum. Come on.
If the streak continues, I foresee a sweep. If Fnatic Onic were to go 14-0, they got a 2-0 Omega. Like that's,
That's the only way they're gonna cleanly
Yeah.
take it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's gonna be a fight happening.
Yeah, just cut it at the heads. And the venom.
And that's usually how you deal with a Mamba, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing them right now, and they're walking behind us.
What is King Kong doing?
He's looking for someone.
King Kong, he can say hi to you too.
Say hi here too. He's looking for someone. I don't know what he was looking for.
He just knows he's on camera.
Ah, there it is. So as usual,
He's rizzing.
He's rizzing
He's
somebody.
mewing.
He's doing. You know how it is. You know how.
That's the only reason I'll ever shave my beard.
If you want to get
mew,
just to show that. All right. So there you go. You did see Fnatic Onic walk by. So do you know what that means? We're walking into our team intros for the last match of day 2.
Here to officiate our highlight match, our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Jeff, and Pat. First up, making their way on stage, can they go and break the streak to do the nigh impossible, to make gods bleed? MPL Arena, do you believe in Barangay Smart Omega? Here to break records and make history. They are on the road to becoming gods among men, looking for the 14-0 streak. Let's welcome Fnatic Onic Philippines. And their coaches, Smart Omega's Coach Lembot. And Fnatic Onic's Coach Why Not.
It's time for the face-off. Kalra, Chaknu, step forward. Former teammates. Step closer together. Chaknu, paano mo babawian sila Kalra at ang Sonics? Ano ang palag mo? Kalra, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi si Chaknu at ang Barangay Smart Omega? Ano ang palag mo? Palag kung palag. Fist bump. The final match of the day to witness history being made. Is it a legendary streak or is it a phenomenal upset? Panel, pasok.
That's a bromance if I've ever seen one. Again, a big amount of history between those two guys, not as opponents, but as teammates.
That's right. They won the MSC 2021 championship, flew out to Malaysia to compete and defend their title for MSC 2022, and then parted ways. And here they meet again.
Yeah.
As fated opponents.
That is so interesting to see. And the way that the tides turn, obviously, Kalra does feel very at home here in Fnatic Onic Philippines, who very few people have actually given a really good challenge to yet.
Yep.
We've seen a few 2-to-1s, but then again, they usually close up in style as well.
Speaking of style, Kalra has picked up a few odd picks just to close off these 3-game series. If you remember the Clint.
Right. And the Bebe.
And the Alice.
Yeah.
He's so versatile. And check this out, Rockhard, check this out. I have a feeling that Omega has a chance to upset us because they trump Fnatic Onic in a couple of stats. First blood and kill participation. How do you do that?
It does feel impossible, right? And the graphs, but you know what? The graphs don't lie. It does feel like Omega are so good at that first blood and, of course, grouping up together as a team that maybe, just maybe, they could give Fnatic Onic Philippines a run for their money, especially in maybe early game team fights.
Yep.
Especially in tower team.
More so because they actually play a faster game. The average Omega game is much, much shorter than Fnatic Onic.
Surprisingly. Infinite's keys to victory do show that for Omega, you just got to give them your most potent Lason. The most potent cheese, or
the Venom.
The Venom.
Yeah. So hit them with something they're not expecting, that no one is expecting. And for Fnatic Onic Philippines, just step closer towards becoming gods among men. Play out of your minds. Make like the mutants. Make like the Kryptonians that you are.
Kryptonians?
Yeah, because we haven't really seen what their kryptonite is.
We haven't seen if their skin can be broken. At least as of yet.
They don't bleed.
They don't. We have not seen blood anywhere here.
And they both have to, again, I think they've already done this anyways, finish strong for the playoffs. Fnatic Onic securing the upper bracket, the top seed.
Yep.
But can they do the 14-0? And then for Smart Omega, can they end their season with an upset?
That would be something, right? That would be something for the books.
The hugest upset.
You'd be right alongside them in the books. Almost 14-0, but beaten by Smart Omega.
Yeah.
Right?
I think
if it happens.
That would definitely. I think if Omega does beat them tonight and they end the streak at 13-1, I think on paper, regardless of what the standings look like, it'll be Fnatic Onic #1 and then Omega #2 in my heart.
It's not far from happening.
Yeah.
Especially with playoffs mode Omega. You all know what that's like. Sometimes does miss, but when you hit, it hits very, very hard.
That's right. The Barangay here on the play, they do decide to be blue side, so first pick for Coach Lembot, Coach Snap. And there's the win rate for Smart Omega, 43. I'm going to call it 44%.
Let's call it 50 for right there. You know?
Okay.
It's not bad. I mean, they kind of win half the time. There you go. See? You can make it 50.
Optimistic. All right, we're copium, but as mentioned, Rockhard and I just predicted very boldly for Fnatic Onic. Let's go into the draft. That's
right.
the Fanny and the... No. Oh, wow. Oh, Rockhard, they're attacking King Kong.
Gotcha as well out. Fanny's out.
Nolan's out.
I'm not sure if Ling is going to make an appearance. Alpha. Ooh, this is
Coach
the guy.
Lembot.
Oh, boy.
He made the why not smile. You see that? Like, oh, I know what you're up to.
He did his homework, brother.
Because last night, King Kong played an amazing alpha.
That was for Game 3, right?
Yeah.
For Game 3 alpha.
And then a couple of weeks back, Kirk played an alpha in the face of a Phoveus and won. So now,
that's tough.
They're setting it up. They might even go first pick Phoveus.
This is actually pretty open. I don't know if it's going to let go. They're not going to let go of Phoveus. Who are they letting go? Who are they passing through if they ban the Phoveus here? Or don't ban the Phoveus here, right?
So many picks that's going to come through, man.
Right now, at least King Kong's Fanny not going to be able to tear it up. There's the Phoveus.
It's not going to happen, sir.
It's housekeeping at this point.
So the Edith is open. What else is out there?
They might have to fight over the Ling.
Valentina's open.
The Ling and the Hayabusa.
Julian is open. Hayabusa's open.
I think Omega has done first pick Lings in the past.
There you go.
3 games that they've had.
The Curly Killer.
Is that official now? We've been going through different iterations.
Curly Nightmare.
Curly Nightmare sounds
the Nightmare.
like the Nightmare.
Curly Killer.
Curly Killer. CK.
I mean, he is #1 kills
in kills
overall season 14.
You're correct. That's actually accurate. There you go.
So he's the Curly Killer.
And they don't need to rush any specific junglers here.
No.
They can probably pick up a Cho if they're confident. You know, Brusco's been very adamant in playing that Cho against very mobile.
He's so good on the Cho. There's the Edith. I think they can sandbag the Cho.
They can Valentina here, maybe. Oh, and Moskov.
The Moskov kind of soft counters the Ling.
That's right. It's actually a bit soft counter. Plus, a deny pick for Jome.
That's right.
Yeah.
Big J plays a lot of Moskov. Maybe his second or first most pick.
Whoa,
Harris
really?
being another contending gold laner. But no, look, he picks up the Lunox and come on, Big J, don't pretend. We know that's you.
There's Val. All right. Why is he hiding?
Why you playing, Jay?
Why you playing, man?
Why you playing?
All right, so these are pretty solid picks. Jome did a pretty good job in the Lunox yesterday as well.
That's right.
I was expecting FNOP to pick up Valentina, but you know what? They've got other things in mind.
Yeah. It was the Moscow with the Valentina, really, when you get the Edith. But here they'll roll the dice, and Coach Wynot's reminding Kirk, hey, you just play well, all right? Just dodge the Valentina, and there's the Hayabusa.
All right, junglers are now locked in, ladies and gents. Right, both teams actually would benefit a lot from a Way of the Dragon.
Yeah, does Coach Lembot ban the Cho?
I think it's a good one. I think it's a good challenge, right? What are you going to do if you can't pick up the Cho? That's like a good challenge to FNOP here.
Hylos is still up. Although the Hylos seems to be, it's a losing matchup for the Hylos here. Oh no, these are some Chaknu specials. What's next? You gonna ban the Carmilla?
Oh, why not? You know, I am not the coach, but why not?
Dude, banning the Carmilla would just give Jones.
There's the Cho ban.
No Bruce Lee today. You just Brusco.
Okay, they're targeting Roams very hard here.
Yep.
Will we be surprised by a Grok ban or a Kufra ban,
Grok,
maybe?
Carmilla, Kufra. I don't know if do you want a Matilda here? Nah, there's very little.
There's the Grok.
There's very little interaction with Omega's lineup now.
Oh my goodness, it's the gloves are off.
Yeah.
The gloves are off. This is like a challenge. All right, what are you gonna do with all these roamers out?
Look at this. Because of how Jome played the Lunok so well in the past week.
That's his KDA,
He has
man.
a 10 average KDA.
And his GPM is actually neck and neck.
Yeah.
With Kelra as well.
And win rate too, literally the same. I mean, smaller reps on the Lunox.
Right. I love that they brought this up because Big J, again, you can't knock him. The numbers are for him in KDA and average GPM.
And he's such a great gold laner because very few gold laners stand to be compared to Kelra, the gold standard. But I would say Big J is different enough and bold enough and talented enough to give Kelra a run for his money.
Absolutely. Head-to-head, again, we've only seen them head-to-head once. This is going to be a big rematch, and definitely it feels like a different Smart Omega from the first time they fought.
Oh, yeah. Omega learned a lot, especially in that weekend where they didn't win anything.
Oh, yeah.
Where it seemed like they were just running themselves into a wall. They definitely grew from that. Now, in the second phase, first pick, there's still a mid laner missing. Well, what are you willing to give to the Valentina? What wins against the Valentina?
Lilia is
Super Prince has so many heroes.
Yeah, Faramis is... I don't think you don't need to worry about the Faramis. At the same time, it's unlikely, but that's a Tigreal for Brusco. They went for Roam first.
Okay, you protect your anchor. Again, folks, if you don't know, Super Prince has been low-key Fnatic Onyx's MVP. He's been the anchor all this time. And the fact that you can rely on him to do anything, especially from this position, the final pick red side, it's important. So if it's one of the things you should know about Fnatic Onic is they care about Prince.
That's right. Despite being the least vocal person in the team in each and every interview.
That's oh no!
Yeah.
We mentioned it!
We called it! You called it!
So it came out. Again, I told y'all, if it was the Carmilla, it would have a great combo with Big J.
Yep.
And even Doryu. And hold up, give me a sec.
That's a Roma Kai, brother. That's a Roma Kai again.
Wait, is this an XP Carmilla?
It does feel like.
Or an XP.
Or XP Akai?
We've seen XP Akai before, and it was during the heyday of Ryota too. Season 7, Season 8.
Let's. I'm gonna be happy to accept
allow
that.
it. Whatever.
That's okay. It's okay with
whatever.
that.
And the return of Zhu Xin. It's been a hot minute since we last saw her, and I think what Omega's doing is slow enough, or like it allows for a window of time for Prince to do Zhu Xin things. So I'm with it.
It's okay. This is actually fine.
Let him cook.
This lineup is cooking. This is bussin', and confirmed it will be Chaknu on the Roam and Ryota on the XP.
See, there it is. Oh my God, so many throwbacks, so many ways for these two lineups to interact, and I'm excited. Again, as clear as it was, we were very Fnatic on excited, but with this draft, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, the index actually agrees with you, brother.
Oh.
So let's throw it over to Naisu and Ingan. I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fun with this specific matchup.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That is correct. We are going to have a lot of fun with this lineup. And I got to say, man, I'm still going to say this many times throughout even playoffs. I love our meta right now. You have a lineup like this being brought to the table here from Smart Omega, but also for FNOP. And we'll see what ends up happening here. Once again, I'm Naisu, and this is Ingan for the desk. The last match, or highlighted match for day number 2. It's the week 8, last week of the regular season. And this is where we find out, again, both teams having already secured their playoff spot. Is FNOP going to make even more history by just taking all their games undefeated, or is Smart Omega going to be that team to end the streak?
It could be, but coming into the playoffs 14-0, I mean, that adds a lot of pressure if you're Fnatic Onic. I mean, you're undefeated during the regular season. What more can happen? But look at Ryota with the Akai. I'm pretty sure Renmar's really happy right now because Akai's been picked again, but this time at the XP lane.
You know what? You're probably just saying that because he's a panda, right? I mean, like...
No, Renmar really loves the Akai. He's been rooting for this Akai.
Well, you know, nonetheless, it is not very often that you see an Akai go into the XP lane, or just in general, you don't see him too often anymore. Yeah,
it's the second time he's picked.
Second time he's picked, but also, you know, you saw all the bans throughout the draft towards Chaknu, right? And he still goes and takes the Carmilla, because all the heroes that he's even brought to the table throughout the season, as many unique heroes as Chaknu has played, he's still got a lot up his sleeve, right? And so that's something that obviously every team kind of handles with, depending on what their specialists are. And right now, it's looks like bottom lane.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Oh, the KK connection goes
What?
after Jome, but Jome stays alive. Okay.
Big J.
Jome has been using this Lunox for 4 straight games now. Yesterday, he did in a 3-game series.
Yeah.
And this time, he picked it up once again. Speaking of pickup, Super Friends can just easily span out the Lantern Flare from the front liners as Ryota here works on Kirk. Here comes Endoryu. He can enter at any given moment. Brusco not yet level 4, so the threat of the implosion is not yet there.
Yeah, so they're going to wait, get this buff locked in here. Purple, at least for Endoryu. You see King Kong working on his orange. And they'll meet up here for this first objective take. And right now, too, you have a couple ultimates available for both sides. Ukir did go and take the Primal Wrath for this, too. And obviously, both gold laners just going to stay on this bottom side of the map. But really, with a lot of the utility that there is for both teams, some of these team fights, it really comes down to, you know, who's able to get those resources out faster. I'm talking about the flickers, even the purifies that have to be worked through here. So right now, no one really wants to commit to it as both junglers still get both buffs.
Okay, Chaknu charging up the Bloodbath. He wants to go for the stun. But again, the zone out coming in from Super Prince plus the Sacred Hammer might be able to take down Chaknu here. Has to pop his Purify before the first turtle, and that's what you're saying. The resource expended for Omega.
Yeah, this might be enough. I mean, King Kong knows that Ukir's here. I would assume that they also know, you know, with the fact that they got the Purify out from Chaknu, and he's probably going to reset for now. So this could be a turtle for FNOP taken here. They're going to start it up. You can already see they might go for a trade across the map, too. We've seen teams do this before where they do just kind of ignore that first turtle, but it looks like they were a little bit too late. So FNOP will go ahead and get this objective pretty easily.
Okay, I don't know if you noticed the community prediction, but it was actually 55 to FNOP, 45 for Omega. And actually surprised by that a lot of the teams, people still believe in Omega, but right now Brusco goes in with the implosion play plus the Lantern Flare once again onto Chaknu, but this time Brusco picks up the first kill. And just look at the aggression of Fnatic. And again, going back to my point, the community, 45% of the community still believes in the Lason of Omega.
You know what? You know, earlier when we had the whole meet and greet, majority of those people were part of the Brung guy. You know what I mean? So like, I'll never count. No matter how many changes, hold on, Smart Omega has had. Oh wow, this is gonna be a fight.
Oh, they're gonna pick up Chaknu once again, plus the Wiki Shadow kill coming in from King Kong, and there's another pin down for King Kong, but they want to go answer right back. Tempest Ablaze just to bring down King Kong, and the answer right away from Endoryu is just too fast for Fnatic.
Good response. Ryota's here around the corner, has Kirk and Super Prince there. Not sure if he can actually commit on this, so it takes a couple shots, but you know, going back to it, man, the barangay has been through all the changes of Smart Omega throughout all its history up to this point, and it's only grown, I would say. And even in this situation where Season 14, they've had a phenomenal season for the most part, and I would say that this is probably some of the best that they've looked in even recent seasons that I can recall of.
Right now, I believe they're at currently 3rd or tied for 3rd along with Aurora and TLPH. We have to check that out later on, but Fnatic Onic is really working on the gold lane as Brusco, making sure to aid out Kelra. And again, 10 seconds, the turtle will spawn. A while ago, Fnatic Onic was able to get it uncontested. Omega wanted to go for a trade down bottom, but Kelra just really playing it safe.
Oh, this one, this is going to be the fight they go for. can already see, too. They go in, flicker.
Oh, Kirk goes in with the flicker. Spear of Destruction is going to connect. We're just going to wait for Keller if he's going to cast it once again, and he did as well. Now he's in the picture as they bring down Ook here. Kirk going to pop his Primal Wrath just to make sure they're going to burst down this turtle already, and Ryota has to pop the heavy spin because just the spamming of the Lantern Flare is just too much for the Barangay.
Yeah, so that's enough. They are going to trade, though. Jome decides to go ahead and push that. Gets that tier 1 down to the bottom side, so he'll go ahead and focus on the next. But they've got to kind of stop the bleeding here. FNOP.
Okay, Chaknu goes in from the back line. Again, the Lantern Flare. Just the Lantern Flare alone has popped a lot of Purifies for Fnatic Onic. So Super Friends has been doing a good job. Just look at the cooldown. Chaknu popped his, Ukir popped his, Ryota even forced his a heavy spin just to evade the Lantern Flare. So Super Friends, this how do you say it again? Jushin? Zushin?
I say Jushin.
Okay, I'll just say Jushin also.
Jushin.
Jushin pick is phenomenal for Fnatic.
I don't know if it's Jushin or Jushin. It's one of the two. I remember back when MSC was going on,
I
everyone was like, Jushin.
Miracle was correct there. Jushin?
No, he was having fun with it.
Okay, I'll just say Jushin. Jushin.
Whatever you want to say, but it has been a minute since she's been brought up into, you know, some of these games, but the main point of it is Super Friends just has these like certain picks of his, certain mages that he brings to the table, and he nearly plays all of them consistently, like all on the same level, and he's such a good utility mage user. I mean, he's obviously played like burst mages as well, but Super Prince is just really, a lot of times I just feel like he's a little low-key. He does so much for the team, though.
Yeah, he's an unsung hero again. Even the Valentinas that he's been using.
Yeah.
And what I like about Fnatic Onic, alongside Super Friends, is that King Kong doesn't need to dominate just for them to have a really huge lead and to control the game. Look at his KDA, 1-1-0. Although he was able to get the 2 neutral objectives, still, it's not as a dominant start as compared to his previous games, but Fnatic Onic still on the driver's seat. Super Friends just doing a good job zoning out Chaknu and Ryota as they try to contest for the purple buff, and it looks like
They got it.
They got it? They got King Kong?
Yeah, I believe they took the buff because Andorius still has his Retribution, so yeah, and he has no purple. And that's the thing, you know, when FNOP, there's a whole reason why they're undefeated. The level of play that they've brought throughout this season in terms of even down to, you know, their micro decisions and some of these skirmishes and everything else. But then you look at what they do on a macro level.
Yeah.
And even when it comes to the drafting, right? Fnatic Onic, as they get this next turtle here, like they are a team that has those unorthodox drafts up their sleeve, especially there with Coach Wynine and everything.
Yeah.
So the way they play into this, it's why they're so strong in the season.
Same goes with Omega again. The reason why Fnatic Onic banned Belleric in the second banning phase, because Chaknu's the only Belleric user here for S8. And again, who could forget Kirk Alpha with the Revitalize at the XP lane. So in terms of versatility and unexpected picks, these teams are known for it. And now, as you mentioned, macro, we've been saying this all season long. Even, just look at Super Friends spamming his Lantern Flame. Doesn't even care about the mana. It's not going to go away.
Let's just say,
okay, might be a risky
Beacon.
play here. Crimson Beacon popped as he evades that Ryota Flicker heavy spin combination.
That whole interaction, man, just reminds me of the meme of the guy like poking something and being like, come on, do something. Like that's literally what Super Prince was doing. He's like, come on, guys, do something. And he forced Omega to at least try to make an attempt.
Yeah.
He's going to be fine, though. And
look at Jome, though.
Oh, what's Jome going to do here?
Okay, he does have the Order in Brilliance in case. Oh, what a catch from Brusco. Forcing out the Order in Brilliance. Here comes the Sacred Hammer as well. Spear of Destruction isn't going to connect, but King Kong onto the back line with the Ubiki Shadow Kill. Going to bring down 2. Just Fnatic Onic, total dominance. All of a sudden, Ukir is also gone. Brusco using that conceal to get more higher ground as they take a mid lane turret. It looks like in 9 minutes, even before the Lord spawns, they're going to take down Inhibitor, or at the very least, pop the Holy Shields.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, this is all part of the plan. Super Fritz is that guy. He'll force some stuff out from Smart Omega, and then, boom, something happens. They get a ton of conversion from that, build up on the lead, and then they just wait for the Lord here. I mean, they're even knocking down, close to knocking down these base turrets without everything. And look at Super Friends, like he is that guy right now, just in front of everyone.
He doesn't care. He's brave. Even Ukir tries to get the ultimate of Super Friends up against 2. He's not even bothered. Haven't popped yet the Flicker defensively at the very least. I know he's popped the Flicker offensively.
Yep.
And again, Fnatic, we've been saying this all throughout the season. Fnatic's known for their macro, as you mentioned. They're one of those rare teams that could extend the lead, balloon up a lead, even if clashes don't pursue. Just amazing how their game instincts as Andoryu tries to run away from both Kelra and Super Prince. So the first Lord will be bursted down by Fnatic. Kirk pops his Primal Wrath just to make sure they're making quick time here. And again, trying to invade for the purple buff. King Kong, though.
Wait, he got that too?
He got that again.
King Kong, man. Not only did they get the Lord, but he just swooped in with the Shadow and took it. Took the buff.
Too fast for King Kong. I mean, okay, to be fair, Andoryu didn't use his Retribution that time. But still.
Yeah, he did. That makes it even more of a wound.
The point was for Omega to just give away the Lord, make sure to Andoryu gets his purple. So as much as possible, they could defend the potential push of Fnatic Onic, but they didn't get any single thing from Fnatic. They're just literally taking everything away from the barangay.
Oh, man, this is like I'm saying. Here's the push. And they get a flicker out.
And Lantern Flare again on Ryota, forcing the heavy spin to be used defensively as the Lord marches in the middle lane. Gonna take down Inhibitor up top and in the middle. They can actually end this right now with one Lord. Brusco goes in with Implosion, not gonna catch anyone though. But the damage is not enough for the Barangay as Brusco's Immortality will be popped. And just like that, Kelra brings down Chaknu with a kiss with that Moskov. And look at the Uigi Shadow Kill coming in from King Kong. And even until 8 weeks, Fnatic Onic never ceases to amaze us.
Fnatic Onic Philippines, man, do they make it look easy half the time? And King Kong as well. The timing, the finesse, the reactions on this guy. I mean, when we saw him back in what season, this is debut season, this feels like it's been a minute, season 10 or so? What a player this guy is, and again, as a team here, and I know the panel will break this down even further. Let's see what they have to say about King Kong and FNOP in this game number 1.
Yeah, that guy is as sharp as his jawline, man. That was that last Lord take, then go straight to the purple. It's like denying everything but the kitchen sink.
Here's where I'm afraid of what the future holds. What if we get so used to King Kong playing this way that when he does something amazing, it's just normal?
That's happened to a few people already. Like, you know, quite a few people. But again, the unsung hero here, or maybe a little bit sung, for FNOP here is Super Friend.
No one ever expects Super Friends to be such a big nuisance. No one expects Zushin.
That's right.
Right? His Zushin, if you watch it from minute 1, was doing anything and everything to just kill that avenue for the barangay. See, nothing. Chakra couldn't do anything. Ukir was always in the threat of dying, and they always had to choose their entry point. And this is a difficult thing to do when you're playing a lineup that has a Lunox and a Ling. So sure, there were some shining moments for Omega, wherein maybe Andoryu does get a good position. Jom was able to push out. He did some work in bottom. But from then on, as long as Jushin and somebody, Jushin and Kirk, Jushin and, rather, Prince and Kirk, Prince and Brusco were standing as the front line for Onic, everything else just followed. Maybe that's why it looks more amazing when King Kong's Haya did what King Kong Haya do.
That's right. Even in that last fight, it did feel like, as much as, you know, Chaknu hit the perfect Curse of Blood for everybody, yeah, it didn't matter. As long as everyone's like so busy trying not to die to the Zushin, they're trying not to get thrown back, I mean, the rest of the comp didn't work.
And that's the trick. If you're too busy not dying and you're too busy skirting the fact that you might get chokeslammed with a Crimson Lantern and a Lantern Flare, because look, because of the buff on the on the Lantern Flare rather, the Crimson Beacon becomes all the more lethal.
Yeah, just throw it willy-nilly. You can do it whatever.
Because you're never going to be out of mana to activate.
Nasty.
So this is the perfect read into the situation. Coach Hayes, Coach Why Not, Prince, everyone from Fnatic Onic, like this was the perfect hero for the perfect situation. And our read was right. You know how maybe there's some windows in this Omega draft that allows for the Zushin to come back? That's what happened here, because sure, as happy as Renmar is with the Akai, and as spicy as it is to bring out the Carmilla, with what Fnatic Onic was doing, there was nothing this lineup did.
Yeah, I think consistency spoke for itself in this one. There's just no way that you can bypass the need to set up over and over again if you're in the high, in Rio's case.
Yeah.
You need to do that so many times to come back, and you can barely do it once or twice.
Yeah, a majority of his heavy spins were defensive.
Yes.
We're all sent back home and like, I'm barely alive. And then Prince and the gang would just keep going.
And that's why it felt a bit easier for Kelra to do stuff and King Kong to do
Exactly.
swaggy stuff.
Their,
you know?
their cores were super activated.
Yep.
It's like they were doing squats,
Super
crunches.
chill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Their cores.
Activated because, you know, you can do it faster,
Yeah.
more reps and,
Yeah.
and all that.
And folks, this is one situation where in the mid is not the core. This was a utility Jushin.
That's right.
She was just as much of a peel and CC as the Edith and the Tigreal.
Honestly, sometimes even tankier than an Edith because the HP just keeps going back. So
Yeah.
in
and she
certain
gets-
scenarios.
She gets shields from the Crimson Beacon too.
Yeah, so it actually becomes really insane, especially if you have enemies that are constantly running.
Yeah.
Running out backward from you. No one's hitting you, your HP's going back, and then you're just throwing that lantern out. And because of that, what could Jom do, right? What could the Ling do in this scenario? Barely anything.
Yeah, because again, their two frontliners and even Ukir to some extent are already compromised with what Fnatic Onic were doing. So again, it's the opposite situation for Kelra and King Kong. Omega's cores were compromised. They were not enabled.
Yeah, they missed the day. Of one of
They
those.
got skipped.
They skipped one.
They got skipped, and then 12 minutes was all it took.
That's tough. And again, if you're a kabarangay, you kind of wonder, right? You kind of wonder. All right, we tried something funky.
It was new.
We tried something new.
Ish.
But it didn't work out. Is it worth going a separate route? Is it worth going back to what you know and love? Is it worth going back to the comfort where you know Fnatic Onic already did their homework?
Yeah, here's the thing. It's true that in the keys to victory, and ideally, you have to use some level of, there has to be shenanigans afoot. You have-
Cheese.
You gotta cheese them out. You
Cheese.
gotta hit them in the last one with the venom. But at this point, it's proven that maybe the kind of cheese you prepared, Onic is ready for. You know, the brilliant minds of Coach Hayes and Coach Wynot already saw that a mile away. Oh, the side lane Akai, the Carmilla, the answer to the choke on Chaknu. So, with that said, I think you only really cheese out when the coast is clear. So maybe you cheese out if you're red and you have one last pick. That's where the cheese comes out.
Like for instance, you know, make it a cheese that doesn't smell that much, right? A cheese that is pretty low key but still tastes pretty good.
Cheese responsibly.
Cheese responsibly.
Yeah, so don't go for those greening cheese, you know, like the moldy cheese.
The
Go
moldy
for maybe-
stuff, yeah.
Go for like some Gouda.
Gouda's always good.
Go for some Parmesan.
Cheddar.
What other cheeses
I
are
don't
there?
I don't think they smell.
White.
Goat cheese. What's goat cheese?
I don't know. I've never had goat cheese.
It's really nice.
But yeah.
But yeah, you know what we get, right?
Yeah,
you know what we mean.
It has to be reliable first, and then you hit them with a twist, and then you hit them with a.
At the very last, maybe last pick.
You hit them with a
that
corkscrew
one,
punch.
At that last one, so many things were banned out. You almost already expect a cheese pick.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe make it weird in some scenarios.
If anything,
in a good way.
In game one, you could say that it's Omega who got cheesed by the Jushin.
Oh yeah, that's
because they
that's
couldn't
true.
do anything.
That's true.
So yeah, Onic did the perfect last one pick. Like Onic,
Counter cheese.
They did the counter cheese, yes.
Oh my god.
So going into game two, that's my word of advice. That's what I would suggest. But yeah, it should definitely be a clutch moment. If ever we do see a game three.
Yep.
Again, I told you, if the streak is going to be broken, it's got to be game three. Higher chances for Omega, but they got to get through game two first.
There you go. We also want to know what you guys think. Let us know what you think Omega should do here. Do you think we should just stick to the plan, stick to what we know, stick to what they won with? 100%, I'm sure they love that Ling still. Andoryu's still really good on it.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with the Ling, really.
It was okay. The cores are actually pretty good. Jom on the Lunox could have torn it up.
Yeah.
Maybe adjust the way that they will engage in the fights. Maybe the Akai just wasn't ready for this one.
That might have tipped it over the edge, yeah.
It was a little bit too much. Like, Akai's great, but then you throw Carmilla in there, bro. Come on.
Too much.
It's a bit too hard.
They
now.
went too far.
Yeah, you gotta age it properly. Like.
So with that said, I would assume Fnatic goes blue.
Yes, I would guess so.
But here's the thing. It's also possible that Fnatic sees us from a mile away and denies the red side flex and says, we're going to stay red. We'll win from red again. That's also possible.
But you know what? Omega's actually really good at the counter as well, right? The counter picks. You know that moment where all gloves are off, we're done being predictable. We'll throw some stuff. And a big shout out to everyone, by the way, who are watching and celebrating the 8th anniversary of MLBB, happening right now in Modesta Basketball Court in San Mateo. I think that's in Antipolo. Yeah, Barangay Bagyong Nayon in Antipolo and Barangay De La Paz in Antipolo. And there's also happenings in Bacoor City in Strike Gymnasium. Yeah, so many things happening right now. I wish we could send you a video. But so many outdoor events for MLBB right now.
Happy 8th anniversary, ML. I think it was about 2016, yeah, when I started playing ML. When I discovered the game. Game looked very different, by the way.
It was completely different. You can barely recognize it. Actually, I was watching Season 5 videos a few weeks ago. You could barely recognize it.
If I'm not mistaken, Season 4, Season 5, we didn't even see battle spells.
Exactly. And there wasn't even preset roles.
Yeah, for sure.
In-game.
There were no lanes yet.
Yes.
Yeah. Crazy.
Man, it's been a wild ride,
That's just MPL. What more everybody's experienced playing season after season in-game.
Like, what are we supposed to do here? That's actually the moments where you have to rely on, like, creators, really. Like the streamers, they really show you how to play.
I'm wondering who was responsible for the abomination that was Marksman Nana.
Marksman Nana.
Who did that? Because I played a lot of Marksman Nana in my day.
That's right, the tank lane, good.
I know
times.
who did that.
Good times.
We don't talk about that.
He looks like Brusco.
No,
that's the clue.
He looks like Brusco.
Yeah. So.
Anyways, Fnatic Onic confirmed picks
Who
blue.
is that?
So they are
there
going to. They're gonna.
They know what's up. They know what's up.
All right, they're gonna hard.
But I also
I
also like this for Omega. Like I said, they're so good at counter picking. Those 2 picks on red could really serve them well, especially if they still want to go for stuff like this Carmilla.
And that last pick red too. Like it makes sure that the coast is clear and that your shenanigans are safe.
Kind of limited. At this point, just maybe last slot. It was super telegraphed, by the way, earlier that we knew they were going to pick something weird.
Yeah.
And it did happen, and we had high hopes for it. Just kind of fell through. But then again, game's not over until it's over.
Still, game 3. That's where it's going to end, if ever, for the streak. But I'm confident, man. Especially since Fnatic Onic decides to go blue. They're not letting anything slip up. Like, again, that's how confident they are that we're going to win with that first pick sweep.
And that's why their blue side win rate's actually pretty high.
It's
like
through the roof.
90-something, 90+. So they know they know the formula. They got some pretty good formulas here already. One thing's for sure, no Fanny today, folks.
As well, no Haya. So that means the only junglers left are Ling,
Julian,
Nolan.
Nolan? Maybe.
I wouldn't mind a Bane.
I would have actually liked the Akai on jungle, maybe. It's a little slow, but at least you can.
It's a different story, Rockhart.
Yeah, but
it's a different time.
That's a different time. Yeah, I know. That's a different, like, way back. But
that's the way back meta.
You
know what
never
I'm
know.
talking
You
about.
never know. I mean, a lot of teams are kind of throwing back now, I guess, right? So I wouldn't put it past them. But yeah, I don't. Especially for this specific jungler, no. He's pretty young.
Not these two.
Not these.
Not
especially
King Kong,
not King Kong.
Not Cyrig, not Andoryu, not Andrew. All
He's
right.
having so much fun in the meta, man. This is his playground.
It's his time. There's the Ling. So all the more now you only have the Julian or the Nolan.
All right. This is going to be a challenge.
Are we missing anything, Carl?
I think that's
Alpha.
it. Alpha, 100%.
Sure.
You could first pick it here.
First pick Alpha?
Then you can flex it on XP and jungle.
My brother, that's a little loco.
I mean, didn't they do that once? They did it
About
once.
6 months ago, sure, but...
No. Recently,
Recently,
they
first
went
pick Alpha?
First pick Alpha.
Okay, maybe that was a little... My brain is trying to not think about it too much.
Probably. That's
Of how
probably
ridiculous it is. But
My-
no, I don't think they would do that.
Yeah, it's unlikely, but you're right. Oh, see, why not's going a bit. He's going a bit
It's
crazy.
the
It's the
Edith.
Edith.
And he says, you know what I was imagining him saying?
What?
Sure, if they're going to pick the Valentina, do it.
Ah, there you go. 93%.
Close.
Blue side win rate. Jeez Louise.
We'll say 94.
Close it out.
That's ridiculous.
It's still a A+ in your report card.
Okay, so you got to go Valentina here, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Do you go Valentina Julian?
I still think if you want to show, this is the slot to go.
Valentina Moskov.
The Moskov 100%. You know it's gonna get stolen. You can feel it.
How fixated is Coach Lembot and Jome on the Lunox?
I think the biggest question is how confident is Jome that you can play it. But it's not none of the above.
I totally forgot Harrod was open. Usually
Right.
Harrod's banned out. But there he is. And the Alpha.
Alpha.
See, Carl, you weren't too wrong. First phase Alpha, and
Uh-huh.
then the Matilda, which we still don't know where the Matilda's going. Remember, Francis played mid Matilda.
Mid Matilda, that's right. Either way, this is a very powerful invade trio.
Dude, that's a triple flex.
Good luck, right? Good luck where that's going.
That's a triple flex. I don't know where it's going.
I mean, at this point, you know what? Just lock in the Moskov. Don't even kid yourself, right? You're going to have a lot of fun with the... sorry, they already have the Harris.
Yeah, they
by
are
the
it.
way.
Moskov can still go into the hands of Fnatic Onic. That's
Yeah.
how crazy this is.
That's probably
They're
going to happen.
They're confirming at least one ban from Omega.
It'd be funny if they went mage on mage for gold here. That would be the ultimate test, right?
All right, there's the
Khalid.
Khalid.
Okay.
So the Valentina's still at large.
Khalid. Still don't know how to do that.
Khalid. That's not a bad win rate, 50%, given how often he was picked up.
And how often it kind of just fell through, right? Yeah, so not bad.
All right, look at
It's
that.
still pretty effective, especially if you get that flicker in.
A lot of creative Sonics. putting
There's
up
a
their,
ban.
their signs, and there's the Moscow. See, confirmed. Fnatic Onic forcing Omega to ban it out. What is this?
Happy Teacher's Day.
Oh,
is that Teacher's Day? Did I read that right?
Happy
Is
Teacher's
it
Day.
Teacher's Day right now? It's a Saturday.
It's a Saturday, that confirmed. Okay, there's a jawhead. Because, yeah, Omega doesn't have any valid roamers just yet.
Yeah.
I wouldn't roam Khalid.
I mean, some teams have tried it. Some teams have tried to do Rogue Khalid. They found out the hard way.
They learned.
That it is squishy AF.
They didn't win, they learned.
Yep.
I learned.
They learned a
Never
lot.
doing it again. There's the Lunox, all right?
Ban as well. You know what? Why not?
Confirmed, Keller doesn't have gold laner just yet. There's a Tigreal ban. Brusco does amazing things with that. So could Chaknu. What does Chaknu pick?
You wouldn't put it past him to Beatrix here, right? For Kelra? At this point,
he
if
could.
not carry.
He could.
I think Beatrix is more likely, especially with the amount of squishy targets.
Yeah, and you go well against the Harith. Like, you can
Yeah.
survive the laning phase. You can win it, too.
So, if that's the case, maybe you want to throw out a Grok to try to catch him? Maybe. Arlott is still in play here. I don't know how I don't think Chaknu plays a lot of Arlott. But that's show, I guess.
This I like.
Still a possible XP, right?
Yeah, but looking at it now, it's more of a Chaknu pick. You gotta give Ryota the Khalid, and then keep Chaknu on the Cho. So now, we're expecting the Beatrix, and...
Carry?
Sure.
I mean, they're hovering it right now. Natan is still there.
We still don't know who's going mid.
Yeah, that's why it's so
Or
hard to
XP,
actually...
or jungle.
It's a wide open. These last two picks are wide open, by the way.
All right, there's a Jushin
Jushin.
again, back to back. And Bruno.
Bruno, of all the picks, not the least expected pick I would have.
Bruno Matilda is almost as broken as Bruno Rafaela.
And we've seen that, by the way, right?
That's disgusting.
We've seen that.
This is going fast.
Right. Make it spicy. Make
There's
it
a
spicy.
Valentina.
It's a Val. All right.
Oh, no, it's a Vex.
Vex. They sound alike, don't they?
Yeah, no, but Vex at this point is younger. She has a younger voice. Because of what happened to the Necro Keep. Okay, I like it. To be fair, very rarely do we see a free Valentina and then an Edith on the other side that you don't get the Valentina.
It's like an afterthought at that point, right? So Yeah, Vexana becoming the key here for Omega. Borna also used the Vexana.
Vexana is in,
yesterday.
at this point, I think Omega's top 6 or top 7 heroes pick.
Yes.
All season long. So they needed that level of CC that you don't get from the Valentina.
They actually overloaded in CC in this one. I love it. Even the Fracture has crowd control. So let's go. Possibly last game. Throw it over to Naisu and Ingan. Give us the action in this game.
And we will find out if this is going to be the last game or not. And if this is going to be the game that gets the history made here for Fnatic Onic Philippines, undefeated if they win this one throughout the entire regular season. And now can Smart Omega bring it to a Game 3 and be one step closer to being that team that gives that first loss to FNOP? Well, right now, looking at the lineups here, Ingon, how are we feeling about both the teams, what they brought to the table for Game 2?
I do agree that with the panel that Omega has overloaded with crowd control. It might be a good position for they might be in a good position rather to, you know, create a lot of initiations, be aggressive, and at the same time have outplays for the potential setups, especially if ever Brusco decides to play this Matilda aggressively.
Yeah.
So we can see, but again, the story remains. Super Friend still with the Zushin. Here comes Chaknu with the Kali. They're going to use it as a roam, so he has to walk away, though he uses the flicker to evade a potential death. Yeah,
and you see what they did there, too, because I know the panel was wondering about it, and like, it is, you know, the fact that Chaknu's on the Khalid, he's doing a roam Khalid, and then it was Ryota on this Cho pick. I'm wondering how this all plays out. Look at the rotations happening here, though.
Okay, King Go goes in with Spear of Alpha. It's not going to connect, but here comes Brusco with a circling eagle. Oh, my goodness! Despite the guiding wind, this is what we were saying. Even if Brusco has the guiding wind to save members of Fnatic Onic, they could just really go for the chase, and Ryota in that case with the Cho from the bottom lane.
He came
all the way from the bottom lane.
He took a cross-map trip, basically, and got a double out of it. That is as value as it gets as an XP laner.
That's worth it.
And some.
And some.
Well, okay, so he gets a double. He gets that. They make a very good play early on. And look at this. Look what they're doing with it.
Just the aggressive version of Ryota bursting down Brusco once again. Chakti goes in. And King Kong has to walk away there. So right now, the concept of Omega is, okay, you have Super Friends of Lantern Flare. Let's just be mobile enough, or a dive center composition that we don't care if we get carried, as Kirk here works on Ryota. Here comes Super Friends, though. And now the first turtle has spawned. The question is, will Fnatic Onic be able to contest?
They're going to have to. Oh, he's in trouble.
Okay, Kirk has the flicker out, though. He has no Primal Wrath anymore. Here comes Shackton once again with the Raging Sandstorm onto Super Friends. Lantern Player is going to pick him up, though. Ryota with a kick.
Whoa.
He's going to get King Kong, though. King Kong has the Spear of Alpha just to walk away, and now a Circling Eagle just to save him. And again, Omega flawlessly executing that to perfection will get the first turtle.
All right, Smart Omega. They're coming out swinging early on. And even with the lineup they brought to the table, the little switcheroo they had, and now look how decisive they're playing this. This is exactly what they need against a team like Fnatic Onic Philippines, and so far, so good for the Brungai here. Now sitting on 3 kills, a good lead, almost 1,000 gold, and looking at the items, you know, and how they're going about this too. You know, you just got that Fury Hammer here for Andoru. That's enough of that extra punch, that extra penetration that comes through to burst down these members of FNOP, especially when Ryota kicks with the Way of the Dragon, and that's what we saw happen already. So this time, too, they focus here on the top.
Here comes a Fracture, plus a Raging Sandstorm flicker combination from Chaknu, but Kelra manages to escape that and punishes Chaknu. Okay, that was the kill Fnatic Onic was looking for, and the best part was Kelra didn't die. He was saved.
Saved, had the Purify, good usage there also from Brusco to help him out, and overall just great response to what they knew was happening. And that's the thing, you know, it's if Khalid is on the roam, you're gonna see that Sandstorm coming, right? Like, you know it's gonna be the initiator there, and that's why it's also, maybe this is a good switch up of having Ryota in the hands of the Cho, because it does add an extra dynamic to this and how they initiate even here. Chaknu.
Chaknu has to walk away here. Spear of Alpha plus the Curse Blast combination, and after all that, Jushin Super Prince will get that. Now Andori has to walk away because of the threat of the Lantern Flare once again. Now Fnatic Onic slowly but surely finding ways to even out the economy for 100 gold lead left for Omega.
Yeah, and part of this is also, you know, the fact that Kelra's playing a Bruno, one of the gold laners you don't see too often. Only certain teams, only certain players will bring him to the table. And the thing is, we all know that Bruno is still probably one of the better gold laners that you can bring in to just kind of siege on these turrets, build up, and then later on you're kind of surprised by just his, you know, damage just with his own basic attack even. The fight for the turtle, though, going to break out.
There's a tornado coming in from Chakno as Ryota goes in with the kick once again onto King Kong, surrounded by 5 members of the barangay. Kirk is the next target. He has the primal wrap, but will fall down eventually to Chakno as Endoryu gets the second turtle. And all the while, Kelra, as you mentioned, just being self-sufficient, working on the top lane, trades for that instead.
That turret's already gone, taken out tier 1 top side by Kelra. So they'll go ahead and adjust from there, a little switcheroo. You still have Ryota playing very aggressively, and they know the lead that they have right now. They can continue to try to punish Fnatic Onic, but here's the response.
Okay, Omega has to walk away here because members of Fnatic Onic are here. King Kong might be able to get his purple buff, but Endoryu goes in with a retribution as well. Ryota, on the other hand, Kelra will fall down. Ryota gets in with a kick onto King Kong, but King Kong answers right back with a shutdown of his own. Double kill coming in from Endoryu. Chakno with a Raging Sandstorm onto the backline as Kirk has the Primal Wrath, though. Super Friends working on Jome and Ook here. That's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. And I'm not sure who got the orange buff, but the important thing is they were able to bring down King Kong.
Just that. I mean, Endoryu looking for a little bit more. They have to pop the beacon. Super Friends, okay, he's going to be fine. We'll get back, but you can see how strong this lineup is for Smart Omega when they have this kind of lead. Like, they were deep into the jungle of Fnatic Onic Philippines, and at least for FNOP, they were able to find something in that conversion, right? But you're seeing how much struggle it is when they have to expend so much in these team fights to actually withstand it and then maybe get a kill or two. That's also a Malefic Roar being picked up here after that Hunter Strike locked in now for Endoryu. So he's in a position to actually just even burst people down even further. And so I'm really curious what other completed build will come through from King Kong eventually on the offense. Look at this. As I was just saying, Super Fritz is gone.
Okay.
That's that Malefic Roar.
And that's Super Friends, one of the best players with the best KDAs all throughout the season. All of a sudden got bursted down by Endoryu with a fracture here. As Chakno not even bothered, even if he goes in too deep with the Khalid as Joe works on the top lane turret. And just like that, they're going to take a turret. They might even take an uncontested turtle.
Still got to push down there. You see Kirk gets the signal to go ahead and push it in. Not sure if he's going to get the whole thing because Chakno is going to join this fight, but that is going to be the third turtle going to the hands of Smart Omega. 3 for 3 in that department, building the lead that they have as well, and Kirk will get forced off that tier 2 turret in the bottom side. They might still chase him. It looks like that's the plan here from Smart Omega.
Okay, they're going to go right after Kirk. Kirk, though, does he have his flicker? He does have his flicker plus Primal Wrath, but here comes 4 members. I think he's not going to expend it anymore. Here comes the Guiding Wind plus flicker combination. What a save from Brusco! Just wow, that was 5. At least 4 members of the barangay chasing after you. You did expend the flicker and the Primal Wrath, but the best part was you're still alive. That's Kirk.
That's, I mean, that's what you hope for, especially when you have Matilda on your team. It's good that he was able to buy enough time to get out of there too. So ultimately, though, that's just it's a step number 1 for Fnatic Onic Philippines right now because they are getting further and further behind. And right now, Smart Omega just has total control of this. And as we get to that first Lord even, it might be too difficult for FNOP to actually contest the first Lord.
Yeah.
They still need a lot of time to build up here. Because even looking at Kelra, right, he's only got Berserker's Fury. He's got a Haas Claws, still working on his next item. Probably an Endless Battle for the 3rd item there. But even so, like, he actually has to be, even if Kelra has the damage covered, the problem is getting just bursted down. I mean, you are a Bruno, you've got to purify, and you know you can rely a little bit on Brusco too, but you got to also just rely on the peeling capabilities of the team.
Look at Ryota right on target, and this time it's going to be King Kong once again. As Fnatic Onic tries to answer right back, though, Keller's going to get the pickup onto Chakno. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but the problem is, as the Lord spawns in 17 seconds, the man down is King Kong. They might still be able to contest, though. But again, the problem remains, I do agree, even if the items are there for Fnatic Onic eventually, Ryota's targeting is always precise. It's always on to King Kong. And looking at the KD of King Kong, 1 for 3. That's so rare to see for a dominant jungler like King Kong.
Oh, they're actually going to show up here for the fight. They are.
Okay. Andoryu, as Omega tries to burst down the Lord here. And then they're going to secure it safely, but now Fnatic Onic wants to go for a trade onto Jom. They might be able to do it though, as Kelra brings him down, but in exchange for his own life, as Omega tries to answer right back, they're going to get 2. And the next target is someone there, and it's going to be Kirk. As King Kong joins in the middle, Super Prince chasing right after Ryota. Ryota might be able to escape, but Chakno as well chasing right after them. It's going to be a 2-on-3, and that trade will be in favor of Omega.
Smart Omega getting the Lord, getting some kills. Fnatic Onic made the play. Like, they wanted to go with the risk. They tried to make it happen. King Kong was a little bit too late to join the fight. And so ultimately, they did still get something out of it. But as we look at the instant replay Brontos by Infinix here, this is, you know, the forced fight that they wanted. They do get Jome, but then they get collapsed on. And with this, it's a great Spear of Alpha. He's going to find 3.
Yeah.
But just not enough damage to follow up through that. And even for King Kong himself, he's not built to where he needs to be on this Alpha. So really, FNOP, the way they look at it, if you're thinking on how can they turn this around, how can they get this game back in their favor against a 3.5K gold lead for Smart Omega right now, it's really just buying that time. You need the time. I would say a good 3 to 4 minutes, maybe 3 to 5 minutes to build up to where they need to be, but also positioning is so crucial with just how much can be thrown at them. I'm talking about Chaknu just going in with the Sandstorm, Ryota kicking left and right. Even Eternal Guard is enough to kind of just cause enough chaos. So they're going to clear this Lord. We'll see if they force a fight. They do.
Speaking of forcing a fight, Ryota goes in as Brusco casts the Circling Eagle. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm plus the kick coming in from Ryota. A lot of members from Fnatic Onic are low right now, but Chaknu has to walk away as they try to burst down the Lord. They will successfully save their inhibitor turrets. But again, if Fnatic Onic continues to avoid potential death despite the aggression of Ryota and Chaknu, they can turn things around because again, they have the Matilda that can be used aggressively and defensively. And if Kirk right now has his Flicker ready, if he manages to catch someone with the Earth Shatter Flicker combination and just activate Kelra's Bruno, they could easily turn things around. Again, the lead is not that much, 3.2K for Omega.
Oh, they got to be careful here. They already had a good defense, but look at this play. Ryota and Doro, they're going to get spotted out.
Okay, here comes the Fracture and Circling Eagle coming from Brusco. They're going to use it defensively, though. As Andoryu pops his Retribution, Ryota will get stopped there with the Earth Shatter coming in from Kirk. So right now, King Kong tries to go for his orange buff, want to go get a kill onto Andoryu, but Andoryu manages to escape. We've seen a lot of clashes, but still no bodies are falling down.
You can see what's happening here, Egon. Like, Fnatic Onic was down quite a bit earlier on. They had a great successful defense in the base against that first Lord push. It was amazing that no one went down even in that fight. Oh, they might get cut off again.
Okay, Chaknu goes in with Desert Tornado. Joma as well has to cast Zaman Force yet, but here comes Ryota. Gonna catch someone there. He wants to go for someone, but Andoryu has to back away there. There comes the Cursed Blast. And the immortality of Chaknu will be popped. Eventually, he's gonna fall down in the hands of Kirk. And now all of a sudden, the Barangay are scattering as Fnatic Onic moves forward. They want to focus on Andoryu. Super Prince coming in with the Crimson Beacon plus Lantern Flare. They want to chase after Andoryu. Brusco, though, does he have a Circling Eagle to chase after Andoryu? And Fnatic will result instead to getting this Lord.
They're going to blitz it. Andoryu, he has no choice. He couldn't even find a space to move. Just how fast Fnatic Onic rotated after getting the kill. And this is all what I was saying earlier on. They had a great successful defense. It kept them in the game. No one went down. They bought themselves those 3 to 5 minutes I mentioned earlier on. And now look what's happening. It's flipping the game on its head. And the emotes, of course, are going to come out too. Don't forget to grab yours now while you can. But this is a Lord for Fnatic Onic Philippines pushing. You got to be kidding me. Super Prince just got the Ice Queen wand. So now the slow is going to be even more of a nuisance for Smart Omega to deal with. We'll see if they can defend. They've had this game in their pockets for the majority of the early to mid, but how do they respond to this? How do they respond to the pressure? Look at Andoryu. He is going to get spotted out and forced out, so they've got to deal with the Lord, eventually pushing on the bottom side.
Eventually, if they burst down the Lord, save their inhibitor turrets. As soon as another potential Lord clash ensues here, Ryota has to step up again and does what he does. He's been doing a while ago, picking off King Kong with the Way of the Dragon. They can again have the lead, but Fnatic Onic slowly bringing down the lead of Omega down to 1.5 gate. They still have the Lord, and now focusing on the mid lane turret as the Lord marches up in the bottom lane here. And they're gonna get an inhibitor turret down. Fnatic Onic on the verge of actually remaining undefeated the whole season. Imagine if that happens. But will Omega, though, manage to stop the momentum of the Sonics?
Man, how... So just like that, Fnatic Onic Philippines finds themselves in a position where they basically have control now. Yeah, the Lord was taken care of, but with everything that Smart Omega did in the beginning, they find themselves at pretty much even ground. That's what all that has done for this. So the execution factor on the lineup that they brought to the table is really going to have to be on point from Smart Omega as the next Lord comes up, and it's still a minute away. So if they can get a pickoff, great. But the problem with that is who is going to be that pickoff person? It's got to be Ryota. Like, he's going to be the guy to get that kickoff. Because I wouldn't want to see Chaknu initiate that because, again, the Raging Sandstorm is really great, especially from off angles.
Yeah.
So you're almost like, all right, Ryota, you might have to be the one to do this. But because of that shift in momentum and the plays that just happened, Fnatic Onic is the ones that most likely will go for a pickoff and put pressure on Smart Omega.
Speaking of putting pressure, they're trying to get the purple buff away from Andoryu here as Jome pops his Zaman Force plus the Purify. Here comes Kirk entering the frame in the middle. Jome all of a sudden will fall down. Keller will burst down Chaknu as well. And now the Omega Barangay has to walk away, but Super Friend says no. Picks up someone with the Lantern Flare. All of a sudden it's just Andoryu and the Ukir left there. They might be actually able to end this. They have minions.
Oh, no.
Ukir and Doryu defending for their life. They want to end the streak, but Fnatic Onic will shut down someone. King Kong will fall down as well. That's a 4-on-2.
They still have a wave pushing in top. I'm not sure if they still want to go for it mid as well to focus down the mid lane of the base.
Okay, Kelra. Gonna work on the mid lane turret. 5 seconds before Jome spawns. Super Prince enters in with a Crimson Peak, and Kirk working on the minions. And Dory tries to go in with a Fracture. He's gonna bring down
They
Kirk,
bought
though.
enough time.
Okay, they bought enough time. Here comes Jome with his Zaman Force. Might be able to bring down someone. Here comes Jack, though, in with the Raging Sandstorm. Even with the Purify, gonna bring down someone. And it's Brusco and Kelra left.
We're still going.
Oh, Desert Tornado. Here comes the attack coming in from
Ryota.
Omega. Ryota goes in from the backline with the Wave of the Dragon. Kelra, though, being chased by his former partner, Chaknu. Jome goes in. It's going to be a 2-on-1. Ryota with a Jit Kondu. He's going to be able to stun out Kelra, and Jome delivering the final blow.
Oh, man, what a play coming out, and Kelra almost succeeding there. Did as much as he could, but what happened? Smart Omega brings the favor back for them, and they'll get the Lord off of it. What an amazing defense, and just synergy with playing with who was left to defend for the base there. And so with that, they get themselves the Lord, and they can go ahead and regroup and push in.
It was Andoryu and Ukir defense. I mean, how many highlight defenses have you seen from Barangay? Even during week number 1, who could forget Chaknu Hylos diverting the attention of the Lord and the minions? Enough time bought for them to have a comeback. And now with Ukir and Andoryu's defense, they can actually pull off a comeback against Fnatic, the undefeated Kings, as the Lord marches in the top lane and Inhibitor will fall down. 5 members of Fnatic, though, are alive, so they're gonna be able to burst down the Lord.
Okay, we gotta catch our breath for a second here, but Smart Omega might have another plan. They might still continue the assault on the base here. They're gonna have to clear things through. Couple more clears for FNOP. Should be able to make it and keep the base turrets up. So ultimately, you've got FNOP with 2 base turrets. Smart Omega only has the 1. And so they set things up. Where did they go? Kelra?
Oh.
I don't know. This might be part of the plan here. Trying to make something happen. This is so risky.
Is this a bait, though?
Woo!
Super Prince, Crimson Beacon, but a whole Omega squad goes in right after Kirk as well. His Primal Wrath is there. The first man down is no one yet because the Immortality of Ryota will be popped. But all of a sudden, Fnatic Onic sending Omega back home. They still have 5. Omega scattering for their lives. Fnatic wants to go for a pickoff. No casualties. But the plan of the Barangay has been foiled by the Sonics.
Smart Omega's like, FNOP, if you want to make the history, you want that streak to continue, you're going to have to work for it. Remember, just minutes ago, they saw the glimpse of it as they were focusing on the base. They ran out of minions, and then this has resulted in now reaching the 20-minute mark. They're so close to the next objective here, less than a minute away. As both teams get re-situated, we're going to start seeing more of the items being juggled around too. The Winter Crowns, the Immortalities, the Wind of Natures even. And so for that, you're seeing how important the positioning is for both teams. For FNOP, they can play around Brusco. They've got the Guiding Wind to help them out. Circling Eagle, they've got the Purifies, the multiple Purifies that have played a part of this. And even for Omega, you still have to wait for these flickers to be available because those are crucial parts to either disengaging or re-engaging in these fights, which will all be up by the time this Lord gets ready to go. They'll stall it out a little bit, they'll put some pressure, but this is also where some of those off angles that we talked about earlier on could be utilized here. So for both teams, Lord now evolved. This is a crucial one. If FNOP's able to cap this out and get it, that might be the game at winning, the streak continuing Lord for this one.
It's the Barangay timers though. We're past the 18-minute mark and we can clearly see Omega in the driver's seat with a 5K gold lead as Endoryu works on the bottom lane trying to create a push there and make Fnatic Onic react as Jome tries to start the Lord. Super Friends zoning out the members of Omega. Both of these teams can contest for the Lord. Both of these teams can get the Lord.
Here we go. Half health. Might go through another reset. They still have to manage the waves as well. Super Prince, half health, already taking a lot of damage here. FNOP will try to get control of the space. They got to keep an eye on Kelra too.
The good thing for Fnatic Onic is that their inhibitor turret down bottom hasn't been crushed yet, and Riot has good position here. Setting his eyes on either King Kong or Kelra, but will be spotted out by Kirk. Just look at Endoryu.
He's taking a trip around town.
Okay, coming from the back line.
This is where you keep things on your head on a swivel, as I like to say. The patience is there.
Did Chaknu press his Winter Crown? Fnatic Onic goes in with a Circling Eagle. Ryota though. Lantern flares there from Super Friends.
He saw him, he spotted him out. So they can still play around this. Endoryu's got to go the long way back to this. As FNOP starts this Lord up once again. Chaknu waiting on the whims. Jome there too. They're going to go for it. Look where Endoryu is.
Oh, they might want to go for Chaknu here as Endoryu in the brush here. Gets spotted out by Brusco. As well as Super Friends, okay. 20,000 HP for this Lord.
They might go to a retro battle for this one.
Oh, they're going to have a solid reset as Chaknu goes in with a quick sand guard. To try and regen his HP. Okay, Fnatic Onic might actually burst down the Lord. Ryota flickers in, but gets caught up by Kirk. Here comes the Circling Eagle. The first man down is Ryota in hands of Kelra, but Endoryu gets the Lord. Now Fnatic Onic wants to go for the kills, wants to go for the clash. Jome will fall down. Chaknu working on the base defense. The Lord has punned up top, but Super Friends and the rest of Fnatic Onic just working on the minion waves, working on the Lord. Will Omega be able to defend this?
Endoryu, he's going to try to cut things off too. They send Kirk back to clear that wave up top. King Kong working on the Lord here. That might have been enough, even with 2 down from Smart Omega and a 1/4 of the health left on the Crystal here. They're going to do their best to keep it up. Also got to manage these waves coming through, but it's 4 members facing off against Smart Omega here. The 3 of them, Jome and Ryota, still 10, 15 seconds away. Endoryu.
Oh, Super Friends manages to evade the fracture coming in from Endoryu with the Crimson Beacon. Now the chase is on. Super Friends after Endoryu. He's going to leave him behind as Kelra has minions in the middle lane. King Kong goes in with the Spear of Alpha. They have the minions. Chaknu with the last effort to defend. 2 members of Omega are now here. They want to go for the minions, want to go for the kill. King Kong is going to fall down. Super Friends over the Lantern Flare onto Ryota. He's going to bring him out there, but he's not going to be able to burst him down. Endoryu and Jome on for the chase. They want to go right after Kelra though. Here comes the fracture plus the Zamin Force. Super Friends just zoning out Chaknu. Chaknu has to use out the flicker. And just like that,
just like that, they're still going.
They're still going. They have minions, but Omega will clearly be able to clear it out. Ryota goes in with a Jit Gun. Gets a kick onto Kelra. Kelra manages to stay alive. 4 on 4. Ukir 35 seconds. King Kong 32. 25, we're approaching the 25-minute mark. What's happening to this game?
Chaknu does it again. He actually was able to go ahead, King Sandguard up in there, keep things together, buy enough time. I know we switched items out too, and even Kelra did, but man, you might say, whoa, this looks messy. No, this is all calculated and top-tier micro within these team fights. It's amazing.
The question is this Omega timers or Onic time? Because Fnatic holds an 82% win rate in games that go past the Omega timers, while Omega has a 63% win rate. You know, at this point, statistics don't matter. It's all about momentum, it's all about skills, it's all about who has the advantage coming into a potential last clash.
And again, you find this here at a similar situation we were just at. We're 30 seconds away from this Lord, and every single team fight that has built up to this has been basically top tier between these two teams. It's a push and pull between both of them. They expend the resources, whether those are flickers, the purifies, the ultimates, the positioning. Again, a lot of those team fights, when you just watch Kelra, keep your eye on Kelra, and there's a reason why a lot of people point out Kelra throughout the world because of his micro ability and reliance on the team here. Smart Omega doing the same thing with their lineup. You know, it's just a little bit different because Jome's job here on this Harrods sometimes is just to drop down that Zaman Forest and hopefully get the damage off. But here we go. They're going to initiate.
Here comes pokes from Fnatic with Certain Eagle, forcing out the Zaman Force of Jome. This is the potential 5th Lord for both of these teams as Fnatic Onic continuing to work for it. And Doryu trying to make a play here. Gets caught up by Brusco and Kelra. Again, the chase is on, but manages to escape though. Will Fnatic Onic burst down the Lord since they know Andoryu is down bottom? Or will Omega be able to set up a play?
And Doryu still down there on the bottom side. They have plenty of time to think about this, but FNOP, are they going to force something? They do go and use that Circling Eagle time and time again, put pressure. And Doryu wants to push that bottom, and they know, look how fast they're going to travel with Kelra. Now down to the bottom side, he's really relying on Brusco here. They know they went down. And Smart Omega is going to go in.
Okay, Ryota goes in with a flicker, but get caught up once again by Kirk. Will they be able to burst him down though? Crimson Beacon coming in super mid. Shakno with the Raging Sandstorm onto the backline. Here comes the Curse Blast though.
Whoa.
All of a sudden, the Immortality of Super Friends will be popped. Ryota goes in after Super Friends. Ryota's Immortality will be popped. Keller on the other hand though, being able to free hit. Here comes the Winter Crown. Will they be able to take him down though? But Jome takes down King Kong first.
Kelra's still up.
Omega, 5 members are up here against 3 of the Fnatic Onic as Chaknu. Look at Andoryu. Is he going to chase right after Brusco? Brusco
he's
goes
going to
in
bring him with
Kelra.
him.
They're going to try and burst down Omega, though. Here comes Chaknu once again with the Raging Sandstorm. Kelra's Immortality will be popped.
He's gone.
But Jome goes in for the kill. Kelra, Super Friends. King Kong is gone. Omega standing strong. They have the minions. And we will go to a Game 3.
And the barangay cheers with us in the MPL arena, because man, what a defense, what a game. You wouldn't have it any other way. Smart Omega gets a step closer to ending the streak here for FNOP, man. I can't even, both teams, top tier, S tier, S plus tier, whatever you want to say. What a game between both of them, and I know the gentlemen on the panel stand too were probably thinking the same thing. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them and see what they have to say about this one.
This is MLBB! This is top tier MLBB no matter where you are in the world. Throw it off, turn off that. This is the one you watch.
That's why they call this weekend Retribution Rumble. There was a rumble everywhere on the map, and at some point you could have sworn that Omega had it, and then Fnatic Onic had it.
They're pulling back.
And then Omega had it, but all this whole time, Andoryu died just once.
This guy.
The level of focus and mechanics and macro and micro and game IQ in this young man.
And not to mention you look like Auntie Anara. That's just a bonus there. Man, this guy won it all. And that was, he only died once in a game where he cut non-stop on his own.
He was cutting, he was threatening a burst, he was defending, he was everything. Dear Lord, the nightmare Fnatic Onic, this is what your nightmare looks like.
Oh my goodness, seriously.
Young, dashing, great at MLBB with a curly hair.
Curly nightmare.
Dude. All right, you know what? He's the MVP, but I have to take my hat. I don't have a hat, but you know, hats off.
If you had one.
Hats off to everyone on Omega.
Bro, Keller went insane here as well. Look at this.
I
can't believe he did. Anyway, FNOP was great as well here.
All right, more on FNOP later, but let's talk about Omega's gameplay. Let's talk about how Omega was just always so on point to make plays, to punish Fnatic Onic when they were spending a little too much time in the base, and I guess it's safe to say that Omega, the way that they play, gives Onic this false sense of security that allows for them to do. Here's the thing. You know this. I was shouting at the screen to the void saying, don't go back, don't do this. Because Onic didn't play like Onic.
It looked like a trap. They looked like they were trapped at that last moment.
And even when it looked like it was a clear go, and then finally the fight breaks out, I would go like, oh, maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Probably not.
Yeah.
A few of those times.
So here's the long and short of it, all right? The bottom line is, this lineup for Fnatic Onic, it came down to the point wherein it's all in on Kelra. If you watch those fights, you'll see that a majority of the damage, once the ults come in from Prince, from King Kong, from Kirk, it's really just a Kelra show.
Yeah, most of the time, Super Prince was actually just keeping his eyes on Kelra.
Yep.
Right? Even the very last one, when Andori was trying to go for the backdoor plays, they needed to check on him. Kelra was not enough to go alone. He needed that guy to keep him alive, because they know if Kelra fell, that was it.
And that's why this felt like a lopsided match. And although, yes, Onic, as talented as they are, never really showed it until it was so dire. It wasn't a fairly spread out team lineup.
In terms of threat.
In terms of threat,
yes.
In terms of responsibilities, and they were spread out so thin. Yeah, this five-man, this draft by Fnatic Onic figured out that you have to isolate Ryota. You don't have to fall for Chaknu's shenanigans.
Yep.
Jome is easy to burst.
They controlled the map.
Yeah, they controlled the map, and they were able to play around that, get back in a position where maybe they could win and even threaten the base. But once that whole facade of what Omega was going through was figured out, Omega just leveled up. Omega like, oh yeah, that's not all we have. Check this out. We can still win fights. You can still fall for it because they had more tricks.
Omega essentially kind of punched through the veil of like the bravado that Onic was showing most of the time.
Yeah.
And they said, you know what, I'm not falling for this.
It's a double turn. If you're not, have you seen the movie Now You See Me? It's wherein you think you finally figured out Dean Cain. Oh, it's not.
Don't spoil.
All right. It's not Dean Cain. It's
I think it was.
No, Dean Cain is Superman. Who's Alfred? Dr. Bruce, why do we fall? That guy.
Yeah, the Kingsman guy, yeah.
Yeah, when you think you figured out his tricks, you're like, no, he has another one.
Kane Michael. Michael Kane.
When you think you figured out Michael Kane's tricks, they somehow pull out another plot twist. And that's what this almost 30-minute bout was all about. It was,
right.
Oh, you figured out how to beat the map. All right, now we're split pushing on you. Uh-oh. You think it's all just Andoryu. No, it's just, mostly it was Andoryu, yeah, but, dude, Omega did so well here.
Yeah. Omega basically, the way that Andoryu plays this hero, it felt like he was wrapping around.
Yeah.
No, like a mamba.
Like a snake.
Yeah, he was wrapping around this prey.
Maybe this was the Venom that we were looking for. Maybe this was, and the Venom did not come in the form of the draft, which kind of did again. The Swaparoo, like it happened so fast, Rock and I almost missed it.
Yeah, we were expecting that. Khalid to go XP.
That's right.
Right.
And then, but apparently you needed to put in the XP for, you needed to put the Cho in the XP and the Khalid in the mid, or in the roam, for it to be enough of a nuisance to have an early game chokehold.
Yeah.
And then from there, it evolved into Cheese, into Lasson, into Venom, that was more executed in the gameplay.
That's right. It became more of a cut game. It became more of a catch me if you can game. It became more of a guessing game as well. Where's this Andoryu going to show up next?
That's a good movie. Catch Me If You Can.
It really is. And at the end of the day, it was just resilience from Smart Omega. Honestly, I was here. It's like a roller coaster. I was like, they were taking me everywhere they could. I do not know what I expected. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful crafted game.
You were in for the ride. You just let him go.
I was just watching. I
got
wow.
so invested. I was shouting at many different screens.
I know. I saw you, man.
To nobody.
I saw you. Okay, we got some MPL fan comments here from the YouTube. Ren Pogi says, reverse sweep. Oh, he's gunning for the reverse sweep. All right.
Okay. Vren will go bald.
He's gonna go
if
bald.
Omega loses.
All right. You have evidence.
Somebody
right
go
there.
look for Vren after this,
Check
if ever.
We need evidence. Rain Bubba says they don't want to go for 14-0. They don't want to let Onic 14-0.
Yeah, and Manuel Francisco just spewing truth here. Filipino MLBB, the strongest in the world. See, this 30-minute match.
You guys know.
This is just game 2 in the best of 3 in the regular season.
Yes. We're not even in the playoffs yet. We're not even in finals yet.
We're close, but this is the caliber of MLBB that we have.
And at this point, we're done saying it. You guys are saying it for us.
Just watch.
Just watch and you enjoy the ride, you know? Just like the way that you will enjoy beautiful recalls if you pick up AP Ren's victorious M5 skin, the first ever FMVP Fist of Glory. Paquito is now 40% off. So at least you can still get it really, really low. And of course, AP Brand's Champions souvenir card. You get that Brody AP Brand skin. You get the AP Brand Battle emote. It has an elimination spawn and a recall effect. All of that available in-game, so do check it out.
This is the very first FMVP.
It gets me a lot.
Finals MVP skin, by the way. So it's historic. M6 is going to have one too. But if you want the first one, the very first one, get it now.
And you know what?
What?
A lot of people do say we could see our next FMVP somewhere here.
From one of them.
From one of these guys, if they keep playing like this, you know? Because right now, obviously, the win streak is still alive, technically. And Fnatic Onic has been here before. By the way, they are not completely undefeated in terms of games.
Yeah.
They've dropped some games. It's not always a 2-0. Sometimes they go 2-1. And yes, we have seen reverse sweep from them as well.
But the last time we saw them get this close was against Falcons AP Brand. So in your head, you know, logically speaking, you could say, hey, Omega has developed to a level where they can put up a fight as good as Falcons AP Brand.
Against Titans, against streak holders.
Against these guys?
Against literally almost gods here in MPL Philippines. And again, Omega on the blue side this time around. That might throw a bit of a curveball in FNOP, but as I mentioned, they do win from deficits like this, even on red side.
Yep. Neither squad actually is at a disadvantage, significant disadvantage. I throw it out the window. Like, I don't. Now that we've seen what Omega is capable of in Game 2, and the whole of Season 14 to see what Fnatic Onic is capable of, regardless of side, I'm in for the ride. Like, I just want to...
we just want to enjoy this, right?
Yeah.
We just want to enjoy this right now and hope you guys are enjoying too. Just keep dropping your comments. We'll try to read them later on. Who do you think can kind of match up to this level of competition? Maybe add some spice to the conversation.
If you don't, we'll take it as no one can.
Yes. Silence means you accepted these are the best.
Yeah.
So please comment right now.
That's a line from Khalid.
What?
Silence means consent.
No way.
Yeah, which
Really?
is saying by Plato or something. We're in a room wherein you vote. If you're silent, that means you agree. So yeah, if you guys don't comment, let's say
please comment.
RRQ can beat them. SRG can
Selangor,
beat them.
add them down there.
Fireflux can beat them. That means you agree.
Please, if you don't comment, you just accept what we say.
Which is the truth anyways. Which is why we're asking for your opinion, and you have every right to be wrong.
Omega's win selection, by the way, side selection win rate is, all right, 41%.
They had a rockier season compared to Onic. I mean, everyone has a rocky season when you're looking at a 13-0.
Everyone who isn't on the 13-0. They win almost half the time. Almost.
Close.
On red side.
So yeah, if you were just
on side selection,
scooping up some hopium prior to Game 2, now just the whole damn tub and just
get a big barrel.
Maybe we can go 13-1. Blah!
There you go. 13-1, 14-0. What's it gonna be, guys? We're going on the draft, and we are going for. By the way, it's super jam-packed here. If you guys didn't notice,
real story.
There are more chairs
True
than
story.
usual.
Yeah, they brought out actually extra chairs to accommodate all of the Sonics, all of the barangays, and everyone in between.
Even the staff are seated in the audience here.
Oh yeah, I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
They're in for the ride, man.
Even non-MLBB fans,
exactly,
will want to see this.
Oh man, this could be again possibly history in the making here. Right now.
We got a capacity crowd in the MPL arena at the Green Sun Hotel in lovely Makati City. Here's the draft. Fanny and Nolan, out of here.
That's right.
Fovius and Chip, out of here. Still open up. Harith, still open is the Edith. Still open is the Khalid, the Tig.
Both junglers very happy with the Hayabusa as well.
The Ling. Hayabusa got banned out last game, so.
Maybe a bit of a scenario here where it could be open.
Is this what's happening? Is this what Coach Lambot is doing? Coach Snap says, yeah, why don't you just force King Kong to play like a weird utility pick?
The Alpha, what can you say about the Alpha? I actually was a little curious about the performance of the Alpha. It was like a battering ram in that game.
Yeah, and then I feel like it's not King Kong's best. It works, but I mean this in no offensive manner. It's mid.
It's kind of mid.
It's kind of mid.
I mean, compared to the other jungler picks of King Kong.
Of course, King Kong on a Ling, King Kong on a Haya, King Kong on even a Nolan.
I mean,
a Julian. I would rather have that.
So again, maybe that's a trick, right? Maybe if you are Lembot, force him into these picks.
Whoa!
Very early there.
And here's the thing. It's strong, but also it's mind games.
It is.
You don't know where it's going.
That's right. It's gonna also discourage picks like the Ling and again any weird squishy assassin.
Makes you think twice about the Khalid too.
Same, exactly.
Because you can knock up the quick sand guard with a.
Cancel that out with a Shunpo.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Jinkuno, and you're sitting duck.
All of that.
Man, what a powerful first pick here.
Who would have thought Cho would rise up to this status? All right, there's the Ling.
He still
there's
goes
the Ruby.
for it.
We don't know where this Ruby's going, by the way. Kirk has played Ruby.
That's right.
And Kelra is very prolific with the Ruby in Season 14, too.
Yeah, he don't care if he's going to pick that up. Actually, any of these three could possibly play it.
So
Brusco could play it.
What's Omega to pick? Edith is still open. I think it's proven now that Omega don't care about the whole Vixana Valentina situation.
Yeah.
They can let that go. They can let that through.
Aurora is lower in the tier. Harith is if he's open, he's probably going to Jom.
Yeah, Harith or Lunox?
Moskov. You got a 50-50 on the Moskov and the Harith here, I guess.
I like the Moskov, yeah.
Khalid still.
Oh God, are they just forcing the same draft as game 2?
What if? Hayabusa. All right.
Rockhart, I think the fact that the Harith and the Moskov are open both means they don't need to rush.
Yeah, I think either way, good luck with your gold lane later for either of these teams.
Yep, so they get the Haya, so already set. Andor is going to be playing a good hero. What's next for FNOP? They don't need to rush the gold either, so it's mid or roam.
Yeah, I don't think you rush gold here because it does
gold or XP, don't need to touch that.
Yeah, but it'll probably get counter out. You wanted to get Valentina early, I don't mind. Paramis is, I don't know. Angela could work. Valentina, okay, fine.
Okay, with the Valentina pick, I don't know. I'll only be wrong if I'm really wrong. There's no room for an Angela anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's no room to flex, no room to adjust. And look at that. Are those light ups?
It is.
Are those acrylic light ups?
It lights up. It's very dark here right now, so it's a light up for sure.
Wow, the barangay's real creative, huh? I mean,
not just in the draft, but in real life as well.
Yeah, they're just stepping up because Sonics also have their own like handmade. See, look at that. Are those Are there headbands?
Those are the players. I would say these are two King Kongs on Daddy Kong.
That's Daddy Kong.
Yeah, Daddy Kong right here.
Man, I love Daddy Kong. All right, so there's the Aurora. So they're attacking mid since Ukir doesn't have a hero just yet. So could see the Vixana get banned, the Faramis get banned. There's the JH. We don't know what Brusco's going to play. Oh, Matilda.
Oh my goodness, are you really going to leave that open? If it's open, you know it's going to get picked up.
Yeah, Brusco played a mean Matilda game too.
That was nasty. I mean, we were saying that this Matilda doesn't feel fair sometimes.
Yep, especially with the whole Kelra on the Bruno thing. Like
Yes,
that,
sir.
That was one of the few reasons why Kelra was able to do that.
The fancy footwork on a Bruno.
Besides being ultra instinct superhuman, you know.
The mechanics already, you know, just add on, layer on the movement, layer on the shield.
Mutant level MLBB.
Insane.
Okay, so I would assume that they're gonna attack mid one more time, like one more mid ban for Fnatic Onic, because Ukir, you can't leave Ukir such an open choice. There's a Vexana.
Yeah, and this is a Super Prince challenge, right? Super Prince very happy to take any of these fights. Look at that guy.
You put Coach Tony on blast.
Oh my goodness.
Ron Hot Imuyot. Why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
It's this.
Tony signed it. Why not sign it?
He allowed.
He allows it.
He consents. But it's that Tony that cooked me and Wolf a nice bowl of bulalo in Season 4.
Sheesh. And was it Season 4 where they really caught us by surprise as well?
They were very creative. Geek Fam
Very
PH.
creative as well,
Yeah.
Geek Fam. I love those guys, man.
All right. There's the Edith banned out final for Omega in their second phase. What's left for Fnatic? They still need a gold laner? We don't know, actually. Gold laner next.
Wide
laner.
open. Wide open right now for gold.
And a roamer.
Hylos is actually really quick.
Okay. Still a toss-up, though.
So many options here. For gold lane, you could Bay here, you could Nathan here.
Yeah, but all the more, this is looking like a Kelra Ruby.
From the way it's looking.
Yeah, because again, this is a telltale sign. Most gold lane rubies want a Ling or the sort in the jungle.
So they can do the secondary
yeah.
CCs. You're like a secondary.
It's the spirit of the 131, alive in 2024. So, Smart Omega now, you still need to give Big J something. The Harrod survives the bans. What? The Harrod survives the bans. The Moskov survives the bans. And now they steal.
Okay.
They steal Super Frizz's Yushin.
Okay, not bad. Kind of attacks the Valentina. And there's the Melissa. You know what? It's funny. Got banned out as well yesterday, I think.
Melissa?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a counter to a Faramis.
Yeah, there
So
you go.
here, without a Faramis, with the Harrod and Moskov open, Carl, they pick up the Melissa. I know why. You know
They're
why?
preempting it?
Nope. You know
What?
why? It protects him from the Ruby, from the Ling, and from the Hylos.
All close range.
Right?
threat.
Imagine, oh no, there's a big horseman. There's a celestial wall jumping swordsman.
Yes, Cass, go away.
There's Little Red Riding Hood. You just
Little Red
go
Riding
away.
Hood.
Exactly.
Go away.
So you kind of see the logic behind the Melissa pick here and Big J.
Very straightforward. I like it.
Yeah. It's a simple solution to a problem that
Masha?
they foresee. And yeah, it's a Masha. Wait, is this a debut pick?
I'm trying to remember.
It's a
Hang
debut
on.
pick.
It's a debut pick.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. All right.
And it's going where exactly? No, you can't do this. Gold lane?
Gold lane Masha.
Or is this like a dupe? Are they going to rope-a-dope us and then switch it right before?
We'll find out in a few seconds here, but
Masha?
That's going to catch a lot of people by surprise. I don't know if why not predicted that to happen.
Okay.
And there it is. It's locked in. Kelra's on gold lane Masha.
Gold lane? When was the last time we saw it on gold? I can't tell you.
Honestly, a hot minute. Last time we saw it was on Rome.
Yeah. I have vivid memories of Renegade popping somebody on a Beatrix.
He was on a different team as well.
I think it was outplayed, yeah.
There it is. Oh my goodness. Game number 3, boys. Let's go.
Well, you know, buckle in because, I don't know, with these lineups, man, maybe this is going to be another cinematic Game 3. I hope so. I hope after what we just went through in Game 2, we get something similar for Game number 3. The decisive one if, once again, FNOP is going to keep their streak alive and make history here, or if Smart Omega is going to be the first team to go ahead and give them their first match loss. Now, I got to say, Ingan, we got to talk about this. Gold lane Masha on Kelra. What do you think?
At this point, I'm not surprised. You're going up against Omega.
You're not surprised?
I'm not. This is Kelra, the gold standard, the Filipino savage. I mean, what else can you expect from this man? If he's going to rock the Masha gold lane, he's going to rock it because he knows his capabilities. And again, he wants to dominate, especially in the early game. And, you know, at this point,
You just
watch.
accept it.
I just accepted the fate of this game.
You know, sometimes...
This is Kelra.
Hey, You know, once in a while, you are just, sometimes when we're commentating, you're like, man, you know what? When stuff like this happens, you're like, I just want to watch this, you know? But we get to watch it, commentate it, and see exactly how Kelra makes this work. Now, the other side, Smart Omega, what they were able to do last game, had a lot to do with the fact that it was Chaknu on this roam Khalid again and Ryota on that Cho in the XP lane. So they kind of emulated with that. Now, some of the difference here is, yes, you still have Andoru on a, a scaling assassin in the jungle that can go up. We see Hayabusa so much now. That's paired up against the matchup against King Kong and in the Ling that he has. But also, even with this, Jome on the Melissa. This could play a part in the long game where, having this more traditional gold lane ranged hero in comparison to Kelra on a Masha, but we all have to remember what Masha can do, especially when you start getting, stacked up on items. The thunderclaps get a little crazy and everything else, especially with some of the resets that come through with the way that the health works and everything else. So that could all be part of the plan here for Fnatic Onic Philippines. And I also love the fact that they are testing the waters, testing the limits, and still bringing out new heroes even in Week 8, Day 2.
We've seen Kelra, game number 2, rock the Bruno, where he wasn't activated early on. He was just really pushing. But Ryota with a kick might be able to bring down Brusco. He pops his Revitalize, but here comes the Lantern Flare coming in from Ukir. And Adori draws the first blood. Now counterattack coming in from Kirk, though. He might be able to escape, but Ryota once again with a Jit Kondu stun. Here comes Super Prince, having his own Raging Sandstorm to bring down Ryota. A pull coming in from Kirk as he falls down. But Fnatic Onic won't engage anymore.
They're not going to engage anymore. Super Prince did pick up a kill himself. Smart Omega definitely coming out with a victory on that one. Should be able to get this turtle too. It looks like Endoro will secure that with the Retribution. So Smart Omega furthering the positivity out of that last skirmish and building up on the momentum. That's the whole thing that we were mentioning even in the previous game. You build up on that for Smart Omega this time around, though, with the lineup that they have. There's a kick again.
Here comes the kick onto King Kong, but King Kong evades that potential death. And now the pressure is here, coming in from Chaknu with the Raging Sandstorm once again as Zandori tries to go for Super Prince with a Quad Shadow plus the Shurikens. And again, the story of this matchup, unconventional picks at the gold lane. Here comes Kelra with the House Shock as well. But here comes Jome Answers with the Needles. Chaknu, Chaknu has the Desert Tornado. Going right after Kelra, 1 life bar left for the gold standard as Brusco waits patiently in the brush.
Goes there to help him out if he needs it, holding on to the Revitalize as well, but Kelra's going to be fine for now. And again, that's something that, Jome's going to have to be cautious of here. They fighting it out again.
They want to go right after Kelra as Jome, though. Here comes a Thunderclap, but Chaknu makes sure. Oh, and Jome also falls down. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for the gold laners. King Kong is not going to be able to bring down Chaknu, but here comes a Lantern Flare plus the Jit Kondu Way of the Dragon from Ryota. Brusco pops his Glorious Pathway, but the Lantern Flare is there to make sure there's no escape.
Man, that's got to be a feels bad, man. You drop down the Glorious Pathway to escape, and then Ukir is just like, nope. I'm bringing you back. You're off your pathway now, So, and that's part of the way that this is going to work with the lineup here. You can kind of continue to use that to your favor. So you see this too, first item for Kelra does pick up that Blade of Heptasis. So he has that available. This is, at this point, his burst potential is going to be a threat to Jome. Jome should be mostly fine though, again, even with the go away from me. So still mid lane going to be the focus for both these teams where the gold laners just trying to farm up what they can. Turtle's coming up though. So now with the lead that Smart Omega has, good, comfortable, 1K plus lead. FNOP wants to fight this out, turn things in their favor if they can, and it all starts with their initiations that they have here. Brusco still has the Revitalize, he still has Glorious Pathway. Who's going to initiate this one first? Almost half health here as Turtle's being held on from Ryota.
Okay, Ryota forces to use that kick. Here comes the Glorious Pathway as Brusco runs after Andoryu. Chaknu enters in with the Raging Sandstorm onto Kirk. Will they be able to burst him down as Andoryu still gets the turtle? Now they might be able to take more with them as they try to chase right after Kirk as Ryota brings him down. Here comes Tempest of Blade coming in from King Kong as he trades for Ryota. Here comes the Lantern Flare once again picking up Brusco, but onto the backline Super Prince working on Chaknu. That's going to be a 1-for-2 trade as Omega gets the turtle.
Yeah, and that was Jome 1v1 Kelra, by the way. So meanwhile that happened, they had another face-off, 1v1 in the gold lane, and Jome wins that one. So FNOP still looking for some type of equalizer for for them right now, but really it's Smart Omega just winning these fights, winning these skirmishes, and hell, even Andoru out Retribution King Kong, you know, on these objectives.
I just love how they're putting a lot of pressure onto the gold standard as Joe pops his Inspire as well with the go away, but here comes Kirk trying to work on Andori as Andori gets the orange buff, now depriving King Kong of his much needed buffs as he works on the bottom lane turret as well. Might be able to take down the turret. And now what I like about what Omega's doing is they're giving Fnatic Onic a taste of their own medicine. Super Friends, you played Juicin twice in a row. Now it's my time. Now you feel our pain, especially for the frontliners, Brusco.
It's funny though, because Super Prince is still kind of playing Jushin.
Yeah, he has the Valentina, but he's not the OG.
He's not the OG, but he's at least got the ultimate. You know, at least he can pop the beacon there and then use it from there. Uh-oh, mid lane.
Again, an aggressive play coming in from Ryota, paired up with the Raging Sandstorm, and here comes Kirk. He's gonna fall down in the hands of Andoryu. Azukir pops his Crimson Beacon once again, picking up Brusco with the Lantern Flare. Are they be able to take him down? But again, a Jeet Kondu combination, but Brusco manages to stay alive. He pops his Revitalize. And that was a 1-for-none trade as Kirk falls down.
Yeah, man. Super Prince didn't want to use the ultimate at all. So they're trying to hold down the mid lane. Some trading happened across the map. Tier 2 worked on. Whoa, deep in the mid lane.
Whoa, in too deep. Super Prince has to walk away as Omega gets a mid lane turret, as well as Jome into the bottom lane, setting themselves up perfectly for this final turtle take.
Again, you got to give it up to Smart Omega. They are playing everything perfectly right now, and they're going to take this objective again. Andoru getting the 3-for-3 on the Turtles, and they're finding every single angle.
Okay, they're going to get the pull onto Chaknu, and Keldra picks up a kill onto his former teammate. Here comes Joma to go away, plus the Inspire. Weaky Shadow Kill coming in from Andoryu. Going to bring down Keldra. A double kill from the Nightmare.
Andoryu having a hell of a game. Super Prince, half health. He's forced way back to the turret, but man, FNOP's got to come up with something to deal and stop with Andoru. He is snowballing out of control here. 6-0 on the Hayabusa. He did get the Sky Piercer earlier on too, so he's got some stacks there. Does get his purple. It was an attempt from King Kong, not going to get it. And you know, he's got the Blade of Hestes, he's got that Hunter Strike too. He has enough damage here to just wreak havoc on FNOP.
Speaking of wrecking havoc, Chaknu has been the pinnacle of disruptions for Omega. Still only one death despite his over-aggressive plays in the jungle of the Sonics. Again, he has the luxury to do that because one quick Sand Guard can make him reset and re-engage once again. He's not even afraid to go up against 2 or 3 members of the Sonics as Andoryu here, as well as King Kong here, tries to make a play down bottom. So we might see a 1v1 between the 2 junglers. Looking at the bottom lane, I believe the Weaky Shadow Kill was casted, but King Kong will eventually evade that.
Yeah, you saw that. Shadow Kill was used. King Kong's going to be fine. Does take some more damage. He has to get back to base. Chaknu is on the hunt.
Okay, here comes the sandwich play from Chaknu. But Kellera with 3 life bars, unbothered. Okay, now when will this Masha pick activate or make sense for Fnatic Onic? Will it be towards the late games wherein one Thunderclap can burst down Jome? Or will it even reach the late game for Fnatic Onic?
Yeah, that's the question. They're going to have to get to the late game for Fnatic Onic Philippines. They can buy themselves some time. Honestly, they can even give up this first Lord if they don't want to go ahead and, you know, take that risk of fighting it out. If they fight it out at this point, being down 6,000 gold, you most likely not going to come out the victor, you know? So Brusco's getting the information they need. You have King Kong there on the top side, half health of the Lord here. They're going to force a fight.
A beautiful kick coming in from Ryota onto Kirk as Andoryu once again bursts him down. The next target is going to be Brusco though. Despite the glorious pathway, he's not going to be fast enough to evade that. And 3 members of Fnatic Onic are scattering as King Kong tries to go for a Lord steal, but you know, at this point, a 6.6k gold lead for Omega, they're just really dominating the game.
That's what I was saying, man. Like, you know, FNOP, they might want to go ahead and just give that Lord up. Instead, they end up giving 2 kills to Smart Omega on, you know, not getting anything out of it, really. So it's just, you're in a situation now where Smart Omega massively in control of the game. They're going to go in with this first Lord push and most likely, you know, knock on these base turrets of FNOP. Possibly even maybe get one if they're able to. Now, that's the thing you asked earlier. When does this Masha gold lane pick pay off? Well, it might be a little bit too late for that if they don't figure something out quick. They really have to also just deal with Andoru as he picks up the BOD. He's got that bladed spare now. Tier 2 turrets are going to fall here, and the Lord making its way. Waves all pushed in together. Synchronized, and FNOP now on the defense, looking at their clear here. Super Prince holding on to the Sandstorm herself. All the shields are going to be popping here. They're going to try to hold on the best they can.
All the way from the backline is Chagno. He might get bursted down here as Kelra picks up the kill. Here comes the counterattack coming in from Fnatic. Doors pathway will be casted as well. But looking at Joe with the go away, the needles are just too much to handle. Another knockup coming in from Ryota plus the kick onto Kirk. They're going to bring him down. The streak hangs in the balance. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm. A double kill though. A shutdown for Keiko. But the streak! The streak has finally ended in the hands of Barangay Omega!
It's Smart Omega. As the Barangay cheers with them will be the only team to give the defeat to Fnatic Onic Philippines. What a way for them to go ahead and get prepped up and ready for what's ahead of them into the playoffs. You can see how happy, of course, Chagno's feeling. He's going to go over there. We know just how much history obviously is here with these players, the coaches even as well. Big J.
Wow.
He's probably like, man, what was that Masha pick, man?
I'm as shocked as you are. But just like that, the beautiful run of the Sonics have been ended by Omega, but they still have the first seed, and for Barangay, they are in the playoffs, so basically a win-win for everyone, especially the fans, because game number 2 was amazing.
Yeah, if you watch the series with us, game number 2, definitely one of the best games we've seen in the regular season. FNOP going to taste their first defeat all regular season, but again, top seed, great position for the playoffs going in. You know, they're testing the limits. They're seeing exactly how far they can go. It's always great to see some of these drafts come up to the table. So once again, congratulations here to Smart Omega. What an accomplishment. That's going to wrap it up here for us on Desk. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is Ingon. We're going to throw it over with Marikina and Smart Omega for their winning interview.
And a streak has been broken. All right, everybody, bagong barangay. One more time, bagong barangay. Ang lupet ng ginawa nyo, Chagno. What can you say na kayo ang nakatalo sa win streak ng Fnatic Onic Philippines? Kayo na ngayon, ang streak breakers.
Hindi nga ako makapaniwala nung una pero proud ako sa mga kampi ko.
At meron ka kaninang sinabi kay Kelra, parang nakita ko, I couldn't read lips eh. Gumaganong-ganong ka habang nakaupo siya. Anong sabi mo sa kanya?
Sabi ko yung masya niya kahit kalid ko hindi kaya.
Kay Jom naman. Jom, sabi mo dati, dun sa palag mo, na hindi mo iniwan si Chagno. Ngayon, anong masasabi mo sa kapitan mo na kayo ngayon ang nakatalo sa strongest team ngayong MPL Philippines Season 14?
Ano naman siguro yun. Expected naman namin kasi ginagawa naman namin yung parang pinaka-best namin para makuha namin gusto namin.
Ano sabihin mo kay Chagno, your captain? We wanna know.
Mahal kita, tol.
And now, it's time to announce our MVP. Let me hear some names. Take your guess. Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Andoryu! Uy, may sabunot. Andoryu, talagang high expectations today. You guys beat the unbeatable team. Anong pakiramdam nun para sa'yo? Na isa ka doon sa nakagawa nun. MVP ka pa doon.
Hindi nga po ako makapaniwala pero sabi kasi ni Stronger, yung laro namin na to ay mag-glimpse daw yun sa playoffs eh. Kung magiging talo man kami dito, baka mawalan lang kami ng moral kaya binuhos ko na rin yung kaya kong gawin.
Ano naman masasabi mo sa lahat ng iyong kabarangay?
Maraming salamat sa patuloy na pag-suporta tapos abangan niyo pa kami sa playoffs.
And now, it's time to get to know the lucky fan that will take home 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. You will also get a ticket to day 1, match 1 of the playoffs. Hi, what's your name?
Rogie Aberte po. Capital R-O-G-I-E. Rogie.
Rogie, hindi Roger, Rogie. Okay, tinuruan mo pa kami mag-spelling ng name mo. Okay, sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Si Chakno po.
Chaknu! Bakit si Chaknu? Oy, excited? Okay, bakit si Chaknu?
Sabi mo kasi ng nanay ko, magkamukha ko kami. Baka po sa kanya po ako pinaglihi.
Okay, tabi kayo, tabi kayo, tabi kayo. Tabi kayo. Magkamukha ba? Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Chaknu?
Idol, galingan nyo pa sa susunod na laban. Sana mag-champion kayo.
Nanginginig siya. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya? Magkamukha daw kayo. Anong gusto mo sabihin? Magkamukha daw kayo.
Oo nga, magkamukha kami.
Alright, congratulations. You won 3,000 diamonds. Oh, hug daw, hug. Smart Omega. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Congratulations. Smart Omega, the only team that have beaten the strongest team this season, Fnatic Onic Philippines, during the regular season. We're gonna break it down and see how they made that happen. Let's break it down for you with our panel. Paso.
I don't know. I have no words how that happened. Honestly, it didn't look so bad if you were looking at the draft, right?
I was expecting, given how a majority of the draft looked very similar to game 2,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
something that goes 20 minutes, 20-something, close to 30. I thought we would see that kind of match.
Right.
But the way Ryota played, the way Andoryu played, it just, of course, Chaknu's Khalid, like he was playing the same game from game 2, right?
Yeah.
It just pushed it to a level where Fnatic Onic was trying something, all this while looking to get back momentum. Like, that's a losing battle.
He did no wrong here, and I actually really love the Melissa swerve as well. Like you said it best. Good luck reaching that Melissa, and we actually saw that happen here. Very hard to reach the Melissa. Zushin was giving FNOP such a hard time here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't know. I'm just enjoying this.
I understood the Melissa, conceptually speaking. We'll have a guest later on explain exactly why. But also the steal on the Zushin was the icing on the cake.
Crème de la crème.
Watching the game, the 12-minute game, dear God, the 12-minute game in practice was made more beautiful by Okir's Zushin. Like 0-0 and 12, like Kelra couldn't come close. Even Prince is a mid-range Valentina mage, couldn't come close. Kirk and Brusco did close to nothing.
So what does that tell you, right? When that happens, when you put Fnatic Onic Philippines in a very rare scenario, it does feel like there's no exit, there's no emergency escape button or anything.
Nothing.
No panic button.
Barely a response. We have Coach Snap here on the panel with us. Coach Snap, thanks for taking the time.
Hello.
Congrats.
Thank you.
We got to make this earlier, right? Because we have a lot. We have a lot of thoughts about that.
I have so many questions. Coach Snap, number one, did I read the Melissa right? Was it because there was a lot of dive from Fnatic Onic and you wanted to give Jome something that scales quick and can protect himself?
It was a decision between Lunox, Harit, and Melissa.
There you go.
That's what we were saying.
The first two make sense because those are meta picks, but why the Melissa now?
It's strong in lane. We just wanted to win all the lanes.
Did you expect for it to win against the Masha?
I didn't even know what type of matchup is that.
Right, exactly. So
Oh my
when you were
goodness.
considering the three, Melissa, Lunox, Harith,
Yeah.
the latter two more expected. you would win still regardless, but I
Yeah.
think you won more with this now.
Exactly.
So you were expecting something around a Lunox, maybe?
Let's say if I pick Harit, they will last pick Lunox.
Right.
Or Melissa. So we have gotten the strongest laner, which is si Melissa.
All right, so, all right, just to answer that, just so we can like get this last pick out, what would you rate Damasha? Why do you think they picked it?
They wanted to flex the Ruby to good lane. But we went out most of the XP. They
Yeah.
ate it. I think they had no choice.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you put them in a place where they didn't have a choice but to do
Because
this?
the Susan pick was there. They couldn't pick any other tanks.
Oh, so it's like they changed their mind at the last minute.
Yeah.
They wanted to go Ruby Gold,
Yeah.
but you put them in a position where they had no choice.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
man.
talk about the Khalid here. Chakno played Khalid 2 games in a row, won with both, and in Season 14, we've seen more often the XP lane Khalid.
Yeah.
Why do you guys prefer the roam Khalid?
I think he provides more vision compared to Chu, and he doesn't need to go back to the base. So he provides more mobility and vision to the team compared to Chu.
All right. I mean, if you get whittled down with a Cho, you have to go back to base. And
Yeah.
Khalid, just quicksand guard, then go rotate again. So that's the logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Because most people would say, you know what, Khalid roam is squishier.
Yeah.
But you're saying that doesn't matter.
You can actually mix them spells. You can actually go Rivet Khalid. That's even worse.
Well, you know what you're going to do in your next live.
I'm going to try. Yeah, no. So the win here by Omega against Fnatic and how Chakno played it, made me more accepting. Because I actually love XP lane Khalid now. Because it's the same story, right? You can get vision, you can win lane, you can rotate faster. But if you're affecting the whole team as a roam, maybe that's better. Coach Snap, let's change the focus here a little bit. I want to celebrate your win with you.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you ended the season strong. How are you guys celebrating?
I'm not sure if there's a tiebreaker tomorrow. Is there? I don't know.
We'll wait for the math.
Yeah, we have they're doing the math right now.
It's either we celebrate tomorrow or we prepare for tomorrow.
Or Tuesday.
Yeah, or
okay,
Monday or Tuesday.
Regardless, did you have an agreement with the boys? Because, hey, if you beat Fnatic, if we end that streak, you have like a prize for them or incentive.
Win or lose, actually, we're going to either Zambales or La Union.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow, vacation before the playoffs.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
They needed that to unwind.
We needed that.
It does feel like it, right? And right now with Omega in a very powerful position here, now you've beaten Fnatic Onic Philippines. Who's the next threat that you think might make a weird appearance in playoffs?
Team Liquid as usual, since we haven't won a series against them.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And they are the defending champions.
Yeah.
That's very true. Wow. All right. So this is beautiful. We have a mic check here for your boys.
Sure.
I know you hear this a lot, but you know what? Let's see what happened there while it was happening right on stage. Comes.
I got a question. Whoever says Tower Lock Preta, who is that? Is that Chakno?
That's Ukir.
That's Ukir.
Yeah.
Okay.
That guy really is the
Talkative, actually.
really talkative guy for the past few mic checks.
So it's Chakno's plan and him and Ukir execute.
Yeah.
All right. So
Deadly combo.
That's super deadly, actually, you know? I guess that's something that Bornok could train for. You know, that's the role that I think Bornok should slot in there, right?
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
Yeah, maybe in the Near future.
Near future. All right. For now, you got an amazing main 5. We talked about Okay, we talked about Chaknu. I'm curious about the other fellas. I want to hear about Andori. Why is he so good now? How does he fit in to the shot calling? Does he follow the lead, or does he have his own plans?
During the early stage of the game, he usually shot calls the rotation. During the mid game, he focus on his mechanics and let the rest shot call.
Ooh, switcheroo.
So he starts strong to get good farm, and then later on he just follows. He just
I very few teams actually do that, and usually there's just one main shot caller. That's interesting. I guess we can kind of just leave it for there for now because we have a pretty big playoffs to prepare for. But before we go, I just want you any messages to, again, our usual fans here in the international audience. Now, I think they can, you know,
the barangay worldwide.
They have to acknowledge.
Coach Snap, I want you to address the barangay worldwide.
Shout out to all of you watching Smart Omega and always supporting us. You can watch Chaknu and Kara in the playoffs on, when is it? October
16. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 5 days of MLBB.
Oh my god, this is going to be so much fun.
And I guess you were still waiting for tiebreakers. There might be a chance that the numbers work out.
Maybe.
That you play later on.
Yeah.
That you somehow end up with 2 lives.
Yeah.
Oh, there's still a chance for them to get there.
You know what? I think this is the best that Omega has done in any regular season, in any season so far.
In a long time.
Amazing. Coach, I got to tell you now that it's fresh, congratulations. You guys have done so well after what happened in season 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And again, we're looking forward to the performances. Again, we always try to get you to reveal some strats, but we're not going to do that now.
You know what? We got a couple more moments. I'm a big Joan fan. You know that. Big J is my boy. Tell me what he's like in like the super clutch moments. What does he do? You can put him on blast. Like, does Big J panic? Does Big J?
No, he doesn't panic actually. He's like a gangster type of guy, a good type of gangster. He's the one always shot calling during the late game.
I see. So late game, it becomes more Big J.
So he's the guy who, in basketball, he does that,
As a gold laner.
As a gold laner. He does so well. And again, that's one of the reasons why you have to watch out for these guys. I feel like it's impossible to really just put them aside. And yeah, for now, we're all very excited to see what Omega's going to come up next. Obviously, it's not done yet. It's a very, very, very fun achievement. You cut the 14-0. You're in history, by the way. Every time they talk about 13-0, but Smart Omega right there. So I guess big congratulations to the boys, and hope you guys enjoy your short break before a possible tiebreaker. Which again, we're gonna try to talk about that more later on. Because right now we have a fancy laban. Sorry, this is the regular season first.
Oh yeah.
This is it. Everyone is locked in now. And Smart Omega's here.
Okay, so with Smart Omega at 9th, it's possible that they still could maybe fight for the upper bracket slot if Falcons don't win at all.
That's right. So there's possible tiebreaker.
I see. So it's possible. Coach, now we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
If Falcons AP Ren loses, they're going to go 9-5.
All right. So, Coach Snap, we'll leave you to it. And,
thank you so much, man.
We wish you and the boys the best. You guys are going to celebrate tonight and maybe prepare for Monday.
And we'll see you then. Thank you so much, Coach Snap.
Thank you.
All right. Rock Art, that's it.
Bro.
You're right. The 13-0. Sorry, the 14-0 is stopped.
It
becomes a 13-1, and that's history.
That's right. And who beat it? You know what it is.
It's the barangay, bro.
It's the barangay.
It's the barangay. Okay, so with that said, the math is so tight. It's 9-9.
9-4 and 9-5, respectively.
Wait, there's still a couple. There's a match, one more match tomorrow, and
for AP Bren.
There can be 3 9-pointers.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Aurora can be 9. FCAP can be 9. Omega can be 9.
But what about Fancy Laban? What about them? Is there any tiebreaker? There is a tiebreaker.
Oh, what? All right.
Oh, my goodness.
For sure, there's going to be a tiebreaker between the Raiders and FNOP.
Yep.
Given that they have the same score, they have the same win-loss. But hey, look at that. the Bees, the World Championships, well, fan club.
They're holding steady. They're
is
holding
at
steady.
8 and 5.
8 and 5 is not far as well. They have to keep it going to get the champion, because we also need to crown a Fancy Laban champion, right? We did it all season long. It's not fair if we don't crown a champion, right? So again, stuff you watch out for here in the MPL arena. That is the Infinix Fancy Laban. So much fun happening and so many things happening here. It's been a pleasure, Leo, casting this or paneling this one with you, brother. And again, that's going to be it for us. Leo and Rockhart here, throwing it over to Mara. Close out a very, very long day.
After a nail-biting match, we have finally completed the teams that are heading to the playoffs. Blacklist International is your 6th contender. Pero hindi pa tapos ang bakbakan because we still need to find out the right order of the official regular season standings. Malalaman natin yan bukas on the final day of the regular season. The last day of the Retribution Rumble. Watch as rivals face off. Ako po si Mara Aquino and this has been the MPL Philippines Season 14. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content.
Experience the lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website.
And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!